what you've just said about the reports of the fatal shooting in a Texan primary school. Our thoughts are with all those affected by this horrific attack. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I welcomed the Emir of Qatar to Downing Street. It's excellent news that Qatar announced it will invest up to £10 billion into the UK through our new strategic investment partnership. And not only will it boost local economies and support jobs, it will support our green economy and decarbonisation. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Anthony Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cambridge is one of the most expensive places to live in the country, but unlike many cheaper places, NHS workers in the city get no high cost of living supplement. So NHS workers in Cambridge pay higher rents than NHS workers in outer London boroughs like Redbridge and Croydon and Bexley and Barking, and yet they get paid 15% less. This makes it very difficult for the NHS in Cambridge, including Addenbrooke's Hospital, to retain and recruit staff. Will my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, work with me to make sure that NHS workers in South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge get paid fairly?
Prime Minister.
My honourable friend is a fantastic champion for his constituents and for Addenbrooke's, and we're very proud of our NHS, and that's why we're putting record investment in, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the independent NHS pay review body will listen carefully to what my honourable friend has just said.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my thoughts also, and I know the thoughts of the whole House, are with the families of the victims of yesterday's school shooting in Texas. 19 children have died, some as young as 7, and 2 adults believed to be teachers. It is an unspeakable tragedy, and our hearts are with the American people. Last weekend marked the anniversary of both the Manchester bombing and the murder of Lee Rigby, and we remember them this year as we do every year. And today is also the anniversary of the killing of George Floyd, a reminder that we must all tackle the racism that is still experienced by so many in our country and beyond. Mr. Speaker, the Sugre report was published this morning, and I look forward to discussing that during this afternoon's statement with the Prime Minister. For now, I want to focus on the cost of living affecting the whole country. Mr. Speaker, since we stood here last week and I asked the Prime Minister yet again to back Labour's plans for a windfall tax to reduce energy bills, hundreds of millions of pounds have been added to bills of families across the country, and hundreds of millions of pounds have landed in the bank accounts of energy companies. It sounds like he's finally seen sense, and the inevitable U-turn may finally have arrived. So when can people across the country expect him to use those oil and gas profits to bring down their bills?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing original about a Labour plan to tax business. There's nothing remarkable. They want to tax business the whole time, every day. Labour wants to put up taxes on business. And what we're doing is we're helping people. He asks when we're going to help people. We're helping people now, Mr. Speaker, and we're putting £22 billion into people's pockets already, cutting council tax by £150, cutting fuel duty, cutting national insurance contributions by an average of £330 for people who pay NICs. And, Mr. Speaker, how can we afford that? Because we have a strong economy, because we came out of COVID fast, Mr. Speaker, which would not have been possible if we'd listened to the party opposite.
15 tax rises, and he pretends they're a low-tax government. It's been, Mr. Speaker, it's been 4.5 months since Labour first called for a windfall tax on oil and gas profits. I've raised it week in, week out, and every week he has a new reason for not doing it. The Business Secretary said it's bad. The Justice Secretary called it disastrous. Even this weekend, the Health Secretary and the Northern Ireland Secretary opposed it. He ordered all of his MPs to vote against it last week. And now, surprise, surprise, he's backing it. Prime Minister, I'm told that hindsight is a wonderful thing. Mr. Speaker, whilst he dithered and delayed, households across the country suffered when they didn't need to. What?
Peter. Mr. Bone, a man who always wants to catch my eye is not going the best way to do so. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, whilst he dithered and delayed, households across the country suffered when they didn't need to.
Exactly.
What is it about the Sugre report that first attracted him to a U-turn this week?
Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, there is no surprise about Labour's lust. There's no surprise about Labour's lust to put up taxes. There's nothing original about his thought. They get off on it. They absolutely love to confiscate other people's assets. What we prefer to do, Mr. Speaker, is make sure that we have the measures that are in place to drive investment in our country and drive jobs. And it's thanks to the steps that we took, thanks to the fact that we came out of COVID faster than any other European country, which would not have been possible if we'd listened to him, that we now have unemployment at the listen to this. They used to care about this, Mr. Speaker. Unemployment at the lowest level since 1974. Put that in your pipe.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, I actually thought with this U-turn he might actually get his head out of the sand, but obviously not. The reality is that every day of his dithering and his delay, £53 million has been added to Britain's household bills. Whilst he's distracted trying to save his own job, the country has been counting the cost. But complacency is nothing new for this government. Back in October, the Chancellor delivered a mini-budget that has to be reread to be believed. With inflation already climbing, he said that he understood people were concerned about it and the government was ready to act. Since then, inflation has risen to a 40-year high, the highest rate of any G7 country. If the government was so ready to act 6 months ago, why hasn't it?
But, Mr. Speaker, the government has acted, and my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, continues to act. This is the government that not only put in the living wage, Mr. Speaker. It was a Conservative institution, but we've now raised it by a record amount. We've raised it by £1,000, Mr. Speaker, a record amount. We've helped families on universal credit have another £1,000, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the measures, the £9.1 billion we've already put in to support people's costs of heating. We're abating the costs of fuel for people up and down the country. And of course, we're going to do more, Mr. Speaker. We're going to put our arms around the people of this country, just as we did throughout the COVID pandemic. But the reason we can do that is because we took the tough decisions to drive the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, which wouldn't have been possible if you listened to him, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we have, and let me take another statistic, youth unemployment. They used to care about it. Youth unemployment at or near a record low.
Mr. Speaker, it wasn't just the Chancellor back in September. The Prime Minister called fears about inflation unfounded. He was the last person to spot the cost of living crisis, just as he's the last person to back Labour's plan to help people through it. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't just on inflation that they got it badly wrong. In the same speech, the Chancellor boasted about growth. The Prime Minister does today. How we were going to do better than all our major competitors. It was obvious that he was being complacent. And lo and behold, Britain is set to have the lowest growth of any major country except Russia. Despite our brilliant businesses and all we have to offer, why has his government inflicted on Britain the twin-headed hydra of the highest inflation and the lowest growth?
Mr. Speaker, he loves running this country down. How many times did he come to this place? How many times did he come to this place and say that the United Kingdom had the highest COVID death rate in Europe? How many times? He was proved completely wrong. Did he ever apologise, Mr. Speaker? Absolutely not. Did he ever take it back? Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. Actually, because of the steps we took, last year we had the fastest growth in the G7, and we will return to the fastest growth by 2024, 2025, thanks to the decisions that this government took, Mr. Speaker. And they don't care about getting people into jobs. They don't care. We care about the working people of this country, making sure we have a high-wage, high-skill, high-employment economy, and that's what we're delivering.
He talks about running this country down. He is running this country down. And it wasn't just complacency on Labour's windfall tax, which he's now backing. It wasn't just complacency on inflation, which is now through the roof. And it wasn't just complacency on growth, which is now spluttering along at the back of the pack, because his Chancellor also claimed that people should keep more of the rewards of their efforts. And then he put their taxes up. So does the Prime Minister want to explain to hard-working people whose wages are running out sooner and sooner each month and who are facing astronomical bills and prices just how his 15 tax rises since taking office have helped them to keep more of their rewards in their pocket?
Prime Minister! Mr. Speaker, first of all, what we're doing is making sure, after a huge pandemic, that we are funding our vital public services, which we can, because of the steps that we take. What we're also doing is making sure that we put more money back into people's pockets by the measures that I've outlined today, whether through cutting national insurance contributions or lifting the living wage or lifting universal credit, Mr. Speaker. But all this is made possible. All this is made possible because we took the responsible and sensible steps to protect our economy throughout COVID and then to come out strongly. And he's completely wrong about this country's growth performance, Mr. Speaker. He runs it down. He runs it down. He was proved wrong about COVID. He's going to be proved wrong again.
Just delusional. Mr. Speaker, last week I raised the case of Phoenix Halliwell, whose kidney condition means he needs daily dialysis and whose energy bill has gone through the roof as a result. I'm glad that, as a result, government officials got in touch with Phoenix yesterday, and I hope that will result in more support for people who are vulnerable. But it shouldn't be left to Labour to turn up week after week to make him aware of the consequences of his dither and delay. So I want to raise another issue where the government is sleepwalking into disaster. With the summer holidays looming, there are reports that the Home Office already has a backlog of 500,000 passports to issue. That's potentially more than 500,000 people worrying whether they will get away this summer. So can the Prime Minister reassure people that they won't miss out on their holidays due to the failures of his Home Office?
Well, I thank you very much, but I can tell him, actually, that what we're doing is massively increasing the speed with which the Passport Office deliver, and to the best of my knowledge, everybody is getting their passport within 4 to 6 weeks, Mr. Speaker. But that is because we are driving the leadership of this country, and we are getting things done that would never have been possible if we listened to them. We got Brexit done, Mr. Speaker, when he voted 48 times. 48 times he voted to undo the will of the people. We got the vaccine rollout done when he would have kept us in the European Medicines Agency, Mr. Speaker. We were the first European country to help the Ukrainians resist Vladimir Putin. Yes. Do you think, does anybody seriously believe for a second that they would have done it?
Some are trying to boo, some are trying to cheer. The worst of it is I can't hear the Prime Minister. Come on, Prime Minister.
Let me say very plainly, does anybody seriously think for a second that the Labour Party would have done that, Mr. Speaker, when eight of the shadow front bench, including the shadow Foreign Secretary, who is mysteriously not in his place, voted recently to get rid of this country's independent nuclear deterrent? And he campaigned to put Jeremy Corbyn Jeremy Corbyn in Downing Street, Mr. Speaker. We get on, we do the difficult things. We do the difficult things. We take the tough decisions, Mr. Speaker. Social care, we're fixing it. We deliver, they differ.
Prime Minister, we both can't be on our feet. I'm trying to help you. You've got to help me as well. And I'm sure you've got to the end because Mr. Stewart's itching to get his question. Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Prime Minister gets passionate, things get done. Brexit is done. The vaccine, if they could contain themselves, the vaccine rollout done. So will my right honourable friend personally intervene so that the immunocompromised, like my constituent Scott, can get access to British wonder drug Evusheld, and then they, not next winter, not next year, but now, so that they can enjoy this summer and enjoy their freedom just like the rest of us.
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I know that my honourable friend has taken a keen interest in this for a while. Evusheld could potentially reduce the risk of infection, as he says. We've got to look at the available evidence before we can make a decision about whether it should be available. But I will make sure that the Department for Health and Social Care keep him updated on the progress we're making.
We now come to Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to join others today to express my deepest sorrow at the horrific events in Texas yesterday. 19 children and 2 teachers have needlessly lost their lives. Many of us in Scotland will be remembering the tragic events that took place in Dunblane 26 years ago. The thoughts and prayers of the SNP are with the families suffering today, but also our hope that lawmakers will finally act to bring the scourge of gun violence that plagues the United States to an end. Mr. Speaker, the reports that the Prime Minister and Downing Street's law-breaking have been damning. Empty bottles littering offices, rooms so crowded people were sitting on each other's laps, and security forced to intervene because the parties were so outrageous. At the centre was the Prime Minister orchestrating it, grabbing a glass for himself in order to toast the partygoers. For 8 months, we've heard every excuse under the sun. But now we've all seen the damning photo evidence. Well, people stayed at home to protect the NHS. The Prime Minister was engaging in drinking and debauchery that makes a mockery of the gut-wrenching sacrifices that each and every person made. Will the Prime Minister now take the opportunity and resign?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell the right honourable gentleman that much as I appreciate his advice, he'll have a further opportunity, which I'm sure he will take with his customary length to debate that matter in the course of the statement which will follow directly after PMQs.
I'm not happy. Ian Blackford.
Matters, Mr. Speaker, but it's all a joke to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has lost the trust of the public. He has lost what little moral authority he had left. The Prime Minister has apologised many times, not because he feels any genuine remorse. He still refuses to even admit that there were parties and that he presided over them. He apologised for one simple reason: he got caught. The reality is, no apology will ever be enough for the families of people who lost loved ones, for the families who followed the rules, who stayed at home whilst their nearest and dearest to them were dying, and are now forced to look at photographs of the Prime Minister surrounded by drink, toasting to a party in the middle of a lockdown. If the Prime Minister will not accept that he must resign, then the Tory benches must act. This Prime Minister, who has broken the law and shown a cavalier attitude to the truth, cannot be allowed to remain in office. Prime Minister, time is up. Resign. Resign. Resign before this House is forced to remove him.
Prime Minister.
I thank him very much, and I would just direct him again. I think it would be to his advantage to look through the report, and then I think we should return to it after PMQs.
We now come to Jonathan Gillis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. High streets and heritage means a lot to the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork. Burslem and Tunstall, two of the great 6 towns of Stoke-on-Trent, are plagued with rogue and absent landlords who are too happy to let shops sit empty and historically important buildings such as Price and Kensington Teapot Works fall into ruin. Which is why I introduced my proper maintenance of land bill to increase fines on these ruinous owners. Can my right honourable friend confirm that, as part of the government's planning reform, he will adopt my bill which imposes a new unlimited fine so these reckless reprobates can be held accountable? Up the veil for Saturday, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Here, Mr. Speaker. Up the veil, but on his, I want to thank him, by the way, for his campaign. I think he's entirely right, and that's why we've adopted the measures that he proposes in the bill. Those who leave properties derelict unreasonably could face an unlimited fine, Mr. Speaker.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was pleased to meet the Prime Minister last week in Royal Hillsborough in my constituency. We welcome his commitment to introduce legislation to deal with the protocol on the Irish Sea border and to protect the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. That will take some time. In the meantime, as in the rest of the United Kingdom, hard-pressed households in Northern Ireland are suffering from the cost of living crisis. Will the Prime Minister give me an assurance that any measures that are brought forward by the Chancellor in the near future to help hard-pressed households will apply to Northern Ireland, and that the protocol will not be allowed to prevent Northern Ireland citizens receiving the support they need from the government at this time?
I thank the right honourable gentleman very much. As he knows, we have a package of measures to support families across the whole of the UK that I've detailed already to the House. I may say that I also think it would be an advantage to the people of Northern Ireland in tackling the issues that we all face across the UK if Stormont were to be restored, Mr. Speaker.
Lynn Saxby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recent report on levelling up the rural economy highlighted many areas where more work is needed in small rural and coastal communities to ensure they also benefit from our levelling up agenda. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that we need to ensure levelling up reaches into rural and coastal Devon, and will my right honourable friend meet with me and Helen Herford, our excellent candidate in Tiverton and Honiton, we can progress our plans for Devon?
Prime Minister.
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker, because my honourable friend is a fantastic advocate for Devon, for rural communities, and I will make sure that both she and Helen Herford get a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss her ideas further.
Ben Lay.
Mr. Speaker, rising fuel costs are causing serious problems for workers in car-dependent rural areas like Ceredigion, and for carers and district nurses, the situation has reached a crisis point. One carer from Ceredigion often has to travel 29 miles just to reach the first service user of the day, and travels around 1,700 miles each month. Would the Prime Minister therefore consider extending the Rural Fuel Duty Relief Scheme to areas like Ceredigion to help my constituent and many like her to continue their invaluable work?
Well, I thank him for his excellent question, and I can tell him that rural fuel duty relief is there to compensate motorists by helping retailers in some more remote rural areas where pump prices can be significantly higher. It currently operates on a geographical basis, but, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to ensure that the honourable gentleman gets a meeting with the relevant minister as fast as possible.
Stevenson.
Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, Labour and Socialism has failed this country because they have followed policies which interfere too much in people's lives, over-regulate, spend too much taxpayers' money, borrow too much and raise taxes. Could the Prime Minister tell the House what policies his government are going to follow to ensure we don't have a similar fate?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can. I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right. That Labour's instinct everywhere and always is to put up tax with all its that's what they're bragging about it today, Mr. Speaker. It's ludicrous. What we are doing is not only cutting people's contributions under national insurance, but also helping businesses to invest with the 130% super deduction that my right honourable friend put in. And what that is doing is helping us to have a high-wage, high-skill economy with unemployment, and that's why I said this before, Mr. Speaker, at the lowest since 1974.
Jill Furness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Days before the election of disgraced former Conservative MP Imran Ahmad Khan, his victim warned the Conservative Party of the abuse he had suffered. Sit down, sorry.
There's still, I think, an appeal in sub judice, so if you can be careful, I just word the question.
Shockingly, they failed to act on this report and still won't explain why. That's why Rotherham child sexual exploitation survivor Sammy Woodhouse has called for an independent investigation into the failure, warning that the Conservative Party have broken the trust of victims. So, will the Prime Minister personally back those calls and launch an independent investigation into the failure to act so that victims can have confidence that his party will never again turn a blind eye to it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hear what she says and the sensitivity of the issues that she raises. I think, though, given the legal proceedings that are currently going on, I don't think it would be right to comment any further.
On Bailey.
Mr. Speaker, while the politics of politics often gets all the attention, back in the real world, millions of parents are being held back by issues with childcare schemes that have been a muddle over governments of all political colours, and I declare a quite obvious interest. The taxpayer is spending £5 to £6 billion a year, but we have some of the highest costs in the world during a cost of living squeeze, and Stroud parents and early years educators are really stuck with the bureaucracy. I know my right honourable friend has personally asked ministers to investigate options to reduce the cost of childcare. Will he tell us a little bit more about what we can do urgently and work with me with the think tank Onward where we do our reforms?
Well, yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank her very much, and she and I have talked about this. This is a subject in which I take a direct personal interest, and I think, Mr. Speaker, that there are things that we can do to make childcare more affordable. One of the issues is that not enough people take up tax-free childcare. We need to have more take-up of what is on offer. But what we can also look at, Mr. Speaker, is ways in which we can reform and improve the system.
Or session low.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next month marks 5 years since the horrific Grenfell fire tower, which killed 72 people. My constituency, Vauxhall, has many tall buildings similar to Grenfell. In 2019, the Prime Minister rightly told this House, where the inquiry recommends government responsibility for fire safety, we will legislate accordingly. But, Mr. Speaker, last week the government dropped the inquiry's recommendation that personal evacuation plan should be in place for disabled residents, claiming basic safety would be too expensive. Grenfell United said that this showed that cutting costs is more important than the value of human life. So will the Prime Minister urgently reverse this deeply inhumane decision and not break another promise to this House?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. If there is an issue with fire safety in a building, then extra steps should be taken and remediation should be made. And when it comes to self-evacuation, Mr. Speaker, the Home Office has launched a new consultation to support the fire safety of residents who are unable to self-evacuate. But if she has further representations to make on that point, I'll be very happy to ensure she gets a meeting with the Minister in Duluth.
Mr. Speaker, I am not a cynical sort, but I was slightly perplexed this week when the Cabinet Secretary and the Director of Government Propriety and Ethics, no less, were banned from attending my committee to give evidence which had been scheduled for 2 months. I cannot possibly think why, Mr. Speaker. But I wonder which particular subjects my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, was most concerned being raised by my committee. Was it the case of undeclared loans and donations in kind, security insights into appointments to the House of Lords, or indeed the consultation of the propriety and ethics units in ministerial appointments?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure him, I know he's not a cynic, he's one of nature's idealists, Mr. Speaker, and I will make sure that all relevant ministers and civil servants appear before his committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is leading a long queue of Conservative MPs lining up to show how out of touch they are. Bills are rising, people are struggling. A quarter of people in work in Putney earn less than the London living wage. They don't need to be told how to budget better, to learn how to cook, to buy value food. They already are. When will the Prime Minister get a grip on this crisis, and when will he bring in the windfall tax?
Mr. Speaker, what we're doing for the people of Putney and the people throughout this country is making sure that we invest now in protecting them, as I've said to the House and I've said repeatedly, not just with the increases in universal credit or in the living wage, in the warm homes discount, in cutting fuel bills, but also, of course, with the £330 cut in NICs, Mr. Speaker. But the reason we can do this is because we have a robust economic position in which we have strong employment. That is giving us the revenue to pay and to cushion people in this difficult time. It would not have been possible if we'd listened to the Labour Party during COVID.
Mr. McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, tens of thousands of Huddersfield sporting fans are coming down to London. On Saturday, Huddersfield Giants are in their first Rugby League Challenge Cup final for over a decade. And on Sunday, it's Huddersfield Town in the Championship playoff final for a place in the Premier League. Will the Prime Minister, as well as wishing the best of luck to both Huddersfield teams, agree with me that the best way that Labour-run Kirklees Council can honour the sporting tradition of Huddersfield is following through with their pledge to house the new National Rugby League Museum in Huddersfield, in the birthplace, the George Hotel, and not pull out of that deal as they've indicated they want to do so?
Prime Minister.
Is that the Labour Council pulling out of their deal? Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised. All I can say is I congratulate him on his campaign for a National Rugby League museum, and I urge him to take it up with the Arts Council or other relevant bodies.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the cover of the pandemic, we've seen a massive shift in wealth from the poorest to the richest. A partying PM and a law-breaking rich list Chancellor have lined the pockets of their wealthy pals, whilst upwards of 175,000 of our fellow citizens have died from COVID, and they're now sitting on their hands and laughing in our faces as the cost of living crisis and fuel poverty could well leave thousands more to die of cold in their own homes. So, Mr. Speaker, when we saw pictures of the PM partying in the middle of the pandemic, was he toasting his assault on the working class? And I ask him, how on earth does he sleep at night with so much blood on his filthy, privileged hands?
Mr. Speaker, from furlough onwards, everything we have done since the pandemic began has been to get money into the pockets of the working people of this country, and those are the people time and again that we have prioritised. And I do not for a moment, doubt, Mr. Speaker, that things are tough. I do not doubt it for a moment, but it is our intention to get this country through it, and we will get through it very well by putting our arms around people as we can and as we will because of the fiscal firepower that we have, Mr. Speaker, but also by making sure that we continue with the high wage, high skill, high employment economy that we have. And the best thing to get money into people's pockets, Mr. Speaker, is to have a job.
Jill Mortimer.
Does the Prime Minister agree with me that when the right honourable member opposite spins his myth of a low-tax Labour Party, he clearly needs a memory job? Because, can I just remind you all that in 2019, You all stood on a manifesto that would have inflicted the highest tax burden on the people of this country in peacetime. That's probably why there's so few of you over there.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, they campaigned to put up taxes on business to the highest level this country has ever seen. That was his ambition, Mr. Speaker, and that is what they would do again. Be in no doubt, that's what they love to do. You can feel the lust for tax rising off those benches opposite, Mr. Speaker, and that is why there's never been a Labour government that left office with unemployment lower than when they came in.
Mr. Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the head of Ofgem advised MPs that the energy cap is due to increase to £2,800 in the autumn, more than double from last year. And I know the Prime Minister has been busy drafting and redrafting his half-assed apologies rather than helping the people of Bury South. But at which work event? Thank you, Mr. But at which work event did he realise Labour's call was the right thing to do, considering he and his party voted against it last week? Is it just to save his own neck?
I couldn't either hear the question or the advice I was being given. It might be helpful I could hear both. Prime Minister, did you manage to hear it?
Very much well. I heard enough, Mr. Speaker, to have a rough idea of the nonsense that he was talking. And what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is not only supporting people now, but we will continue to put our arms around the people of this country as we did during the pandemic and beyond.
Can I just say, moderate language is what we normally use. I don't find it. It doesn't suit the chair, and I don't think it suits the country, so please. John Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will recall I've previously raised with him the plight of 170 British council contractors who remain in Afghanistan in fear of their lives, 85 of whom are deemed to be at very high risk. I met the Refugee Minister last week. It was a positive meeting, but we face bureaucracy which is preventing the FCDO from cutting through that bureaucracy and helping these people now, courtesy of the ACRS scheme. Will he help us cut through that red tape and help these people? We owe them a debt of obligation, and time is running out.
Well, I thank him very, very much. I'll see what we can do to help those particular people, but I just remind the House that we've not only evacuated 15,000 people under Op Pitting, which I think was a great credit to this country, we've supported since then 4,600 more have come to this country, and we'll do what we can to help the people that he mentions.
Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jubilee Lead Academy in my constituency, working with Nottingham citizens, recently asked me to visit the school to hear about their low pay campaign. They're tired of seeing people in our community working hard but living in poverty. And now bills are rising, inflation's at 9%, and yet the government seems incapable and, frankly, a little disinterested in doing anything to help out. Mr. Speaker, our children can see the need for emergency action. Why can't our government?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, everybody in work, 30 million workers will get a tax cut in July, on top of everything that we're already doing. But that is not the end of what this government is going to do to look after people. And I've told the House before this afternoon, that we will continue to use our fiscal firepower to look after the British people through the COVID aftershocks and beyond.
Peg Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday at 3:25, a school bus crashed into a group of school children in Llanfachronion. 3 children were airlifted to hospital, with another child and the bus driver taken by ambulance, and a 5th child was discharged at the scene. Everyone is in a stable condition. Clearly, this is a tragic accident that will stay with the community for some time. Will the Prime Minister join me, and I'm sure the whole House, in sending our love and prayers to those in hospital? And will he also praise the teaching staff of both the primary and high school, the Welsh Air Ambulance, Dyfed Powys Police, for their heroic response and their continuing response to the community?
I thank my honourable friend for raising this very, very sad incident, and I'm sure the whole House, his thoughts, Mr. Speaker, will be with those who have been affected, and I want to join him in particular in paying tribute to the emergency services, but also, of course, the teachers and the staff of the school who did so much to help.
Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, my constituent Robert Walker sadly died last year. He worked for MI6 and as such disclosed in confidence that he was a gay man. This confidence was breached by the HR department at the Foreign Commonwealth Office. Recently unearthed paperwork showed that this breach largely accounted for his well-being and enforced early retirement. Would the Prime Minister offer Bob's partner, Stephen Honeyman, a posthumous apology and commit to ask the Foreign Commonwealth Office for a formal response to his treatment while he worked at MI6?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by saying how grateful I am to the honourable member for raising this case, but I have to tell her I'm afraid I don't know directly about the events that she describes. What she says is very concerning. I'll make sure that she gets a meeting with the relevant minister as soon as possible.
That ends Prime Minister's questions. For those who wish to leave. We now, can I just say to the House, I expect moderate and temperate language. As we come to the statement, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will make a statement. I'm grateful to Sue Gray for her report today, and I want to thank her for the work that she's done. I also thank the Metropolitan Police for completing their investigation, and I want to begin today by renewing my apology to the House, to the whole country, for the short lunchtime gathering on the 19th of June 2020 in the Cabinet Room, during which I stood at my place at the Cabinet table and for which I received a fixed penalty notice. And I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, above all, that I take full responsibility for everything that took place on my watch. Sue Gray's report has emphasised that it is up to the political leadership in Number 10 to take ultimate responsibility, and, of course, I do. But since these investigations have now come to an end, this is my first opportunity to set out some of the context and to explain both my understanding of what happened and also to explain what I have previously said to this House. And it's important to set out that over a period of about 600 days, gatherings on a total of 8 dates have been found to be in breach of the regulations in a building that is 5,300 metres square across 5 floors, excluding the flats. Mr. Speaker, I do think it is important because this is the first time chance I've had to set out the context. Hundreds of staff are entitled to work, and in the Cabinet Office, which has thousands of officials and now is the biggest it's been in any point in its 100-year history. And that is in itself one of the reasons why the government is now looking for change and reform. Mr. Speaker, those staff working in Downing Street were permitted to continue attending their office for the purpose of work, and the exemption under the regulations applied to their work because of the nature of their jobs reporting directly to the Prime Minister. These people were working extremely long hours, doing their best to give this country the ability to fight the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that this is no mitigation, but it is important to set out
Prime Minister,
context.
please, just one second. Can I just appeal to the House? I expect it to be heard, and I want everybody to hear it. And I want the same respect to be shown to the Leader of the Opposition afterwards. So please, this is a very, very important statement that the country wants to hear as well. Prime Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to set out the context, not to mitigate or to absolve myself in any way. The exemption under which they were present in Downing Street includes those circumstances where officials and advisers were leaving the government. And it was appropriate to recognise them, to thank them for the work that they have done. Let me come to that, Mr. Speaker. I briefly attended such gatherings to thank them for their service, which I believe is one of the essential duties of leadership, and particularly important when people need to feel that their contributions have been appreciated, and to keep morale as high as possible. I'm trying to explain the reasons I was there, Mr. Speaker. And it's clear from what Sue Gray has had to say that some of these gatherings then went on far longer than was necessary. And they were clearly in breach of the rules, and they fell foul of the rules. I have to tell the House, because the House will need to know this, and again, this is not to mitigate or to extenuate, I had no knowledge of those subsequent proceedings because I simply wasn't there. And I have been as surprised and disappointed as anyone else in this House as the revelations have unfolded. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, I have been appalled by some of the behaviour, particularly in the treatment of the security and the cleaning staff. And I would like to apologise to those members of staff. And I expect anyone who behaved in that way to apologise to them as well. And I'm happy to set on the record now that when I said, I came to this House and said in all sincerity that the rules and guidance have been followed at all times, it was what I believed to be true. It was certainly the case when I was present at gatherings to wish staff farewell, and the House will note that my attendance at these moments, brief as it was, has not been found to be outside the rules. But clearly this was not the case for some of those gatherings after I had left, and at other gatherings when I was not even in the building. So I would like to correct the record, to take this opportunity, not in any sense to absolve myself of responsibility, which I take and have always taken, but simply to explain why I spoke as I did in this House. Mr. Speaker, in response to her interim report, Sue Gray acknowledges that very significant changes have already been enacted. She writes, and I quote, "I am pleased that progress is being made in addressing the issues I raised." And she adds, "Since my update, there have been changes to the organisation and management of Downing Street and the Cabinet Office with the aim of creating clearer lines of leadership and accountability, and now these need the chance and time to bed in." Number 10 now has its own permanent secretary charged with applying the highest standards of governance. There are now easier ways for staff to voice any worries, and Sue Gray welcomes that, and I quote, "Steps have since been taken to introduce more easily accessible means by which to raise concerns electronically, in person or online, including directly with the permanent secretary." The entire senior management has changed. There is a new chief of staff, an elected member of this House, who also commands the status of a cabinet minister. There is a new director of communications, a new principal private secretary, and another of other key appointments in my office. I am confident with the changes and new structures that are now in place, that we are humbled by the experience, and we have learned our lesson. And I want to conclude by saying that Mr. Speaker, I am humbled and I have learned a lesson, Mr. Speaker. And I want to conclude by saying that whatever the failings of we'll come to that. And whatever the failings of Number 10 and the Cabinet Office throughout this very difficult period, and my own, for which I take full responsibility, I continue to believe that the civil servants and advisers in question, hundreds of them, thousands of them, some of whom, Mr. Speaker, are the very people who've received fines, are good, hard-working people, motivated by the highest calling to do the very best for our country. And I will always be proud of what they achieved, including procuring essential life-saving PPE, creating the biggest testing programme in Europe, and helping to enable the development and distribution of the vaccine which got this country through the worst pandemic of a century. And now, Mr. Speaker, we must get our country through the aftershocks of COVID with every ounce of ingenuity and compassion and hard work. So I hope that today, as well as learning the lessons from Sue Gray's report, which I'm glad I commissioned, and again, I repeat I'm grateful to her. I hope very much that now that she has reported, we will be able to move on and focus on the priorities of the British people, standing firm against Russian aggression, easing the hardship caused by the rising costs that people are facing, fulfilling our pledges to generate a high-wage, high-skill, high-employment economy that will unite and level up across the whole of our United Kingdom. That is my mission, that is our mission, that is the mission of the whole of the government, and we will work day and night to deliver it, and I commend this statement to the House.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The door of number 10 Downing Street is one of the great symbols of our democracy. Those who live behind it exercise great power, but they do so knowing their stay is temporary. Long after they've gone, that door and the democracy it represents will remain firm and unyielding. But Britain's constitution is fragile. It relies on members of this House and the custodians of number 10 behaving responsibly, honestly, and in the interests of the British people. When our leaders fall short of these standards, this House has to act. For months, members opposite have asked the country to wait. First, for the police investigation, which concluded that this Prime Minister is the first in our country's history to have broken the law in office. Then they asked the country to wait for the Sue Gray report. They need wait no longer. That report lays bare the rot that under this Prime Minister has spread in number 10, and it provides definitive proof of how those within the building treated the sacrifices of the British people with utter contempt. When the dust settles and the anger subsides, this report will stand as a monument to the hubris and the arrogance of a government that believed it was one rule for them and another rule for everyone else. The details are stark. 5 months ago, the Prime Minister told this House all guidance was completely followed in number 10. Yet we now know he attended events on the 17th of December. At least one of those attending has received a fine for it, deeming it illegal. We know that on the 18th of December an event was held in which staff drank excessively, which others in the building described as a party, and that cleaners were left to mop up the red wine the next day. On the 20th of May, as a COVID press conference was taking place, one of his senior officials was told, "Be mindful, cameras are leaving, don't walk about waving bottles." It is now impossible to defend the Prime Minister's words to this House. This is about trust. Because during that May 20 press conference, the British public were told normal life as we know it is a long way off. But that wasn't the case in number 10. Even now, after 126 fines, they think it's everyone else's fault but theirs. They expect others to take the blame whilst they cling on. They pretend that the Prime Minister has somehow been exonerated, as if the fact that he only broke the law once is worthy of praise. The truth is, they set the bar for his conduct lower than a snake's belly. And now they expect the rest of us to congratulate him as he stumbles over it. Number 10 symbolises the principles of public life in this country: selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, leadership. But who could read this report and honestly believe the Prime Minister has upheld those standards? The reason the British public have had to endure this farce was his refusal to admit the truth or do the decent thing when he was found to have broken the law. This report was necessary because of what Sue Gray describes as failures of leadership and judgment for which senior political leadership must bear responsibility. It is that failure of leadership that has now left his government paralysed in the middle of a cost of living crisis. The government has turned the focus of his government to saving his own skin. It's utterly shameful. It is precisely because he cannot lead that it falls to others to do so. I've been clear what leadership looks like. I haven't broken any rules, and any attempt to compel.
Sorry. Can I just calm it down? Quite rightly, I wanted to the Prime Minister. I expect the same of the Leader of the Opposition. Now, those who don't wish to hear, please go and have a cup of tea or something. Keir Starmer.
I've been clear what leadership looks like. I haven't broken any rules, and any attempt to compare a perfectly legal takeaway while working to this catalogue of criminality looks even more ridiculous today. But, Mr. Speaker, if the police decide otherwise, I will do the decent thing and step down. The public need to know that not all politicians are the same. That not all politicians put themselves above their country. That honesty, integrity and accountability matter. Members on the opposite benches now also need to show leadership. This Prime Minister is steering the country in the wrong direction. They can hide in the back seat, eyes covered, praying for a miracle, or they can act. Stop this out-of-touch, out-of-control Prime Minister from driving Britain towards disaster. We waited for the Sue Gray report. The country can't wait any longer. The values symbolised by the door of number 10 must be restored. Members opposite must finally do their bit. They must tell the current inhabitant, their leader, that this has gone on too long. The game is up. You cannot be a lawmaker and a lawbreaker. And it's time to pack his bags. Only then can the government function again. Only then can the rot be carved out. Only then can we restore the dignity of that great office and the democracy that it represents.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman talks about what went on in number 10 Downing Street and the events behind that black door, and the number of the events. And all I will say to him is that he, throughout the pandemic, was not leading many thousands of people in the fight against coronavirus. He was sniping from the sidelines and veering from one position to the next. And today, Mr. Speaker, he's done it again. Week after week, he could have come to this House and talked about the economy, about Ukraine, about the cost of living. No, Mr. Speaker, time after time, he chose to focus on this issue. He could have shown some common sense, Mr. Speaker, and recognised that when people are working very hard together, day in, day out, that it can be difficult to draw the boundary, Mr. Speaker, between work and socialising. And yet, after months of his, frankly, sanctimonious obsession, Mr. Speaker, the great gaseous zeppelin of his pomposity has been permanently punctured and irretrievably by the revelation that he is himself, he didn't mention this, he is himself under investigation by the police, Mr. Speaker, and yet, I'm not going to mince my words, I've got to say this, Sabir Korma, Mr. Speaker, is currently failing to hold himself to the same high standards that he demanded of me. It's true. He called for me to resign, Mr. Speaker, when the investigation began. Why is he in his place?
Mr. Holden, it's the second time. Please help me to help you, because I'm sure you want to hear the rest of it. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he should at least be consistent and hold himself to the same standards. He's still there, and so is the shadow deputy leader. And Mr. Speaker, I apologise when the revelations emerged. I continue to apologise. I repeat that I am humbled by what has happened, and we have instituted profound changes throughout Number 10. But I think in view of the mess that he has found himself in it would now be a sensible thing for him too to apologise, so that we can all collectively move on, Mr. Speaker. And that, I think, is what the people of this country want to see above all. They want to see leadership from this House of Commons, leadership from both parties, Mr. Speaker, in dealing with their priorities. And that is why we are focused on getting through the aftershocks of COVID. That's why I'm proud of what we did to roll out the fastest vaccine campaign in Europe. And that's why I'm proud that we now have the lowest unemployment anywhere in this country for 50 years, Mr. Speaker. That is what the people of this country want. I appreciate that he has his points to make, but I think overwhelmingly the will of this country is for us now to say thank you to Sue Gray, and for us collectively to move on.
Sir Robert Butland.
You, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend well knows the rules apply to him as much to all of us. And the rules of this House are clear that anybody who comes here and deliberately lies and misleads this House should leave their position, resign or apologise. My right honourable friend has been asked many times about specific incidents, specific events that Sue Gray has outlined. Has he on any occasion come to this House in response to specific questions about specific events and deliberately lied to us?
No, Mr. Speaker, for the reason I have given, that at the time that I spoke to this House, I believe that what I was doing was to attend work events, and with the exception of the event in the Cabinet room, that is a view that has been vindicated by the investigation.
We now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I speak, the public is poring over the sordid details of what went on out of the public eye, behind the high gates and the walls of the Prime Minister's residence, and the report is damning. It concludes, many gatherings and many individuals did not adhere to COVID guidance. Events were attended by leaders in government and should not have been allowed to happen. Junior civil servants believed their involvement was permitted by the attendance of senior leaders. There was an unacceptable lack of respect and poor treatment of security and cleaning staff. And crucially, Mr. Speaker, the senior leadership at the centre, both political and official, must bear responsibility for this culture. That leadership came from the top. And the Prime Minister, in the words of the report, must bear responsibility for the culture. A fish rots from the head. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's dispatch box denial of a party taking place on the 13th of November is now proven to be untrue. He was there on the 13th of November, photographed, raising a toast, surrounded by gin, wine and other revellers. The charge of misleading Parliament is a resignation matter. Will the Prime Minister now finally resign? This Prime Minister has adopted a systematic, concerted and sinister pattern of evasion. Truthfulness, honesty and transparency do not enter his vocabulary. It is just not part of his way of being, and it speaks for the type of man that he is. Credibility, truth, Morality all matter. And the Prime Minister has been found lacking time and time again, and he can shake his head, but that's the reality, Prime Minister. Ethics have to be part of our public life, and ethical behaviour has to be at the core of the demeanour and the response of any Prime Minister. The Prime Minister brings shame on the office and has displayed contempt not only to the members of this House, but to every single person who followed the rules. They stayed away from family, those who missed funerals, those who lost someone they loved. So when the Tory members opposite retire to the 1922 committee this evening, I hope they will bear in mind the now infamous government advert featuring a desperately ill COVID patient. It said, "Look into her eyes and tell her you never bend the rules." If they don't submit a letter, if they don't remove this Prime Minister, how will they ever look at their constituents in the eye ever again?
Mr. Speaker, I think that the right honourable gentleman should look closely at her Sue Gray's report, and I repeat my thanks to her. I stress that the nature and length of my involvement in these events is very clear from what she says, and I take full responsibility for what happened, and that is why we've taken the steps that we have to reform and improve the way Number 10 works. We are humbled by what has happened, and we have changed it.
Peter Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since I've been elected to this House, I've been running a campaign called Listening to Wellingborough and Rushden. And you may recall on one occasion that group asked me to present a letter at PMQ calling for a previous Prime Minister to resign. What they're telling me today, Mr. Speaker, is their concerns are the terrible war in Ukraine, the illegal immigrants crossing the Channel, and the economy. And their message to the Prime Minister is to get on with the job. Does he agree with the Listening to Wellingborough and Rushden campaign?
I agree with it. I agree with them profoundly and passionately, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Catherine West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said that on the 13th of November 2020, the ABBA party he attended briefly. His defence was a job interview. Can he confirm he was only in his flat and he met Henry Newman to discuss a job? And can he confirm what the other special advisers were doing? Were they part of the job interview as well?
Mr. Speaker, that evening was extensively investigated, to the best of my knowledge, and I don't believe I can improve on what Sue Gray has had to say.
Tobias Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a damning report about the absence of leadership, focus and discipline in Number 10, the one place where you expect to find those attributes in abundance. I made my point and my position very clear to the Prime Minister. He does not have my support. But a question I humbly put to my colleagues is, are you willing, day in and day out, to defend this behaviour publicly? Can we continue to govern without distraction, given the erosion of the trust with the British people? And can we win the general election on this current trajectory? The question I place to the Prime Minister is now, Mr. Speaker, I'm being heckled by my own people. If we cannot work out what we're going to do, then the broad church of the Conservative Party will lose the next general election. But my question to the Prime Minister is very clear on the question of leadership. Can he think of any other Prime Minister who would have allowed such a culture of indiscipline to take place under their watch? And if it did, would they not have resigned?
Mr. Speaker, I think to answer the question that he put to all of us on these benches, I think the answer is overwhelmingly and emphatically yes, we are going to go on and win the next general election, because we're going to get on with the job, Mr. Speaker.
Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says he's sorry, but he's only sorry he got caught. He didn't care then, as he parted during lockdown, when people couldn't see their dying loved ones. He didn't care last year, when he insisted that no rules had been broken. And he doesn't care now, when families across our country are struggling to heat their homes, fill their cars and put food on the table, with a cost of living crisis that has only deepened while the Prime Minister has been scrambling to save his own skin. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister look the British people in the eye and name one person, just one person, he cares about more than himself?
Mr. Speaker, I can tell him that there are people in number 10 Downing Street, including me, who cared passionately about making sure that we had the PPE that we needed, we had the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, and that we protected this country from COVID. And that is what people were doing. And I may say that the abuse that has been directed at civil servants and officials is, I think, wholly unwarranted.
Robert Jenrick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I think of civil servants and advisers during that period, I think of the brilliant civil servants who helped move mountains to create the shielding programme within a matter of days. I think of the brilliant civil servants and advisers that got 90% of homeless people off the streets within days. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that these achievements and others should mean that nothing in this report is a stain upon the character of the thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of civil servants, whether in number 10, other government departments, or across the country, who helped steer this country through the pandemic? And secondly, difficult though this is to say for many, with a war in Europe, with an economic crisis, with the challenges this country faces, is it not really true that it is now time to turn a page, and for this country, our politics and this House to move forwards?
I agree with him absolutely passionately, Mr. Speaker. I think the best thing, I think we can study the report, we can draw the conclusions that we want. The best thing now for our country is to move forwards together, and that's what we're going to do.
Dame Angela Riedel.
Mr. Speaker, we all understand, and the Prime Minister understands, that not being truthful on the floor of this House requires a resignation. My honourable friend, the member for Hornsey and Wood Green, asked the Prime Minister a point-blank question on the floor of this House when he was at that dispatch box. She asked him if he had been to a party on the 13th of November in 10 Downing Street. He said he hadn't and that no party had happened. There are 4 pictures of it. There are 4 pictures of it, Mr. Speaker, featured in the Sue Gray report. Will the Prime Minister account now, on the floor of the House, for his answer to that very specific question?
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker, and I tried to do it in what I said earlier on, and the answer is that it's part of my job to say thank you to people who work in government. That's what I was doing. I believed it was a work event, and indeed there has been no fine issued to me as a result of my attendance at that event, because that is what I was doing.
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I commend Sue Gray for the report, and I do understand why people are angry. Having looked at the pictures of the birthday party in the Cabinet Office, I think the opposition are going to be quite hard-pressed to explain why they have such moral outrage about that, but not about the late-night beers that happened just down there. However, one of the things I was very troubled by was the language that was used towards the custodian. Would the Prime Minister join with me now, and I'm sure the whole House would agree, the level of respect and gratitude that we have to every single cleaner and worker and all the people in the tea room that work in this place? Thank you, sir.
I thank her very, very much, and I agree very much with what she has just said. And I think that as I said in my opening statement, Mr. Speaker, I think the behaviour towards any rudeness towards a member of staff is absolutely inexcusable, and I want whoever was responsible to apologise.
Tamanjit Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I feel as if I have completely let down those who showered me with so much love. Why wasn't I by the bedside of my lovely grandmother during her final few days? Why did I let her die alone in that hospital? Why did I not attend the funeral of my uncle because of worries about government restrictions on numbers? And why did I not go to comfort my brother-in-law's father as he was dying in a Slough care home? Why, with all of this context, it is utterly hypocritical for those individuals who were preaching to us ad nauseum about patriotism, the flag and the Queen, for those very people to then be having late-night parties, including 2 on the night before the Queen had to sit all alone during her husband's funeral when the country was in a state of national mourning. Absolutely shameless. So, Prime Minister, given that the Prime Minister is not going to do the right and honourable thing, does he agree with me that it is not the support and sympathy of the British people that is keeping him in power, the majority of whom want him to resign, is the support and sympathy of those concerned...
Order! Order! I'm sorry, but it's meant to be a question, and also we don't normally bring monarch into proceedings. And I'm sure that the Prime Minister will have got the gist, and quite really, I understand the emotions behind it, but it's going to be short of Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very sorry for the honourable gentleman's loss, and he has a perfect right to speak with the passion that he does. All I can say is that I take full responsibility for what happened. I do, and we have made extensive changes.
John Barron.
Mr. Speaker, I believe both leaders have a lot to answer for with regards to this issue. The British Army teaches you, or certainly believes at its very core, that you serve to lead and you lead by example. Given the extent of rule-breaking in Number 10, does my right honourable friend believe that what he has said to the House since about there being no rule-breaking passed the test of reasonableness?
I think he's asking exactly the right question, and I understand why he asks it. But I've tried to give my answer to him and to the House, which is that I believe that I was attending work events. Those are the ones of which I had knowledge, and with the exception of what took place in the cabinet room in June of 2020, that view has been sustained by the investigation.
Janet Charing.
Speaker, neither I nor my Edinburgh South West constituents would wish to live in a state where the government of the day could influence the police in the exercise of their duty to investigate without fear or favour. So we're puzzled as to why the Prime Minister didn't receive questionnaires in respect of 3 gatherings where other people in Number 10 received questionnaires, and we're also puzzled as to why the ABBA party in the Prime Minister's flat has never been investigated either by Sue Gray or the Metropolitan Police. So can I ask the Prime Minister what can be done by way of an independent investigation to assure me and my constituents that the Metropolitan Police have not been nobbled?
Well, that would greatly surprise me, Mr. Speaker, but I think she should look more closely at Sue Gray's report, because I think she will find the answer she needs.
Michael Babrickan.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the outrage of people in Lichfield and Burntwood, and indeed the honourable gentleman opposite, who have lost loved ones. But I also understand, having been an employer, that attending an event where someone is leaving is considered to be a working event. And my right honourable friend clearly got guidance that turned out to be wrong. So can he now explain how the appointment of a new permanent secretary at Number 10 will make a difference in the future?
I thank him very much, and what we're doing is not only the structure of Number 10 has changed, so there's more direct command and control for the whole building, which was a little bit unclear before. And so there is a new permanent secretary with direct responsibility for the whole office, as it were, hundreds and hundreds of people, as opposed to that function being nominally to be addressed by the principal private secretary. And the lines of, as Sue Gray said, the lines of command were not clear. Sue Gray.
Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After months of shuffling around, prevarication and book passing, this report makes it absolutely clear that when the British public were taking those restrictions seriously, the Prime Minister was taking the British public for fools. That's why the Prime Minister and his government cannot now be taken seriously. Isn't it time he said goodbye so that the rest of us could say good riddance?
Mr. Speaker, I really don't think that the government can be blamed for the delay that he complains of. It took a long time for the Met to do their work. It was exhaustive, and I don't believe that it sustains the conclusion that he has drawn. Not at all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I asked the Prime Minister about Sue Gray's interim findings on the 31st of January, he asked me to wait for the inquiry report. He asked many members that day to do the same thing. Subsequently, he has asked the media to wait for the findings of the report, and he knows that many colleagues on these benches have told their constituents they're waiting for the inquiry report. So I was very surprised to read in the Times the intimation that he may have asked Sue Gray not to publish the report at all. Is there any truth to that suggestion, Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, what Sue Gray has published is entirely for Sue Gray, and it is a wholly independent report, Mr. Speaker.
Barry Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, the last time I asked the Prime Minister a question on this subject, I said the problem with him, and I've got on with him over the years, is he is a serial offender. And even serial offenders, if they actually confess that they've done wrong and then repent for what they've done, they can actually be forgiven because they're mending their ways. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but today's performance from the Prime Minister shows no real remorse, trying to shift the buck on other people, and I believe now, with all the many faces I see on the other side, that he should now resign.
Mr. Speaker, I've apologised, and I am, as I have said, deeply contrite about what happened. I take responsibility. We are affecting and have done a huge amount of change already in number 10, but it is my judgment that the best thing for the country is now to move on from this issue and to learn the lessons.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Given the cavalier way in which these rules were interpreted in number 10, does my right honourable friend agree that rules of such intrusiveness and rigidity must never again be imposed on the British people as a whole?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we were dealing with a pandemic that was absolutely unprecedented, and we did not have any immediate tools to control it short of a vaccine without asking people to restrict their behaviour. I'm sure there are plenty of lessons we can learn from the future about how to do it better, and I'm sure that will be a matter for the inquiry.
Angus Brendan MacMill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While he is still unwittingly a great asset for Scottish independence, the question everywhere, however, is how to goodness is he still Prime Minister of this current United Kingdom?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the answer to that question is contained in the continued support of the people of the United Kingdom for our union, and despite everything that they are doing to try to overturn the democratic verdict of 2014, I don't believe that they will succeed.
Natalie Elphie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his further apology and his explanation today, which is important for many of my constituents. does he note paragraph 4 of page 36 of the Sue Gray report that says, there have been changes to the organisation and management of Downing Street and the Cabinet Office with the aim of creating clearer lines of leadership and accountability? And does he agree with her that these changes need to bed in and that the focus of our government must be laser-like in tackling the cost of living crisis that has come about as a result of the COVID pandemic and Ukraine, and that this is the concern over and above everything else of my constituents?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the General Opposite says answered. I will. I agree. I agree completely with what she has just said, and that's why we're going to get on with the job.
Chris Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a load of baloney. Excuse after excuse after excuse, and it simply doesn't wash, and it won't wash with the British public, who are sick and tired of being taken for fools. The truth is, the Prime Minister encouraged the gatherings. He attended the gatherings. He poured the drinks at the gatherings. And he even raised a toast at the gatherings, so he knew perfectly well that these gatherings had taken place. And the most despicable thing of all is that Sue Gray says she saw multiple examples of a lack of respect and poor treatment of security and cleaning staff because they knew what the rules meant, even if nobody else does. Does he show no contrition, no sense of shame that Downing Street under him has been a cesspit full of arrogant, entitled narcissists?
Mr. Speaker, as I've said to the House already, I think that it is absolutely disgraceful in any circumstances to be rude to people who are helping you, and rude to staff, rude to custodians. It's intolerable, and I will make sure that those who are guilty of it apologise or are otherwise disciplined.
Jack Brereton.
Mr. Speaker, now we've had this report and the Prime Minister has repeatedly apologised, does my right honourable friend not agree that we should be focusing on the real issues that matter to the British public, which is...
Sorry for one. Both of you, I think, need for a cup of tea outside because I can't hear with you both shouting. So a separate debate was trying to be created, but we don't need to worry anymore. Jack Barrett.
Mr. Speaker, does my right honourable friend not agree we should focus on the real issues that matter to the British people, dealing with the cost of living and also the issues with Russia's invasion of Ukraine? And given what happened in Durham, the only people left to apologise in this chamber are on those Labour benches, on the Labour front benches opposite.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think those people in glass houses should not throw stones.
Sybil Roberts.
To call this a damning report for the Prime Minister is an understatement. It states the senior leadership at the centre, both political and official, must bear responsibility for this culture, both political and official. For 168 days, he's used Sue Gray as a human shield against this duty. In this farce of a parliamentary system, it's now all down to Tory MPs, and there are not many left here, for them to grow a backbone and oust this moral vacuum of a Prime Minister. Will he spare them the trouble and resign?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank Sue Gray for bringing this report to us today, and of course the Metropolitan Police for concluding their inquiries before that. But does the Prime Minister agree with me that investigations should be carried out without outside interference or statements towards the police or others? And would the Prime Minister now urge the Leader of the Opposition to respect this too with regards to Durham Constabulary?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker, that sounds like very sound advice.
Absul Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My mother, my father-in-law and my mother-in-law are just three of the nearly 180,000 people who died from COVID-19 in Britain. The laws broken by the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and others were not victimless crimes. They were not silly rules and meaningless red tape. They were designed to protect lives. Mr. Speaker, the doctors and nurses who cared for my relatives at North Manchester General Hospital were not clocking off for Wine Time Friday. So for the first time in his life, will the Prime Minister do the right thing and resign?
No, Mr. Speaker, but I want to assure him that I understand the reasons why he feels as he does, but I also want to say that everybody in Number 10 took the pandemic with the utmost seriousness. I agree for his loss. We were doing our best to contain a very, very difficult situation.
Craig McKinley.
Speaker, my right honourable friend will be aware that I voted against much of this COVID legislation over the last couple of years because I felt a lot of it was pettifogging, ridiculous and unnecessary. I think an apology should be paid by this entire House to the British people to allow a lot of this nonsense legislation to be in place. Whereas I have great comfort and respect that the courts tend to come to the same conclusion for the same offences, it would seem that the legislation that we passed allowed an individual police force to come to different conclusions, and certainly different police forces. Because of the photos I've seen, I'd much rather have been at the curry and beer than the birthday party that the Prime Minister had in the Cabinet room.
I thank him very much, and all I can say is that those matters are for the relevant forces.
Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the Prime Minister has any credibility left because my constituents tell me that they don't believe what he says. So I want to ask the Prime Minister about what I think to be the bare minimum in this situation. When it comes to the cleaning staff and the security staff in Number 10 treated with a lack of respect, has the Prime Minister personally apologised to them?
I thank her. This is the first that I've seen of the detailed criticisms of civil servants for that abuse. I've said that I think it's intolerable, and I will make sure that staff, custodians, cleaners who were treated disrespectfully get a proper apology. I've apologised to them today. I've apologised to them today already from this dispatch box.
Rarely in my 21 years in this House have I heard such utter drivel in what we've been presented to today. I've tried to find words to capture what the Prime Minister said. Disingenuous, delusional, slippery, self-serving, and I know I can't say this one is in this place. No attempt at remorse, all somebody else's fault. Surely if he was half the man that he thinks he is, he would summon that self-respect and just go.
Yeah. I direct him to what I've already said.
Barbara Keeler.
Speaker, I want to quote the following to the Prime Minister and all those on his side. We've just heard one that want to suggest the COVID rules didn't matter. It's from palliative care doctor, Dr. Rachel Clark. To NHS staff, it was abundantly clear that the way you survive a pandemic is together. In 2020, collective compliance was all NHS patients had to protect them. Basic, selfless public decency mattered. Rules were hated but obeyed because we care about each other. And that glass of wine in the PM's hand, it's been thrown in the face of all of us. How does he reply to that?
Mr. Speaker, I wish things could have been handled better, and I wish things we got things right in Number 10 in the way that we didn't. And I apologise again for things that got wrong, but things we got wrong. But we've already changed the way we work, and I really think it's time that the country moved on.
Wendy Chamberlain.
The Prime Minister has previously stated that Partygate investigations would be fully complied with, but today there are reports that senior staff simply didn't answer the questionnaires and as a result have avoided being fined. Can the Prime Minister therefore confirm whether all senior staff at Number 10, including himself, met their obligations and replied to the Metropolitan Police in full?
As she knows, those are a matter for the Met.
Nasha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said, "I briefly attended such gatherings to thank them for their service, which I believe is one of the essential duties of leadership." He wouldn't need no leadership if it hit him in the face from where my constituents stand. And I'll tell him why. Because there's doctors who gave their lives. Their families weren't allowed to attend their funerals. I was on the phone when the trust I work with had to make decisions of leadership to separate people from not being able to see their dying relatives. I was on the phone to somebody whilst they died, begging me to let them see him. That's what leadership is, when those were difficult decisions they had to make, when nurses couldn't go home and had to book into hotels so they didn't spread infections. So if he had an ounce of leadership, he'd resign, so why doesn't he?
I refer her to what I've already said.
Nick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's credibility is like a slow puncture. He reinflates it occasionally, but isn't the truth? His party needs a new front wheel.
Mr. Speaker, I think they really need to ask a new question.
Kate Land.
I have to say I'm absolutely appalled by the behaviour of some members in this chamber today. They're refusing to accept responsibility. They're jeering and cheering and saying, let's move on. Well, can I tell you, Prime Minister, there's a young man in Blackburn who can't move on because due to a wart on his head, rather than getting an appointment with the doctor, he was asked to send in a picture. 3 months later, he was actually told he had stage 4 cancer. So the impact is widespread, the damage is long-lasting, and this young man cannot even get the treatment because they say they won't fund it. Does the Prime Minister feel no shame that he just totally trashed rules that he made, expected other people to live with? He wants to move on and other people are left with the consequences. Surely the Prime Minister must resign.
No, Mr. Speaker, we want to get on with addressing the COVID backlogs, which is what we're doing.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sometimes wonder if the Prime Minister has a neck of pure brass. Does he understand and recognise the words honesty, integrity and accountability? No. Because from my position, I don't think he does. Many members have spoken of personal things and personal tragedies they've gone through. The country needs a new leader. Yes, we need to move on, but we shouldn't need to lead on with you, Prime Minister. Will you now resign?
Mr. Speaker, I think that I'm just going to repeat my previous answer.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's leadership, his behaviour drives the culture in our politics, but also in our country. And it also gives licence to others to behave in a similar matter. So if he is genuine in his apology, and he's not, will he firstly ensure that the ministerial and members' codes have the Nolan principles incorporated into them and put them on the statute? And secondly, will he condemn those Oldham Conservative candidates who delivered toxic, racist, misogynistic leaflets during the recent local elections? His chairman has details of that.
I'd be very happy to look at those details if she'll send them to me.
Carol Monaghan. Right, let's pick somebody else. Dan Jarvis.
Serve to lead. That's the motto of the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst. And everybody serving in our armed forces knows that if the commanding officer of a unit had presided over the kind of shambles we'd seen in Downing Street, they would be discharged of their duties. Why is it different from the Prime Minister?
Is he referring to the vaccine programme, the PPE securing, or the fact that we came out of COVID faster than any other European country?
Anand Keshar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A comment that sickened me from the Sugray report was, and I quote, "I was made aware of multiple examples of a lack of respect and poor treatment of security and cleaning staff. The Prime Minister has made a public apology at the dispatch box, but when will he personally apologise to those hard-working cleaning staff who risked every day to ensure that everyone was kept safe?"
I thank her very much, and just to repeat what I said both earlier on and to the honourable lady opposite, when I've identified the custodians, the cleaners, the staff in question, of course I will talk to them myself.
Dr. Rupahat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One address, 20 months, 204 questionnaires, 345 documents, 510 photos, including the ones on page 38 onwards, of him raising a toast when he should be toast. And as a result of this, 126 fines, mostly to 83 junior staffers, while all the while the police were routinely fining people greater amounts than his 50 quid for far lesser offences. Doesn't this all point to a conclusion that not everyone is as equal under the law as each other these days?
I think that there's a criticism of the Metropolitan Police contained in what she's just said, which I don't agree with.
Karen Smith.
The problem with this report, Mr. Speaker, is the dates outlined so clearly reopen many of our wounds. But I'm going to ask the Prime Minister a question that has been asked earlier that he didn't answer, from the member for Newcastle under Lyme. When he met with Sue Gray recently this week, did he ask her not to publish this report?
No, Mr. Speaker, and what I can tell the honourable lady is that this is a wholly independent report, and the judgments contained in it are a matter for Sue Gray. I'm grateful to her. I'm grateful to her for what she has done, and I believe that it has been I think her interim report was extremely useful to the government in making the changes that we have.
Mr. Speaker, when the years to come, when the Prime Minister reflects on his time as PM and in government, what does he think will be his proudest moment? Will it be breaking his own lockdown laws and being fined? Will it be misleading Parliament? Or will it be lying to the Queen and presiding over such a toxic environment that, as according to Sue Gray's report, staff in his office had a lively party the night before her husband's funeral?
Mr. Speaker, I will look back many years hence on from this period. I think the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe wasn't half bad. Being the first country anywhere in the world, Mr. Speaker, to put an approved vaccine in anybody's arms, and to come out of COVID faster than any other European country, those are already very considerable achievements. To say nothing of delivering Brexit, which I'm afraid which she would not have done, and nor would the party opposite, Mr. Speaker.
Sarah Jones.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was asked whether he thought any other Prime Minister would have allowed such rule-breaking on their watch. Well, I was a senior civil servant for two Prime Ministers, Gordon Brown and the Honourable Lady for Maidenhead, and I can tell him, when I was a senior civil servant, no such behaviour would have occurred. What is clear in the Sue Gray report, to me, is the number of comments of civil servants who knew they were doing something wrong. We seem to have got away with it. This is somewhat of a comms risk. People shouldn't be walking around waving bottles of wine in front of cameras, and it goes on. They knew they were doing something wrong. Did the Prime Minister, at any stage, at any of these events he was at, think he was doing something wrong?
No, well, I've tried to be clear with the House about that. And by the way, she talks about serving previous Prime Ministers. I thank her for her service, but I want to assure I've never thrown a stapler at anybody, or an ashtray, Mr. Speaker.
I'm in Newlands.
Right. Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. His utterances on Partygate at that dispatch box have proven to be the fantasy we all knew they were. Allegra Stratton resigned for merely joking about a party. She's more integrity in a little finger than the Prime Minister could ever hope of possessing. This charlatan of a Prime Minister is without shame, without credibility, and without any hope of ever winning another election. So does he agree that he will sacrifice anyone or any institution, including his own party, to try and keep his ever-weakening grip on power?
Mr. Speaker, I know why they want to remove me from office, because we're going to get on and win the next election, and that's the reality.
Lynn Brown.
Speaker, maybe the Prime Minister could help me again. If no rules were broken, what on earth did Martin Reynolds mean when he said we got away with it? Referring, of course, to the Bring Your Own Booze party on the 20th of May. What did he mean, we got away with it?
Mr. Speaker, I can't give an exegesis of what's in the report. She can read the report for herself.
Thank
you very much, Mr. Speaker. When the Prime Minister says he's sorry, we know he's sorry for getting caught. One of my constituents, Louise, was in hospital in November 2020. A very elderly woman lay in the bed next to her, crying and begging for her family. She asked Louise to phone and ask them why they hadn't come to see her. The last thing she said to Louise was, "I won't be here in the morning." She died with a student nurse holding her hand, which haunts Louise to this day. Does the Prime Minister agree with Louise when she says he's a liar and must resign?
I have every sympathy for Louise and all those who have suffered, but no, Mr. Speaker, for the reasons I've given, I don't agree with what he's just said.
Stephen Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has presided over a culture of law-breaking, entitlement and privilege in Downing Street. He cannot credibly plead ignorance on that point. In his statement, he has sought to try to rationalise this by saying that the staff in Downing Street were working long, pressurised hours battling COVID. So what does he say to the thousands of doctors, nurses, care workers, the emergency services, cleaners, security staff and indeed civil servants up and down the country who didn't have alcohol-fuelled work events, parties or leaving dues?
Mr. Speaker, I simply say to them what I've said since the pandemic began, which is I thank them from the bottom of my heart.
Dean McCabe.
When I previously asked the Prime Minister to release the publicly funded photographs of these incidents, he declined because of the police investigation. Is there any conceivable reason, Mr. Speaker, why the full publicly funded catalogue of these incidents should not now be released so that the public can see and judge for themselves?
Mr. Speaker, what I can tell him is that, to the best of my knowledge, I think all the evidence has been seen by Sue Gray and by the Metropolitan Police. There may be issues about what else can be released more generally, but he has, I believe, a representative. The public has, I think, a representative sample of the images.
Cowan.
5 times in a 5-page report, the Prime Minister indicates that he takes responsibility. But in actual fact, he hasn't, not once. During the pandemic, all MPs asked our constituents to adhere to the guidelines to protect themselves, their family, their friends, their colleagues and the wider community. Prime Minister, with the benefit of hindsight, do you believe you set a good example, one that you can look back with pride?
Mr. Speaker, where I fell short and where we fell short, I apologise. I want to thank all colleagues who asked their constituents to follow the guidelines. And I think, actually, yes, the government can be very proud of a lot of what we delivered during COVID.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've waited for this report, and looking through this report, it's clear to me that the Prime Minister did break the rules on one occasion when he was surprised by a birthday greeting between meetings in the Cabinet room. This is a rule breach, clear rule breach, but one for which he has apologised, and I accept his apology. It is also clear from this report that there was other examples which he was not present at and which he did not break the rules at, but which others did, that occurred repeatedly during the period of the lockdown. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, what has he learned from this, and how do the changes that he's put in place at number 10 make sure that such examples and the attitudes that allow them to occur will not persist now on?
I thank her very much, and I think that my honourable friend from Lichfield asked substantially the same question. It's, I think the lines of command and responsibility in number 10 are now much sharper, thanks to the installation of a new second permanent secretary with direct responsibility for everybody in the building.
Mr. Mathers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister must see that people partying until the small hours on a regular basis at Downing Street paints an awful picture to everybody else who has followed the rules. But I want to ask him specifically about the gathering in his flat on the 13th of November 2020, which, contrary to what he said today, hasn't been fully investigated by Sue Gray. Can he confirm, for the record, that everyone who was there that evening was working and that there was no alcohol, no music or anything else that people might reasonably conclude constituted a party?
I'm grateful to him, and I think I answered this already. I've got nothing to add to what Sue Gray says in her report, or what the Metropolitan Police found in their investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I
know the Prime Minister would love for these incidents to be swept under the carpet and for us all to forget about it. But the Panorama documentary and this Sue Gray report shows the utterly inappropriate and shameless behaviour that took place at Number 10 during lockdowns. Now, the Prime Minister has said that he wants to appreciate his officials at Number 10, and by doing this, he had parties that took place every Friday at 4 p.m, an open bar and excessive drinking. This is a way in which he appreciated his staff, and the Sue Gray report states the excessive consumption of alcohol is not appropriate in a professional workplace at any time. To take responsibility is to resign. The Prime Minister has said he's not going to do this. Can he say what he's doing now to appreciate his staff and officials at Number 10?
I think what we're already doing, Mr. Speaker, is sharpening up the management of Number 10, making it easier for staff to complain, to voice their anxieties. But you know, I've just got to say, Mr. Speaker, that we've got to get on with the business of government, and I know that she wants to persist with this subject, but I want those officials to focus on the priorities of the people.
Speaker, it's rumoured the Chancellor will shortly finally be announcing some further help for our struggling constituents with the cost of living crisis. But we know how things work in this government with its enormous team of spin doctors. Has his government deliberately held back the details of that desperately needed help in order to provide some cover for the damning impact of this report?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, like many in this country, have lost loved ones. My constituents have lost loved ones. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost loved ones. And the longer this goes on, the more traumatising their experience is. I can tell him that sitting through these statements is very traumatising for many of us who've lost loved ones and our constituents. That is why we cannot go on like this. Can the Prime Minister now do the decent thing, do the honourable thing, and accept responsibility and step down so that we can all move on and get on with our lives and make sure that people who've suffered so much are protected and served properly?
I thank her, and I of course, appreciate the suffering of those on whose behalf she speaks, but I do believe it is the duty of the government to get on as fast as we can with sorting out the priorities of the people now.
Can I thank Sue Gray for publication of her report? It's good to see the final article. We all recognise that there are many lessons to be learned from the handling of the pandemic from all levels of government, as the report states. Can the Prime Minister, working alongside devolved administrations, give an indication as to when he will be launching the public inquiry on COVID-19 that he promised? The general public have questions to ask and answers must be given. When will the general public have their say?
I thank him. As he knows, Baroness Hallett has been Heather Hallett has been appointed to head the inquiry, and he can expect developments soon.
Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely imperative that the British public are told the whole truth. Everyone hopes that there have been no reductions or changes to this report. Indeed, Downing Street said its intention was to publish the report in full, in its entirety, unchanged. So can I ask the Prime Minister, did anyone in Number 10 receive a copy of the report yesterday? And were any requests made for sections to be removed or altered? And following requests specifically, were there any changes made to the section relating to the governing in the Number 10 flat on the 30th of November 2020?
I can tell him that I received the report myself, and I'd not seen it before until shortly after 10 o'clock this morning. And on his second point about no, Mr. Speaker, no, on the second point about the events on November the 13th, I've addressed those several times.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, now we know that while the Prime Minister was happy to let the bodies pile high outside Downing Street, he was also happy to let the bottles pile up high inside Downing Street. We also know that he's come to that dispatch box and denied point blank that events took place that we now know did take place and which turned Downing Street into the most notorious party flat in central London. Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister has diminished and demeaned his office, and he speaks of leadership, but any leader should know when it's time to go. Why won't the Prime Minister go so that the country can move on and move on as it needs to without him in office?
Mr Speaker, I think what he's just said is unworthy of the civil servants, some of whom, I'm sad to say, were fined, who worked night and day to minimise suffering and minimise casualties during COVID.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituent Ruby Fuller lived by the motto, live kindly, live loudly, in pursuit of social justice. Ruby died from cancer on the 20th of May 2020 as the Bring Your Own Booze party was happening in Downing Street. Her young friends had to say goodbye to Ruby by Zoom. What does the Prime Minister have to say to Ruby's friends, young people in my constituency who are listening to him today blame everybody but himself? And when will he accept that every single day he remains in Downing Street, our politics is corroded further?
Mr Speaker, I repeat my condolences to those who suffered from COVID, to those who couldn't get the treatment that they needed during the pandemic, to the family of Ruby who couldn't see her when she was suffering from cancer. And all I can say now is that we want to get on with our work, which is to clear the backlogs, particularly for cancer patients up and down the country.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For the bereaved families of justice, for the bereaved families of COVID, this report will unleash another cruel wave of loss and grief and anger. So, as a bare minimum, will the Prime Minister promise that the interim findings of the COVID inquiry will be published before the next general election?
That is a matter for the Chair.
Andrew Gwynne.
Thank you. To those MPs that have clearly gone for their lunch, can I advise them that the Prime Minister's humble pie is off? But was the Prime Minister at the party on the 18th of December 2020, the so-called wine and cheese evening, which lasted for 5 hours and when, and I quote, red wine was spilled on one wall and the event was crowded and noisy, after which a cleaner was forced to clean this up? Was he at it at any stage of the proceedings?
I think you will find the answer to that question in Sue Gray's report.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The conclusion of the report states, Mr Speaker, the conclusion of the report states that Ms Gray found that some staff had witnessed and been subjected to behaviours at work that are concerning, multiple examples of a lack of respect and poor treatment of security and cleaning staff. For me, that is the most damning, but also the most telling part of the report, Prime Minister. Why is it that people like him and the people that work at Number 10 think that cleaners, security guards, nurses, teachers are beneath them, less important than them? Why, Mr President?
Mr Speaker, I condemn such behaviour, and actually when I was running London Transport, for instance, I instituted much tougher penalties for those who abused our staff. And I support tougher penalties for those who abuse shop workers, Mr Speaker. Those are the values I stand for.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Wine Time Friday, karaoke, grown men drinking shots of apple sours. How can anyone on the benches opposite honestly describe these as work events? Misleading the House is a very serious issue, as the Prime Minister well knows, but taking the people of this country for fools is far worse. And whilst he's busy trying to defend the indefensible, I'd like to know, Mr Speaker, how many of my former colleagues does he think will be joining me on these benches after today?
That's the priority. Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman will find the answers to his questions in the Sue Gray report. I really don't have anything more to add.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By the actions of this Prime Minister, standards of public life in the UK now lie face down in the gutter. The Prime Minister wants us all to move on collectively. Well, let me assure this derailed Prime Minister there is no collective in Scotland of which you are a part. So as his authority lies festering in a steaming pile of incredulity, will he set out to the people of Scotland the productive and positive role he will play with the Scottish Government in allowing and enacting a referendum on independence so we can finally free ourselves of exactly the type of behaviour you typify?
Mr. Speaker, I will continue to work productively with the government in Scotland, as we did throughout the pandemic, not least in delivering the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, in the furlough programme, and everything else that we did together that shows that we're stronger together.
Mr. Speaker, in response to the question put by my honourable friend, the member for Wirral South, the Prime Minister said that he had not had time to apologise to the cleaning and security staff. Is he telling this House that Sue Gray and no official appraised him of one of the 8 conclusions of this report prior to him coming to the House today, or are they simply just not his priority?
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker. Since I saw the report this morning, I haven't had time to be able to identify the custodians or the cleaners in question. But as I said earlier on to the honourable lady opposite, as soon as I can, I will apologise to them in person.
Christine Jardine.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I have been inordinately proud of the way my constituents and people up and down this country have dealt not just with the pandemic but with the economic crisis that they now face. None of that is reflected in the shameful behaviour we see in the report. Much earlier, I see the Prime Minister look at his watch, one of his own colleagues suggested that perhaps we should want to turn the page on what has happened. And believe me, I think everybody in this place would like to turn the page and never have to revisit again. But the only way that we can do that is if the Prime Minister accepts responsibility fully and moves on, so we can turn that page.
Speaker, I am going to move on with the government's agenda, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that the Prime Minister struggles with the truth. But can he vouch to me and to this House that he will do everything that he possibly can to stave off his backbenchers and instead lead the campaign to protect his precious union?
More of that, please.
Listen, Mr. Speaker, I think increasingly the strongest advocates of the union of the United Kingdom are the Scottish Nationalist Party, who, by their incompetence, their overtaxing, their poor educational results, they can't even make the trains run on time, Mr. Speaker. They can't even buy some ferries without totally screwing it up, Mr. Speaker. They are terrific advocates of the United Kingdom. I thank them for what they're doing.
Order. Order. Thank you. Presentation of bill. Presentation of bill. Secretary George Eustace.
Oh, tell you what.
No, just nod. Clerk.
Genetic Technology Precision Breeding Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Thank you. We now come to the Product Security and Telecommunications Infrastructure Bill Programme number 2 motion. Programme motion. Minister to move?
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Product Security and Telecommunications Infrastructure Bill to be considered.
Now. We begin with Government New Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other selected new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call Minister Julia Lopez to move Government New Clause 1.
Thank you. I beg to move. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to be making such good progress on this bill, which seeks to deliver world-class connectivity to our constituents, but also to improve the security of the devices that we all rely upon. If I may, I shall start by explaining the need for the government amendments tabled in the name of the Secretary of State. Since those amendments are very straightforward, I shall then move on to the more substantial matter of the remaining amendments, which I suspect the honourable members and right honourable members are keener to discuss. I shall begin with New Clause 1. As I explained at second reading, some operators with apparatus on land are currently unable to follow an existing statutory process to renew their agreement once it comes to an end. These operators also cannot use the code to get an entirely new agreement because only the occupier of land can grant code rights. An operator already occupying land clearly cannot enter into an agreement with itself. Clause 57 of the bill, as originally drafted, was intended to make sure operators could obtain code rights from another party in these circumstances. However, subsequent engagement with stakeholders has made clear that the clause as drafted would not cover all scenarios and that a more focused approach is required. Some operators would still find themselves effectively stuck once their agreements ended, with no means of renewing their agreement and no reasonable or practical means of obtaining a new code agreement. This can have negative consequences for consumers, and as such we think it's unacceptable. New Clause 1 therefore replaces Clause 57. The new clause will ensure all operators in exclusive occupation of land who don't have a statutory renewal option can still seek a code agreement. The person who can grant those code rights will usually be the owner of the land, although the new drafting makes provision for less straightforward situations. As well as resolving the problem of stuck operators, this new clause also assists operators with existing ongoing agreement. Where such operators need additional code rights not already provided by their current agreement, this new clause ensures they can seek such rights. Currently, some such operators cannot do so because they're in occupation of the land. Certainly.
Will she confirm that they still need to get the agreement of the landowner or someone else who is empowered in order to grant that right, so that there is no muddle or confusion?
Yes, that is the case. It's just that they will be allowed to take out a new agreement, but they will still have to be under the existing regime. So, to be clear, this will not let an operator, to his concern, unilaterally change or ask the court to impose a change to the terms or duration of their current agreement. It allows an additional code right to be conferred on the operator via a new separate code agreement. And as the initial... I'm
grateful to the Minister for giving way. I think we all accept the need to be able to protect the continuity of service, but my constituent, Mr Ramsey, is being under the receiving end of some very, very strong tactics from Telefonica, and they're looking to reduce his lease agreement to the value of about 90%, from £5,000 down to about £7,000, and he feels he has no option under the weight of that corporate might. What does she suggest my constituent does? It's a David and Goliath situation.
I thank him for raising the case of his constituent. I'd be very grateful if he might take it up with my offices. I'd be very keen to look into it. Throughout the course of this legislation passing through the House, individuals have raised particular cases with me. It's fair to say that the numbers of those cases has reduced substantially in the passage of this bill. I am content that things seem to be getting in a much better position, but if there are outstanding cases where there is a situation that an MP feels is unfair, then I should be grateful if it could be brought to my attention. Now, to return to the case that I was just setting out, as with an initial agreement, if a consensual agreement cannot be reached about the additional right needed, operators will be able to ask the court to impose an additional agreement conferring the additional right. Of course, in those circumstances, an operator would still have to satisfy the court that its application meets the requirements of Part 4 of the Code, including the public interest test. Now, as an example of how the government intends this to work, an operator may have an existing agreement which contains a code right to install a 3-metre high mast. Subsequently, the operator realises it needs to install a 5-metre high mast on the same piece of land. That could enable the operator to install 5G technology or to improve or expand its network. The original agreement allowing the 3-metre mast will continue to run for its remaining term, and the operator will ask the site provider to enter into a second agreement which contains a code right allowing it to install the 5-metre high mast. Advancements in technology occur at pace, whereas a code agreement can last for a number of years. If an operator has to wait until the term of its code agreement is about to expire before being able to obtain additional code rights, it will be unable to install the latest technology on its apparatus, meaning our constituents will be deprived of faster, more reliable services like 5G and, in time, 6G. We think this amendment is also vital to give UK businesses access to the technology they need, enabling our economy to thrive, and I hope honourable members will therefore agree that it must be made. Turning now to new Clause 2. We want to make sure that disputes relating to the Electronic Communications Code can be dealt with as quickly and efficiently as possible. Currently, paragraph 95 of the Code allows the Secretary of State to make regulations that confer jurisdiction on either the first-tier tribunal or upper tribunal in relation to England, but only the upper tribunal in relation to Wales. The current regulations made under paragraph 95 state that all code disputes must commence in the upper tribunal, although in England appropriate cases may then be handed down to the first-tier tribunal. The first-tier tribunal has greater administrative resources and more judges than the upper tribunal, meaning that code disputes can be processed and heard more quickly. Moving forward, the government is therefore considering a greater role for the first-tier tribunal in hearing code disputes, including making further regulations using the power in paragraph 95 of the Code where appropriate. This amendment provides the necessary power so that we can do just that, and in future the Secretary of State will be able to make regulations conferring jurisdiction on both the upper tribunal and the first-tier tribunal in Wales. The final set of government amendments are numbers 4 to 7. These amendments have been tabled just to make a minor clarification to the text of Clause 68 of the Bill to avoid any unintended interpretation of the legislation. Clause 68 currently makes clear that an operator can, at any time, give a notice in writing to a person from whom they are seeking code rights, stating that the operator wishes to engage in alternative dispute resolution, often known as ADR. However, nowhere is it set out that such a notice can be sent from that person to the operator. These amendments clarify that when an operator seeks code rights from a person, either the operator or that person may give notice to the other expressing a wish to engage in ADR at any time. I certainly shall.
I certainly welcome the movement she's made. I went to table exactly those amendments and was very pleased indeed that to find that she'd beaten me to it. Can I tempt her, however, to go further with respect to my amendment number 4 and require the operator who has such disproportionate power against the landowner to engage as a requirement in the alternative dispute procedure from the very outset?
I thank my right honourable friend for his intervention, but I'm afraid he cannot tempt me. I shall say why shortly. Now I shall turn to amendments 14 to 17, tabled by the Honourable Lady for Hackney South and Shoreditch. I thank her for bringing forward these amendments to clauses 59 and 60. They seek to expand retrospective rights to upgrade and share apparatus in buildings owned by private landlords, such as a block of flats, also known as multiple dwelling units or MDUs. I should like to begin by saying that this is an issue I've considered very, very carefully. I've been lobbied extremely heavily by one operator in particular, and I've attested the proposition with my officials, legal advisers and also other operators. Now, I should not like to preempt what the Honourable Lady may say as to why she tabled these amendments about the perceived need for them, but I should like to reassure her and any others considering supporting that amendment that as a fellow London Member of Parliament with many MDUs in my seat, I am concerned about the dangers of a digital divide emerging, and I'm doing what I can to avoid that circumstance. If I thought that this amendment genuinely helped on that front, I should do all I could to incorporate it. But I have to say that there is a glaring lack of consensus among the telecoms industry about the need for these amendments. Indeed, only one operator, as I've suggested, has contacted me in support of it, while 4 separate operators and representative bodies have strongly opposed the amendment, arguing that it is anti-competitive. And I shall talk a little bit more in a minute on that. Amendments for... Certainly.
I welcome her rejection of that amendment. In my area, we have KCOM, who are a very strong local performer. Had it not been for KCOM, most of my constituents who are on the dual network, where it could be KCOM or Openreach, wouldn't be anywhere near to getting gigabit broadband, and therefore we don't want to see any changes that will give BT Openreach an advantage or a preference over other providers such as KCOM, who have actually got their acts together and actually got us gigabit to the gigabit broadband delivered to our homes.
I thank him for raising the great work of KCOM and the importance of competition and how it really is driving rollout. It's really changing the dynamic in the market, and I think that's much for the better. And so I'm very, very mindful of how we drive extra competitiveness in this particular field, because I think that is what is getting us the rollout and the digital connectivity that our constituents need and demand. Amendments 14 to 17 are, I think, identical to the proposals tabled during committee, and as I explained at that time, upgrading and sharing electronic communications apparatus offers substantial benefits. Now, we specifically recognise this in our 2017 reforms and in the new upgrading and sharing rights that clauses 59 and 60 of this bill will create. However, as I also explained, any legislation concerning work affecting private land has to take very careful care of striking the right balance between public benefit and individual rights. The automatic rights introduced in 2017 were developed to maintain that balance. Even more careful consideration is needed for legislation that applies retrospectively. It's for that reason that clauses 59 and 60, which do have retrospective effect, include tighter restrictions on the rights they confer on operators. Clauses 59 and 60 mean operators will only have automatic rights to carry out limited activities that will not have adverse impacts on the land in question or impose any burden on anyone with an interest in the land. However, conferring these rights will facilitate activities like crucial upgrading work to cables installed underneath land. Industry stakeholders have confirmed this has significant potential to provide homes and communities with gigabit-capable connections at pace. The public benefits are therefore substantial, with little to no impact on private individuals. To further expand these retrospective measures as proposed by these amendments requires us to revisit two fundamental points. First, what would the public benefit be? And also, second, what would be the impact on individual landowners' rights? We've considered this very carefully, as I've suggested, and we don't think the case has been made for the changes that this amendment proposes. Looking firstly at the impact on landowners' rights, if apparatus can be upgraded or shared without material alteration to land or property, for example, works carried out solely on or within apparatus, like a duct, any impacts on the land can be negligible. Upgrading equipment in a building almost always involves some direct impact, however small, on the building itself. We think works that have an impact on property should require either agreement from the landlord or imposition by the courts through the existing processes already provided for in the code. And in any event, if an automatic right of the kind envisaged was introduced, operators would still have to successfully engage with the landlords for logistical purposes, such as to arrange for access to the property and also to discuss any potential health and safety issues or need for repairs. If these conversations must take place, and we think they ought to, it seems sensible that at the same time the operator simply asks permission to carry out the works. That brings us again to the question of whether the expanded automatic rights, as proposed by these amendments, really are proportionate. There are other ways operators can upgrade equipment in MDUs. They can already ask for the rights to do so, and measures are being introduced that will enable them to resolve matters quickly and cheaply. Finally, what of the public benefit? Now, honourable members have made the point during committee that residents of blocks of flats urgently need gigabit-capable connections, particularly if we're going to meet our levelling up ambitions within urban areas as well as rural communities. But I've explained that the code already contains provisions that would enable operators to seek rights to upgrade apparatus in buildings. In contrast, an automatic right could have adverse impacts that have not perhaps been fully explored. Honourable members have suggested there is consensus in industry that these changes are needed, but that is not the case. I've received direct representations from many fibre providers who strongly oppose these proposals, and they say that they believe it would create an unfair advantage for operators with equipment already inside buildings with potentially anti-competitive effects. And I hope that that gives the Honourable Lady for Hackney South the assurance that the provisions regarding retrospective rights to upgrade and share in the bill, as drafted, represent a balanced approach, and that there are substantial measures in place and underway to connect residents of multi-dwelling units. I therefore hope that she may consider withdrawing her amendments. Now, finally, I'd like to address the amendments tabled by my right honourable friend, the member for the New Forest West. First, Amendments 12 and 13 seek to remove clauses 61 and 62 from the bill in their entirety. Now, this is another matter that I'm familiar with. Indeed, as I've suggested in my response to one of the interventions, I've had conversations with my right honourable friend, but also with other members about particular cases, as well as with the campaign group that represents landowners on this very issue. Now, we recognise as a government that since 2017 there have been problems between some landowners and telecoms operators, and a level of discontent about the result of the valuation regime change. But we want to bring that more in line with other utilities, and we believe that there are significant benefits to doing so. I must say that I found little evidence in recent weeks and months to suggest that the regime requires a radical overhaul, and I've encouraged more collaborative discussions between operators and landowners and looked into specific cases. I conclude that the measures we are introducing to encourage more collaborative negotiations will help tackle many of the problems that I have seen. Significant information about cases has not always been forthcoming when asked for, but if honourable members would like to discuss constituency cases, I'm always happy to receive the details of them. Fundamentally, we need a legislative framework that keeps costs low so that we encourage investment and protect consumers from price increases. The Code Valuation Framework to calculate the sums payable to landowners by operators, which was introduced in 2017, aimed to achieve that. We maintain that the overall framework creates the right balance between the public need for fantastic digital infrastructure and making sure that landowners receive a fair payment for allowing their land to be used. The purpose of clauses 61 and 62 is to make sure the valuation framework applies consistently across the UK and to all agreements the Code applies to. Certainly.
I'm certainly support the Minister in the belief that the more competitive the industry, the better results we're going to get. Has she also had representations from people who might like to enter the market about whether this would make it more likely for them to do so?
Most of the people that I have spoken to, and I thank him for his intervention, are people that are already in the market who believe that this will make a big difference in how they roll out. I mean, it's a very competitive market with a lot of new entrants. I'm not aware of anybody that is sort of, just dipping their toe in the water. Because it's so competitive, people are aggressively already in the market, and we think that this can really help accelerate the rollout to our constituents of fantastic, as I say, digital infrastructure of the kind that we all understand is absolutely fundamental to driving productivity gains and also to getting to reducing any divide between areas that have got that connectivity and areas that don't. From his contribution to the debate at second reading, I understand that my right honourable friend for New Forest West or East is the effect these clauses will have on landowners who already host telecoms apparatus on their land. Now, I do recognise that ultimately these changes are likely to lead to reductions in the rent received by landowners with a tenancy protected by the Landlord and Tenant Act 1954 or the Business Tenancies Northern Ireland Order 1996. And I do appreciate this particular change may not have been expected by those entering into such tenancies at the time they were created. But it's also fair to say that market values do change over time, and there is never any guarantee that rents received by a landlord will remain constant or increase. We've also given very careful consideration to the effect of these clauses, again balancing the impact they would have on landowners with the wider substantial public benefits that we are pursuing. It's also important to recognise these changes will not happen until any ongoing agreement expires and comes to be renewed. Furthermore, clauses 63 and 64 of this bill introduce separate provisions, allowing the landowner to recover compensation for any damage to their land, reduction in its value or reasonable expenses resulting from an operator exercising their code rights. Clauses 61 to 64 ensure that the 2017 framework will apply to all future agreements. It must be remembered that the Code has an underlying purpose, which is to support the delivery of robust digital networks. Our constituency increasingly rely on these networks for critical digital services, and only recently the NFU's Digital Technology Survey found that poor mobile signal and unreliable internet access are hampering farming businesses. We know that rural connectivity is a problem for many organisations, and addressing it is one of our priorities as a government. This bill, including clauses 61 and 62, aims to address those issues. My right honourable friend, I'm sure, had only noble intentions when tabling his amendments, but while they may benefit some individual landowners, they do have the potential to penalise entire communities by keeping network costs unacceptably high. Clauses 61 and 62 will help to reduce the digital divide between different parts of our country, as it helps prevent deployment being cheaper in one area than another. Finally, I turn to my right honourable friend's amendments 9 to 11, which would require a party to use alternative dispute resolution processes before making certain applications to a court under the Electronic Communications Code, including where an agreement granting rights under the Code is being sought. The provisions in this bill on ADR processes aim to create more collaborative discussions between landowners and telecoms operators to make sure that litigation is only used as a last resort, and I suspect this is what these amendments seek to do as well. I sympathise with the intention of the amendments. The Government opposes them first on the grounds they are unnecessary, second because ADR is not appropriate in every situation, and third because they would be counterproductive to the amendment's overall intentions. The bill as drafted requires operators, when requesting rights under the Code, to inform the landowners of the availability of ADR. Crucially, it also creates a requirement that if an application is made to a court, the court will be required to take into account any unreasonable refusal to engage in ADR when awarding costs. These requirements strongly incentivise the use of ADR without the need to make it mandatory. Due to this, we believe the amendments are unnecessary. It's also important to note that ADR may not be suitable in certain cases, such as where a disagreement is based on differing interpretations of the law. Such points of law must be resolved in the courts, and mandatory ADR would add cost and time to this process without offering, we think, any benefit. Finally, the government believes the amendments would be counterproductive for their own goals. If ADR were compulsory, some parties would be compelled to participate in an ADR process that they do not want to be involved in, and so would be less inclined to actively engage in the process. This would increase the risk that ADR would fail, meaning the parties would have to go to court anyway. If that were the case, all that compulsory ADR would have achieved is to add an additional layer of time and costs for landowners like charities, sports clubs and farmers. It should also be noted that when consulted, a clear majority of stakeholders were not in favour of compulsory ADR. I hope I have given my right honourable friend assurance that the provisions regarding ADR in the bill as drafted already represent the most effective way of encouraging its use, and I hope that he will withdraw his amendments.
New clause 1. Persons able to confer code rights on operators in exclusive occupation.
Question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. Shadow Minister Chris Elmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. You'll be aware I've spent at least the last 5.5 years encouraging brevity as an opposition whip, so I do not intend to keep the House for too long. And therefore will keep my remarks short and hopefully to the point. I will not, as I've been right the way through Bill Committee and second reading, pretend that the official opposition doesn't support the principles of the wider bill, and I thank the Minister from the outset for the constructive way in which she and I have been able to engage in this. And to come to each new clause and amendment, with regards to NC1, this is an improvement on the Government's first attempt at changing the definition of occupier. However, the changes put forward are still not watertight to unintended consequences in our view. The Government's new amendment does not address the underlying issue in that operators could theoretically use this clause in situations other than when existing agreements have expired, leading to financial consequences for small site providers who have already been hard done by since the ECC reviews in 2017. More work is needed to ensure that this bill does not unintentionally punish site providers even further when it moves to the other place. In regards to NC2, we have no issues with the proposal and that grants the Secretary of State power to make regulations for a function conferred by the Code on the Court to the accessible in relation to Wales for first-tier tribunal. In relation to Amendment 14 and the consequential amendments, Madam Deputy Speaker, I move them on behalf of my honourable friend. She does send apologies to the House. She's chairing the Public Accounts Committee, and we had checked with clerks and indeed Mr Speaker's office to deem that this was appropriate. Amendment 14, together with Amendments 15, 16 and 17, looks to apply a different regime under the ECC to provide landlords allowing for automatic upgrade rights to operators owned by private landlords, subject to strict condition, and that the end upgrading imposes no additional burden on the other party to the agreement. As well as moving this amendment in the name of my honourable friend, the member of Hackney South and Shoreditch, I would like to speak in support, as I've explained, because she isn't available to be in the chamber. There is a growing digital divide in our towns and cities that have only been exacerbated by the pandemic. The Government's own broadband target has been downgraded twice, and there are doubts from the DCMS Select Committee that the current 85% gigabit target will not be met. The current backlog is due to the difficulty in accessing a high number of properties, with these properties disproportionately being flats where absentee landlords have little to no incentive to respond to requests to upgrade and improve connectivity. For example, Gladly.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I have complete sympathy with the intention of these amendments and what he's trying to do, but I am very aware that many providers that we've spoken to throughout the process of the bill oppose them on the grounds that they will give an advantage to the incumbent provider. Is he not concerned that there might be an unintentioned consequence in his amendment and that it would make it more difficult for new competitors to enter the market and provide our constituents with the services they need?
I welcome competition in the market, but what I'd say to the Honourable Lady is this. We now have broadband black spots in parts of central London. In the Honourable Lady Members for Hastings and Rye's seat, 15% of her constituency has these MDU black spots. This is affecting constituents up and down the land. And the demand from all our constituencies now, particularly because of the pandemic, that we require to have the very best sector-leading broadband. And it cannot simply be the case that some operators say this must happen, some say it doesn't happen, therefore nothing is resolved. And my firm view of the official opposition is that the government are not taking this seriously enough, and we want the government to meet their targets. They've broken their promises twice already. We would like this country to have sector-leading broadband delivery right across the UK. So therefore I say to her, it's remarkably straightforward. Our constituents deserve better than what the government are providing. For example, Openreach are unable to access 620,000 MDU properties. This includes 65,000 properties alone since December 2021. The government can wax lyrical about levelling up our infrastructure, but the reality is that a significant chunk of the population are being left behind and excluded from the government's fabled gigabit revolution. And I can just assure members that this amendment does not give operators carte blanche to do as they want when they want. The strict conditions mean that automatic upgrade rights can only be granted if sharing and upgrading of apparatus has no adverse effect on a person's enjoyment of the land, and that there is no loss, damage or expense incurred for the person who is receiving the upgrade. This was a point that was emphasised during the bill committee sessions. The amendments themselves will make the process easier for MDUs to have access to upgrade broadband connectivity, something that I'm sure members on both sides of the House would like to see. Coming to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Member for New Forest West's Amendments 12, 13 and 9. Amendments 12, 13 and 9 look to amend the bill by removing operators' ability to calculate the rent paid by landowners based on land value rather than market value. Prior to 2017, the reforms, the valuation of sites for digital infrastructure was carried out on a market value basis and functioned well. Landowners were paid a fair and competitive price for hosting telecommunications infrastructure. The 2017 ECC reforms changed the way new sites were valued. It stipulated that landowners would be paid based on land value and not market value. The Law Commission voiced clear concerns at the time, arguing that it would lead to a fall in rent for landowners and therefore a slowdown in the number of agreements being reached. As we hear during oral evidence, some landowners have seen their rents dwindle by as much as 90% in some cases, and as a consequence, livelihoods have been turned upside down. These are welcome amendments, as it would mean small tenant farmers, sports clubs and community organisations would get a fairer deal for the land they are renting out. In relation to Amendments 4 to 7, gladly.
Can I take it, therefore, that if Mr Speaker is minded to allow a separate decision on that amendment, he will be supporting it?
I can say to the Right Honourable Gentleman that we supported it in committee. Sadly, his members on his own side didn't, so I'm very glad to see if he's going to push it through Madam Deputy Speaker's good offices, then I'm sure we would all row in behind. What the Minister and the Government whips do could be a different conversation altogether, but I don't think that worries him anymore, Madam Deputy Speaker. In relation to Amendments 4 to 7, and indeed his own 10 and 11, we welcome Amendments 4 to 7 laid by the Government that ensure that a person from whom an operator is seeking a code agreement with may at any time give the operator notice that they wish to engage in alternative dispute resolutions in relation to a prospective site sharing agreement. While the pace of the new agreements between landowners and operators has slowed down in recent years, small landowners have been unable to afford the costs of being taken to tribunal to try to defend their property rights. When the bill moves to the other place, we hope that a debate can continue regarding the possibility of making ADR mandatory, as suggested by Amendments 10 and 11. For telecoms operators, before threatening to take landowners to court for an agreement to be imposed. As I have said from the start, Madam Deputy Speaker, and certainly during Bill Committee many times, we are not against this bill. It is a welcome step in the right direction. However, there are certain areas that need to be tightened and improved, and I hope their lordships will look forward to a full debate and bring forward much-needed amendments to ensure that we do deliver the very best broadband rollout right across the United Kingdom.
Sir Desmond Swade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My amendments 9, 10, 11 are designed to address what was made clear in the House during second reading, that there are examples of egregious bullying by the operators and that there is a complete disproportion of power between those operators and the landowners. And the the Minister has spoken of her demand for more collaborative working and collaborative negotiation. That is precisely why we are asking for the process of alternative dispute resolution being a requirement from the outset, because the operators know that they have the power to overawe and frighten landowners with the threat of legal action. I now come to my amendments 11 and 12. The purpose has been spelt out very well from the front bench. The purpose of this is to return to the status quo ante 2017. Until 2017, compensation was based on market value. And in 2017, the new code changed it to land value, notwithstanding the explicit advice of the Law Commission not to do so. And as was entirely predictable and was predicted, the market dried up as a consequence, and there were far fewer agreements. One of the purposes of this bill is, of course, to address that problem of the reduction in agreements. And therefore, the obvious remedy is to restore the position as it was and return to market value. But far from that, far from seizing this opportunity to remedy the situation, the government compounds its error by wanting to make those agreements previously made under the old regime renewable under land value, actually making the problem significantly worse as a consequence. Now, I don't know, Madam Deputy Speaker, why the government has appeared to adopt the anarchist principle that property is theft. On the contrary, these measures, by denying landowners proper compensation, market value compensation, compensation arrived at by a free and open market, by denying them compensation on that basis and coercing them accordingly to give up their property rights, that strikes me as theft. And this bill is, in effect, in these provisions, a conspiracy to promote theft. It is stealing. I just cannot understand how a Conservative government has brought itself to bring this measure before the House, changing the law retrospectively and so damaging property rights. I just assume that ministers simply haven't realised the enormity of the change that they're making. Accordingly, I believe that these amendments are vitally necessary for the bill.
SNP spokesperson Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it's worth saying from the start that this bill is certainly taking aim at some of the key gaps in how we regulate product security. So I'm genuinely grateful that the Minister is seeking to address some of the issues that have been raised. I'd also put on record my thanks to my honourable friend, the member for Oakhill and South Perthshire, for leading this through the second reading of the bill and through the committee stages, and for also getting the phrase malevolent toaster into Hansard. I've personally warned the Chamber a number of times of the various threats from technology and online spaces. For instance, campaigning for tougher action against the so-called cyber troops, organised malevolent forces that weaponise misinformation against our democracy. I definitely think there's been major progress in building public awareness about the importance of cyber security, and the experience of the botched Brexit referendum in Trump's time in the White House was a crash course in taking online safety seriously. But we do remain a bit behind when it comes to the so-called Internet of Things, which encompasses the many household objects we now connect to the Internet, from the security systems to smart fridges and indeed toasters. This is a real Achilles heel, and last year there were a total of 1.5 billion attacks on the Internet of Things, up to 100% in the first half of the year, which set up a fake smart home. They found it was exposed to 12,000 attacks a week. Yet our slowness in recognising this threat has gotten us to a place where only 1 in 5 Internet of Things manufacturers are believed to embed strong security into their devices. Discussions around the Online Safety Bill have shown a clear as day that many companies, especially in the big tech sector, need to be dragged kicking and screaming to implement the bare minimum level of safety for users, whether it's to age-regulate graphic content or to stop scammers. And there are, of course, some exceptions to this, but with any situation where private sector prioritises profit over protection, the government does need to step up to protect users with at least a bare minimum level of safety. So the government decision to do so by enshrining the principle of security design is very welcome on these benches. It's also absolutely right that we embed in the law the idea that the onus should be on the manufacturers to provide security in the actual design of their products, bringing the UK framework into line with the Scottish Government's cyber resilient strategy, which has enshrined security by design as a foundational principle in Scotland's cyber landscape. Yet oversights abound. I'm sad to say that these oversights were raised with the Government at second reading and in committee, but a number of them still remain. And some of this points to the Government trying to push the bill through at breakneck speed, but the Minister should caw canny about putting speed over consumer safety. It will only cause us all headaches further down the line. One such oversight at second reading was the requirement for manufacturers to publicly declare security flaws in their products without requiring that fixes are carried out when that flaw was announced. Nor is there a requirement for automatic fixes to be in place. Having one and not the other essentially has the effect of drawing a big red circle around the product's flaws for hackers without giving users the tools to shore up their defences. We can't expect users to be skilled in product patching themselves, so it's a laissez-faire approach would be a serious mistake. Nobody should be fixing these flaws but the manufacturers themselves, and nobody but the government can require them to do so. At second reading, the Minister was urged to implement a requirement for automatic patching or a requirement for manufacturers to have a solution in place by the time they disclose product flaws publicly. And it is frustrating that there has been no progress on that front, and I do hope the Minister can see that it is urgent for public safety, that this is an issue that we all have to get right. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, there has also been no progress in plugging the gaps of products left out of scope in the bill, such as internet-connected ovens, medical devices, routers and second-hand products. On top of this, the Government has justified the exclusion of laptops and desktops by arguing that there is already a developed security software market. This may be the case, but only 58% of people in the UK use antivirus software. With home working on the rise, it is crucial the Minister recognising the growing risk of laptops and desktops. The somewhat unclear definition of distributors in the bill also means that online marketplaces such as Amazon and eBay could argue that they are actually platforms or services. This would leave them out with the bill's scope, which is a major oversight considering the number of unsafe products found on these sites. Closing this loophole is a simple case of tightening up the language and including online marketplaces explicitly. One other point, although welcome, that the future regulations will require manufacturers to provide transparency on how their products will receive security updates, leaving this up to the regulators feels like a bit of a cop-out. The Government's given no clarity on exactly what level of transparency is going to be required, so why not give us the details where we can debate them fully in this place? And without those details, how can we expect enforcement to be in any way achievable? Which has been campaigning heavily on the two previous points, and I applaud their efforts to keep consumer protection at the top of the Government's agenda. But I would urge the Minister to heed Tech UK's calls on the Government to undertake work to communicate the new framework to consumers. We risk causing a surge in electronic waste if the bill causes consumers to perceive that their old devices are obsolete, so an effective comms strategy is needed to prevent an adverse environmental impact. And before I wind up, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to repeat the point made by my honourable friend, the Member for Oakland and South Perthshire, regarding the bill's enforcement mechanisms. Section 26(5) makes clear that the Secretary of State will not be able to bring proceedings in Scotland, but the bill will still establish enforcement mechanisms and a body to carry out enforcement under the bill. as the Scottish courts and legal system will have to manage enforcement action brought in Scotland and oversight of the Scottish legal system is devolved, it's only right that the Scottish Government should have a role in developing the enforcement mechanism. It's honestly just a bit of tidying up, and it's a bit tiring even to point out this constantly, to have to remind the Government not to treat Scotland as an afterthought, but sadly we are here again. So I ask the Minister what consideration has been given to the Scottish Government's calls for the inclusion of a duty to consult with the relevant Scottish ministers when developing the enforcement mechanism and the security requirements to be enforced. And on the topic of devolved nations, I would also appreciate if the Minister could set out what impact the passage of the bill will have on the Scottish Government's power to regulate products in Scotland, particularly in light of the recent UK Internal Market Act. And to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill is taking aim at many of the right problems in product security, and we do welcome its aims in good faith. But the Minister isn't returning the good faith by simply ignoring some of the simple tweaks that we have asked for and suggested to close some of these loopholes and oversights, and I do hope the Minister will reconsider.
Andrew Person.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's interesting to follow the SNP spokesman's comments, particularly around disinformation and misinformation. I just would refer him to some of the content that goes out from cybernats occasionally if he wants to perhaps see some examples of excellent disinformation and misinformation. My only interest in this legislation is what it will do for my constituents in Brigg Goole, where we have had over a number of years, as some members may remember from my many times in previous parliaments and over the last few years, banging on about the poor coverage, both mobile and broadband, we have in my constituents. I used to refer to it as the 2 megabits a fortnight speed that we had. So I do welcome the general principles and direction of this bill, which are so important to speeding up the rollout of proper gigabit broadband. In my intervention to the Minister, I highlighted, of course, my belief that competition is what has actually delivered a massive increase in the rollout of fibre to the premise gigabit-enabled broadband in my constituency. In East Yorkshire, we have a mixed network where large parts of East Yorkshire have no BT network at all. We are entirely in the Kingston Communications, KCOM as it's now known, system. That's why there are no red telephone boxes, and the white telephone boxes, the cream telephone boxes are what we have locally. I remember when I worked in America, somebody brought me a postcard of red phone boxes to remind me of home, which of course was an entirely alien thing to me growing up in the piece of East Yorkshire where I did, where red telephone boxes and BT do not exist. So in parts of East Yorkshire we have the KCOM network. In other parts, which is actually the part I now live in and represent, we do have the BT Openreach network, but we also have increasingly the Kingston Communications network. And that is why I am concerned about some of the amendments put and laid by the the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Hackney, South and Shoreditch, which were moved on her behalf by the Shadow Minister. I am concerned at anything that potentially gives an advantage, an anti-competitive advantage to one provider or over another. And I don't have a particular problem with BT Openreach. They did a reasonably good job in the first fibre rollout, the fibre to the cabinet, 24 megabit upgrade we saw across North Lincolnshire and the East Riding of Yorkshire, my part of the East Riding of Yorkshire. They delivered that generally on time and in line with the contract. But that obviously isn't sufficient for where we are now some years on. People have a demand and a requirement increasingly for proper full fibre to the premise, and I'm afraid this is where BT Openreach have not done their job in my constituency, and it has been left to Kingston Communications to roll out proper gigabit broadband, including to Goole and to Broughton and increasingly to Brigg and other communities in my constituency, and we welcome that. And as I say, it is purely because of that competition and the work that Ofcom have done in the past that has enabled us to have that. Now, those works have not been, in my praise of KCOM, have not been without some difficulties locally. Some of their pavement and street works leave something to be desired, and they have set fire occasionally to a number of residents' hedges, which is an awkward situation for residents in CACOM to be in. But those problems and tribbles aside, we have been in a position where we now have significant rollout of gigabit broadband to the premises as a result of the competition, and indeed that's why the UK, which has languished at the bottom of the league tables for fibre to the home league tables for some time, has now begun to rise to a more respectable position. That is why I do have, as I said in the intervention to the Minister, some concerns about the amendments which seem to give a preference to BT Openreach in some place. And I say I have no problem with BT Openreach. I think the Minister does need to look at some of their behaviour, though, about where they make investment decisions. For years, they have refused to do full fibre broadband to most parts of my constituency, including in Goole. CACOM come along and do one part of it, leaving Old Goole. We put a town deal bid together to try and get rollout of full gigabit to the premise broadband to Old Goole, and then all of a sudden, I'm sure entirely unconnected, BT Openreach give notice that they plan to upgrade the exchange in Old Goole, but of course they can't confirm whether they plan then to roll out to premises, which then leaves us, of course, now in a quandary on our town deal as to whether or not we should proceed with this public money, which is what it is, on our project there. And I'm sure it's all a coincidence, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I do think it is important that that the Minister looks at just how many coincidences there are of investment happening by one alternative provider, and then suddenly the behaviour of BT Openreach around that provider coincidentally seems to take a certain pattern. As I say, I'm sure it's all a complete and utter coincidence. Of course, I give way to my near neighbour.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. Does he accept, he's making a very good speech, does he accept the point he's making about competition goes wider than Brigg and Goole? And the more competition we can see across the country, the better it will be in this area.
Indeed, but as he will know, Brigg and Goole is, of course, the most important place in this country, and therefore I'm particularly exercised by what happens in Brigg and Goole. But he's absolutely right. That competition, which is also, of course, seeing the CACOM network expanded and rolled out in his constituency in the northern bit of East Yorkshire, is really very important. And that's not to say, of course, that BT Openreach do not have an incredibly important role to play here. Of course they do, and I praise them for their work in getting gigabit broadband expanded across the country. But some of their behaviour does lead me to raise some questions. I noticed in the Shadow Minister's speech, in which he moved the amendments I'm referring to, Amendment 14 onwards, I believe, he brushed aside the concerns around private property rights and what is claimed by many of the potentially Openreach or others having greater powers than the police to enter private property. He said that, of course, that would all be on the basis of no loss or damage. Well, that's all fair, but that's a fairly high bar in terms of loss of personal property rights, saying that, well, or low bar, depending which way you want to think of it. So I was a little bit, I wasn't exactly comforted by the Shadow Minister's dismissal of people's legitimate concerns around one provider having these particular rights to access property that others wouldn't. So on that basis, I would urge the government to reject and oppose those amendments.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to all those members who have spoken in this debate for the opposition's support for this bill, to the honourable gentleman, the member for Ogmore in particular, for the very collaborative approach that he's taken throughout, and for the acknowledgement of the improvements we've made. And I shall test officials on the further points he makes. I'm also grateful for the comments by the Honourable Member for Midlothian for highlighting the product security parts of this bill. Some of the details that he seeks will be in the secondary parts of this legislation. And when it comes to goods sold on online marketplaces, for instance, these are not out of scope because manufacturers, importers and distributors are covered. I'm happy to go back to him on some of the other points that he raises. On some of the criticisms made of our rollout, rollout, we are making substantial progress on our gigabit rollout. We're now up to 68% coverage, up from 9% in 2019. I'm open to any proposal to make rollout go even faster, and I've set out why competition is so important to that dynamic and why I think these amendments on MDUs are not the right way to go and could even slow the rollout. And I note what he says on OpenReach. Other providers tell me that they have great teams negotiating way leaves, that this is a straightforward process and extra help on MDUs of the kind envisaged is simply not needed. And I'm grateful to my honourable friend, the member for Brigg and Goole, for using KCOM as a great example of that and for highlighting some of the good work that OpenReach does, but also the interesting example of his town deal, which I shall take away with me. My right honourable friend, the member for New Forest West, has made a typically fruity and passionate speech. We believe our legislation incentivises greater collaboration, and I set out in detail in my earlier words why that is the case. Now, on rents, we believe that rents were too high, and as the need for digital infrastructure increases, we think it needs to become more akin to utilities in terms of rents and the need to reflect that. I should never wish to be accused of seeing property as theft. Indeed, I confess to taking umbrage at this assertion from my right honourable friend for New Forest West at second reading. This is why I have tested his proposition certainly.
I withdraw.
I thank him. I'm glad that I've convinced him of the case. I concluded, as I say, I've tested his proposition to death and concluded that there may be a case of creative hyperbole, and I'm glad that he's also acknowledged that. I therefore beg to move the amendments tabled in the Secretary of State's name. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The question is that new clause 1 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to Government New Clause 2. I call the Minister to move Government New Clause 2 formally. Minister.
New Clause 2, jurisdiction of first-tier tribunal in relation to code proceedings in Wales.
The question is that Government New Clause 2 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The question is that Government New Clause 2 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to Government Amendments 1 to 3. With the leave of the House, I call the Minister to move Governments 1 to 3 formally. Minister?
I beg to move.
The question is that Government Amendments 1 to 3 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Amendment 14 has been selected for separate decision. I call Chris Elmore to move the amendment formally.
I beg to move.
The question is that Amendment 14 be made to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 14 be made to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Colleen Fletcher and Nivendu Mishra. Tellers for the noes, David T.C. Davis and Steve Double. Order.
The ayes to the right, 163. The noes to the left, 280.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 163. The noes to the left, 280. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlocked. We now come to Government Amendments 4 to 8. With the leave of the House, I call the Minister to move Government Amendments 4 to 8 formally. Minister?
To move.
The question is that Government Amendments 4 to 8 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Consideration completed. Third reading.
Yeah.
Queen's consent.
Yeah.
I call Minister Julia Lopez to move the third reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with the leave of the House, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Romans built the roads, the Victorians our canals and railways, and our generational challenge is to make sure the UK has world-class digital infrastructure. That's not just about the needs of today, where we depend on reliable connections for online meetings, television streaming or calling friends and family. What we are doing is rolling out at breakneck speed full fibre networks that will last for decades and cater for tomorrow's needs, alongside more extensive wireless infrastructure to end the frustration of terrible signal and slow downloads. This bill is one of the tools we need to deliver that great connectivity for everyone, and I'm grateful for the cross-party recognition of the importance of our task. This government also recognises that with greater connectivity brings greater threat of harm to individuals, organisations and networks through increased risk of cyber attack. If networks and devices are not secure or trusted, we undermine their potential benefit to people and businesses. I want to thank the consumer group Which, in particular, for their campaign that supported the development of our bill. Not only are our measures important to protect people's online security when enjoying the benefits of technology, they will also help protect people's personal safety. And I want particularly to thank Jessica Eagleton of the domestic violence charity Refuge on the floor of the House for her compelling evidence at the Public Bill Committee. This bill is backed by industry experts, and I thank them for their input. Other countries are already following suit, and as a global leader in the cyber security landscape, this bill is the first domestic piece of legislation in the world to introduce security requirements of connected products. Madam Deputy Speaker, in short, this is a vital bill that's critical to the success of our digital economy in the decades ahead. Once passed, its measures will make the UK a better connected place and more resilient against cyber attacks. And before it moves on to the other place, may I extend some thanks to the department officials for their work preparing the bill, to the benches opposite for their pragmatic and collaborative approach, to the members of the Bill Committee and the witnesses for their commitment, to the parliamentary clerks without whose efforts we would not be attending this debate today, and to members from across this House, including my PPS, for the scrutiny they have provided and support as well. I look forward to seeing this important piece of legislation coming into force, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Shadow Minister Chris Elman.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I again do not intend to detain the House for very long. Her Majesty's opposition recognise that the first duty of any government is to keep its citizens safe, and that is why we are supporting the security elements of this bill, which were of course developed by the Department in conjunction with the National Cyber Security Centre. As the digital sphere becomes even more integral to our lives and livelihoods, it is of utmost importance that citizens across the United Kingdom are protected from malign actors. We really do believe that this bill will make some significant progress in this regard. And while we think measures in Part 1, such as a ban on default passwords, are of paramount importance and will no doubt bring benefits, there are a number of other areas where we do have concerns. The legislation establishes through regulation 3 core security requirements for connectable products. Rather than these 3 security requirements being left to be defined in future, we believe they should be expressly set out on the face of the bill, which would speed up an entire process and ensure consumers are protected sooner rather than later. Similarly, we'd also like to see the Secretary of State, it's a pleasure to see her in her place, Madam Deputy Speaker, if she isn't too busy trashing another one of our great British institutions, to prepare and publish a report on the security risks to UK connected products. At the oral evidence sessions for this bill, Professor Madeleine Carr, a cyber security expert, told us that she would not have an Alexa in her house due to security risks, but there is nothing in the bill that would change her mind. Due to this statement by the industry expert and my prominent role that cyber warfare is playing throughout the conflict zones of the world, we think it is very much in the national interest to know how secure our connected products are, and would call on the government to go much, much further. The Prime Minister came into office promising, and I quote, full fibre broadband by 2025. Due to a lack of application and grip of both the Prime Minister and the government he leads, this target was quickly downgraded to full gigabit by 2025. In what was then a surprise to absolutely no one who follows this administration closely, the target was downgraded once again to 85% gigabit capability broadband by 2025. And there are still huge doubts voiced by the DCMS Select Committee, the Public Accounts Committee and from industry that even this twice-reduced target will yet be achieved, selling Britain short at every opportunity. I take no pleasure, Madam Deputy Speaker, whatsoever in pointing out these failures. Indeed, I believe these failures are hugely damaging to the future economic potential of our country and also to the UK social fabric. This is because a digital divide exists in our country and it is only getting worse. One such divide is that the fact that when it comes to digital connectivity, many communities in rural and semi-rural areas, including my own Ogmore constituency, are being completely left behind. With the increase in working from home and schoolwork being done via the internet since the pandemic, this is a critical issue that the government really urgently needs to get a grip on. Madam Deputy Speaker, in detailing the failings of the government when it comes to our telecommunications infrastructure, I think of our very own Sir Tim Beers-Lee, who had a vision of the internet being for everyone. But the government's inaction is ensuring that currently this isn't the case. In 2010, the Labour Party left a world-leading sector for communication on mobile phone broadband, mobile phone rollout. The government have stagnated and stalled over the last 12 years and have failed to build on Labour's success. And in concluding, Madam Deputy Speaker, I repeat that I have said throughout the passage of the bill, I support the bill's aims, both of increasing the security of our connected devices and speeding up the rollout of our telecommunications infrastructure. Our point of contention is that the bill, as currently constituted, does not either, as well as it could, doesn't deliver what people in this country desperately need, which is improved broadband. As this bill now makes its passage to the other place, we hope that issues raised in the bill can now be taken up by their lordships to ensure improvements can be made and hopefully some amendments won, Madam Deputy Speaker. I echo the constructive nature of which the Minister and I have conducted debate. I'm not sure we'll be able to continue that with other bills that she and I might spar over in the months ahead, but we'll try, I'm sure. I thank clerks and all House staff who worked so diligently during the Bill Committee and evidence sessions. I thank the witnesses for their expert advice. It was truly valuable. And I place on record thanks to my own staff, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't have the luxury of civil servants. Maybe one day soon. Alex Williams and James Small-Edwards, who did an enormous amount of work. Well, the Secretary of State says dream on, Madam Speaker. I think she's certainly been having a few dreams of her own of late that aren't working very well, particularly for the Prime Minister. So I do pay tribute to my own staff who've worked diligently during this process, and I thank all members who've played such an integral part in ensuring this bill passes in civility and good humour throughout.
SNP spokesperson, Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll be very brief, and I echo much of the comments of the Honourable Member for Ogmore. My comments at stage 2 of this bill remain, and I think that the points I made around enforcement in particular, I think are going to need further attention as we go. But as I said all through, we have supported the principles behind this bill, and while there are points of perhaps the requirement for tweaks, if I put it that way, where we would like to see things going a bit further or done in a slightly different way, that doesn't take away from the principles behind the bill, which we are happy to support.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. We now come to the general debate on Ukraine. I call Minister Jeremy Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I beg to move that this House has considered the situation in Ukraine. It's been exactly 1 month since the Defence Secretary last came to this House to provide an update on Putin's brutal, unprovoked and illegal invasion. In that time, Russian troops have failed to take Kyiv, and their initial strategic plans have been thrown into complete disarray. They have suffered heavy losses on a par with their 9-year conflict in Afghanistan, including more than 15,000 personnel and hundreds of tanks, vehicles and helicopters. They have also strengthened the resolve of the international community in a way not seen for decades. But rather than back down, Putin has refocused efforts on the eastern Donbass in a bid to entrench control of a land bridge with Crimea to the south. And the people paying the tragic cost of his unrelenting war are still Ukrainian men, women and children, bombed in hospitals, blown up in schools, bombarded in railway stations. The number of Ukrainian civilians killed has risen to more than 3,500, including, I regret to say, 250 children, while up to 100 Ukrainian troops are reported to be dying in the battle for the Donbass every day. The latest intelligence shows that Putin's troops are currently bombarding and encircling cities, including Severodonetsk, Lyshansk and Rubizny. While in Mariupol, the last Ukrainian fighters have now been evacuated from the steelworks after more than 10 weeks of brave resistance. It is extremely concerning to hear appalling comments about these gallant defenders from certain Russian MPs. Russia must treat these soldiers in full accordance with the Geneva Convention. And in the Black Sea, Russia is continuing to block shipping lanes and reinforce its troops on Snake Island. But it's clear that their momentum is slowed, and in places, Ukrainian forces are beginning to push them back to their borders. In Kharkiv, for instance, the fact that they are, in one moment, sir, the fact that 3/4 of the 1.4 million inhabitants are Russian speakers has not by one iota impacted their resolve. Instead, Putin's forces have been unceremoniously driven out of Ukraine's second city. That is not just a major strategic blow for the Kremlin, but a symbolic one too, having peddled the lie that Russian invaders would be welcomed with open arms. I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend, and he will be aware that the blockade of the Black Sea is one of the contributory factors to rapidly escalating food prices in global markets. And in fact now he may be aware that 26 countries have export bans on various foodstuffs to protect the prices in their own countries for their domestic markets. And this is now blockading some 15% of the world's calorie intake, according to The Economist. Is the government treating the reopening of food supplies from Ukraine as an urgent matter? I appreciate it's a very complex matter and sensitive, but will the government confirm that they're attaching extreme urgency to this? Otherwise we will have more starvation and more famines in some of the poorest countries in the world.
It is an acute observation by my right honourable friend. He's absolutely right to draw the House's attention to it. It is a matter of profound concern. We were in a bad situation on food supplies even before war in Ukraine. We are in a worse situation now. My right honourable friend informs me it was discussed at the G7 ministers. Unsurprisingly, I know it's been the subject twice of conversations between the Prime Minister and President Zelensky. It is very much a focus for this government, and we are in discussions with our NATO allies in the Black Sea and others. It is a complex situation, as my right honourable friend reminds us, but it is one on which I can assure him we are very much focused. I will give way to the honourable gentleman and then to my right honourable friend.
I mean, given the phenomenal impact on world food supplies and indeed the cost of living crisis here and earlier forecasts that the global economy will shrink by something like 750 billion thanks to this war, and that's rising, why isn't more being done to invest in armoury and defence weaponry to basically kick Russia out of the Ukraine? I understand something like 7 billion of military aid has been put in. Is that enough? And shouldn't the world be doing more in its own self-interests?
I To remind the honourable gentleman, I started my remarks by saying that the world has never been more united in the last few decades. We have committed over £1.3 billion of military equipment. The people who are doing the heavy work are the gallant defenders of Ukraine, the members of the Ukrainian armed forces, and they are being supplied. They're being supplied by this country. They're being supplied by many allies around the world. We've organised 2 donor conferences. I was on a donor conference earlier this week. There is military supplied and defensive equipment coming in from all over the world, in addition to a vast package of economic sanctions against Russia. I would also give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. The blockade of Odessa is of extreme seriousness. Unless those silos are emptied in the next few weeks, there'll be nowhere for the harvest to go, and tens of thousands of people in some of the most vulnerable countries throughout the world will starve, with all the geopolitical consequences that will bring. That means, does it not, that we need to lift that blockade in Odessa in a matter of urgency. What are we doing to provide, for example, Harpoon missiles to ensure that the ships that are currently blockading Odessa are dealt with, and that we can clean up the Black Sea so that mines are not posing a threat, and meaning that we cannot expect insurance companies to insure merchant shipping? That means they're not going to leave port.
I thank my right honourable gallant friend for his question. He's right to say that this adds a significant risk to starvation on a global basis, with many of the poorest areas of the world most affected, and that has been caused directly as a result of this illegal and brutal invasion by Putin. He is also right to say that we need to work consistently and hard to get a solution, to get grain out of Ukraine and into world markets. I can assure him that we are working on that. I can assure him also that coastal defensive missiles are absolutely part of the package of equipment that we and others are supporting the Ukraine. I shall give way to the honourable gentleman who got in first. I should then make a bit of progress, if that's all right with my honourable friend.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister's being extraordinarily generous. The flip side of what he said about us supplying the Ukrainians with equipment is surely it would be interesting to know what it's like on the Russian side. Their number of shells, the number of missiles will be finite. Do we have any knowledge as to, is there any chance they might start to run short of the kit they need?
The honourable gentleman raises yet again a very good point. There is a considerable degree of evidence of significant depletion to Russian equipment and stocks. Clearly, ammunition stocks are less visible, but there has been open source reporting of T-62s being got out of garages. This is a designed 60 years ago tank. Some were upgraded in '83, but there is significant evidence that Russia is suffering a serious depletion, as indeed 15,000 personnel killed in this conflict would suggest. As I'm in a generous mood, I will give way to my honourable friend if he's still keen, but I must make progress.
Thank you. He, of course, highlighted the outrages committed by the Russians, one of which has been reports of attacks on ambulances and on first responders. So can I begin by thanking him for his work in helping us secure export licences for the battlefield ambulances which have been produced by the brilliant team at ONH Venari Group Ambulance Factory in Goole. He knows the project very well. These are battlefield ambulances converted out of former British military vehicles. 58 of them have been produced so far, and they are there in Ukraine in service now. So thank him and his team for his work on securing those export licences. And will he pay tribute to the workers of ONH?
Madam Speaker, I'll both pay tribute to the workers of the company and also to my honourable friend, who was very assiduous at all times of the hour and day to make certain that ministers were aware of this project and the need to get those export licences through. I'm glad that we all, officials in two departments, moved very swiftly in order to achieve those export licences and get ambulances in place. I am very, it is indeed shocking, the degree of brutality shown by Russian forces in this conflict. I'm glad that with civilian ambulances, with battlefield ambulances, and with simple things like generators, we're doing our utmost to support the humanitarian effort in Ukraine. If I may move on, we were discussing Kharkiv and the fact that it is a symbolic blow as well as a real one to the Russian plans. As one has to believe, their plans are coming unstuck. The firing of 7 Russian commanders in recent weeks, including the Lieutenant General who headed up the invasion of Kharkiv, reeks of a culture of scapegoating and cover-ups, with a record of aggression, brutality and incompetence. No wonder the veteran Russian diplomat Boris Bondarev said, as he bravely resigned his post this week, that he had never been so ashamed of his country. So at this critical juncture, our aim remains clear. Russia cannot win. We will continue to support our Ukrainian friends, focusing on 3 key aspects. First, there is the military response, which is about providing a wide range of support to Ukraine so that it can defend itself and its sovereignty. We were the first European country to have supplied lethal aid, and we have now committed to spend at least £1.3 billion in military support. So far, we've delivered in excess of 6,500 anti-tank missiles, many of which have been used successfully to repel columns of tanks, as well as 8 air defence systems, including Brimstone and Starstreak missiles, the fastest in the world, at some 2,000 miles an hour. In 1 second. We have also delivered 15 Wolfhound armoured vehicles, which provide increased protection for essential supplies, as well as a small number of armoured Stormer vehicles fitted with Starstreak launchers to further enhance Ukraine's short-range anti-air capabilities. I give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and can I commend the work that he's done personally and indeed the MOD in supporting the Ukrainian forces in their hour of need. There is a dilemma we face, though, that as we empty our QM stores, they need to be replenished. If he needs help in persuading the Treasury to give the money to the MOD to make sure that those Starstreaks, those NLAWs, those Brimstones can be replenished, please can he get in touch?
I know the door of the Right Honourable, my Right Honourable friend, the Chairman of the Select Committee, is always open to such discussions. The Treasury has been very clear that we need to replenish our stocks and that they will be supporting us in making certain that replenishment takes place. And I can also assure my Right Honourable friend that we are making certain we remain well within our tolerances that we need. There is a task here for which we always need to be ready, and I can assure him that that also remains the case. In addition to the equipment that we are providing, it needs to be as effective as possible, and therefore we are training specialist Ukrainian units in its use. Last month, for example, Ukrainian troops learned how to use our armoured fighting vehicles on Salisbury Plain, and those vehicles have now started to arrive in Ukraine, building to 120 in total. But our support does not end there. The House will be pleased that the challenge laid down by Putin's brutal war has been one that has been seized by UK industry. I've been delighted by the agility shown by the UK defence sector, working closely with the defence equipment and support in bringing through innovative ideas, in some cases literally from desktop to theatre, in a matter of weeks. I am determined that we maintain this innovative drive as we continue to ensure we capture every idea and support the best to put them swiftly into the hands of our Ukrainian friends. So I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. Can he indicate or set out how support for Ukrainian forces is going to be updated or augmented as we see an increased period of intense artillery bombardment from a much better supplied Russian forces as they are retreated much closer to their own borders and their supply lines have clearly opened up to a far greater extent? How can we further support Ukraine to defend itself within this renewed context?
I thank the gentleman for the question. I think that the best thing I can say, he knows that we are doing our utmost to support our Ukrainian friends. There are intense discussions between Ukrainian friends and the Ministry of Defence at a number of levels, including myself and my honourable friend, the Minister for the Armed Forces, with our opposite numbers in Ukraine. We are ensuring that the equipment that we source and with which we support them is tailored to the needs of Ukraine and their battle plan in the weeks and months ahead. He is right that opportunities may well open up, but I do not for 1 second underestimate the fierceness of the fight and how intense it is at present in the Donbass. We are also delivering non-lethal equipment. I will, of course, give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to him. He will be aware that a small number of us in this House have constituents who have been fighting with the Ukrainian armed forces and who are now in captivity either by the Russian authorities themselves or by associates of them. The FCDO is providing a degree of consular support to us and their families, but could I encourage him and other ministers to give this a degree of priority, to speak with the British and International Red Cross, who I suspect will prove to be the best interlocutor now to help to secure a satisfactory outcome, good treatment for these individuals who are British citizens, and their speedy release and return either to Ukraine or to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his question. It's something which we take extremely seriously. Of course, these are British citizens who have been caught up in the conflict. They will be provided with every consular assistance. My right honourable friend has confirmed, which will be of no surprise to my right honourable friend. It's also the case that although we really do discourage anyone from going to Ukraine, the Ukrainian, in these circumstances, Ukraine has made clear, the Ukrainian government has made clear that where other nationals have been combatants, they are of course prisoners of war and should be treated as prisoners of war in full compliance with the Geneva Convention. That is exactly what we expect of every nation. In addition to the lethal equipment and non-lethal equipment we have been providing, we've also been facilitating the delivery of equipment from other countries by convening 2 international donor conferences and providing logistics support. We've been speaking to partners across Eastern Europe to encourage them to donate their former Soviet kit, with which the Ukrainian armed forces are more familiar. For example, Poland is now donating T-72 tanks to Ukraine, supported by a temporary deployment to Poland of Challenger 2s from the UK. At a time of heightened tension, it's also vital that we continue to provide reassurance to our NATO allies in Eastern Europe. As part of this effort, we have sent Typhoons to Cyprus to patrol south-eastern European skies, deployed frigates and destroyers to the Eastern Mediterranean and Baltic Sea, and temporarily doubled our military presence in Estonia to 1,700 personnel. In other words, where Putin wanted less NATO, he is now getting much, much more. I give way.
I thank the Minister for giving away, and clearly there is much agreement across the House on these issues. One of the important areas in which we have played our part and should play our part more is in relation to providing refuge for those who are seeking a home away from the conflict. People in Sheffield responded very generously to the Homes for Ukraine scheme, but are expressing enormous frustration at the inability of the Home Office to deliver visas within the time frame that we would expect. At the start of April, the Noble Lord Harrington, for whom I have high regard, when he took over that responsibility, gave a public target of 48 hours from when people, quote, download the application form to when they are given permission to travel. Now, I have constituents who have cases where families applied on the 26th of March and 2 months later they don't have permission to travel. Clearly my experience is shared right across the House. I've had people saying that they are now applying a second time, particularly for children, as they face such long delays and they've no faith in their original application is still being worked on. Now clearly that's only going to cause further complications and congestion in the system. What assurance can the Minister give me that he will take this up with the Home Office and we will do something to meet the obligations and the ambition that we set when we launched the Homes for Ukraine scheme?
The Honourable was very sincere in his question, and it's one shared by many people across this House. As a constituency MP, I've had cases myself. We're all keen to see these visas processed as soon as possible. There has been a significant number of visas provided, as the Honourable will be aware, I think over 107,000 now. But I appreciate that makes no difference to individuals who are sitting outside of Ukraine with diminishing amounts of money and wanting to come to this country with a home which is desperate to have them and embrace them. So I know my honourable friend in the Home Office beside me recognises there are particular issues, particularly with children in particular. I know that the Home Office is working assiduously to try and get on top of all these issues. They continue to do so. In my personal experience, it seems to be getting faster and better. I know that we're not there yet, and I know that work continues to be done by my friends in the Home Office. I will give way.
or give way. And before he moves on to the part of his speech when he talks about the NATO commitments, and in terms of direct support for Ukraine, he knows it is a country with historic debt problems. The invasion obviously is going to have a huge economic impact. The stats are clear to us all. Can he inform the House about the coordination of international direct financial support for Ukraine and how we can keep the country solvent during this very pressing time for them?
Indeed, we have provided significant funding ourselves directly to Ukraine in order to assist them through this incredibly difficult period. I haven't got the exact number to lay to hand. You may be blessed with it later in my remarks. But not only that, we are working with the G7 and others. Clearly, Ukraine suffers extraordinary problems at present. The international community recognises that, and they also recognise that Ukraine is standing up for a cause that means so much to us all. So the Honourable Gentleman's point is well made. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I'll move on to the economic response we've made. We are escalating our sanctions regime further still to stymie the Russian war machine and isolate Putin. The UK has now sanctioned more than 1,000 individuals and 100 entities, including oligarchs with a net worth over £100 billion. In recent days, we've focused on his inner circle and the shady financial network surrounding him. This is alongside the asset freezes, trade bans and tariffs we and other G7 nations have imposed in recent months. Over time, this economic contraction and the restriction of access to complex components will have an ever-deepening impact on the Russian war machine. And as time goes on, despite their daily dose of propaganda, it will be harder and harder for the Russian people to ignore the evidence that their leaders are betraying them and their interests. Third, and finally, is the diplomatic response. I'm conscious that other honourable gentlemen wish to speak, but I will, of course, allow him.
On the issue of sanctions, he should and probably is aware that Putin signed a deal at the Olympics at Beijing for Russia to provide 10 billion cubic metres of gas per year from 2025 compared to 1.25 billion a year now. So wouldn't he, and they're supplying more to Indonesia and to India as well. So wouldn't he accept that, that there's a way by working with China that over time Russia can avoid the sanction impact, and the imperative is to provide the military assistance to get Russia out of Ukraine?
Well, I think there is an overall strategy to achieve the objective to which the Honourable Gentleman refers. Part defensive military aid, part economic, part diplomatic. It all has a role to achieve our overall objective. And the economic package that has been delivered by the global community into the Russian economy, analysts are suggesting contraction of 10 to 15% in Russian GDP. That is an extraordinary contraction. It takes the Russian people back to where they were before this Putin regime commenced. And that has to have a direct impact not only on them and the way they think about the regime that is betraying their interests, but it also has an impact on the Russian war machine, which is very, very direct. I will, and if honourable members perhaps excuse me, I should probably make progress. I'm conscious that I'm speaking perhaps for too long for others to have a chance.
I am extremely grateful for you giving way. Thank you so much. My intervention is similar to my honourable friend for Sheffield. I have constituents from Ukraine that are now in my constituency, a family of 5, but their children are unable to be successful in obtaining a visa. But I recognise the priority for visas are for Ukrainian people outside of the UK. And I'm just wondering if he'd be able to speak to his colleagues, other ministers in the Home Office, really to see if that you will look at this case and maybe give it some level of priority so that his family are able to get their benefits and so on. Thank you very much.
The honourable lady, if she was to write to my honourable friend sitting beside me on the bench, she's generously said that he will assure her of a response as soon as he can to the specific request she's asking on behalf of her constituents. Third and finally, there is a diplomatic response. We are working intensively with our allies and partners to make clear to the Russian government that it must withdraw its forces and engage genuinely in peace negotiations. The Prime Minister has visited Sweden and Finland to agree increased cooperation on security and discuss their applications to join NATO, which I'm delighted have now been formally received. We've been clear in our view. They should be integrated into the alliance as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the Foreign Secretary was in Germany to attend the G7 and NATO foreign ministers' meetings, where she pressed the need for further support for Ukraine. The Defence Secretary met his US counterpart, Secretary of Defence Lloyd Austin, at the Pentagon 2 weeks ago, and is in Madrid today for similar discussions ahead of the NATO summit, and I will be likewise heading to Canada in a few days' time. In the same time, we are working closely with our allies to hold Putin and his regime to account for their appalling war crimes. This week we have seen the first Russian soldier jailed for life in Ukraine for murdering 62-year-old civilian Alexandra Shelipov. But Ukrainian authorities believe more than 11,000 other war crimes have been committed, from the indiscriminate targeting of civilians to rape and sexual violence. So we have sent support into the country to help collect evidence, including witness statements and video recordings. We have provided additional funding to the International Criminal Court, as well as technical assistance via UK military and police personnel. And we have appointed Sir Howard Morrison to support the Ukrainian Prosecutor General in her investigations. But even as we work to stop Putin, we must continue to support the Ukrainian people who are bearing the brunt of Russian brutality. The UN estimates that more than 6 million people have been forced to flee the country, while a further 8 million have been internally displaced. That's why we have committed nearly £400 million of humanitarian and economic aid so far, including over 5 million medical items, 42 ambulances and more than 500 mobile generators. At home, the British public has demonstrated its great generosity once again too, with more than 200,000 individuals and organisations signing up to offer help. The Ukraine Family and Sponsorship Scheme have together issued more than 107,000 visas so far. We are also preparing to help Ukraine rebuild when this war is finally over. The Foreign Secretary spoke to G7 leaders about the need for a new Marshall Plan for the country, which could be paid for in part using Russian assets. The honourable gentleman will be pleased to hear those remarks. We've already pledged £174 million in aid to help recover Ukraine's economy, including a 3-year package of support for energy security and reform. And in reference to the point raised by my right honourable friend earlier, the Transport Secretary recently met with his Ukrainian counterpart to discuss ways of getting grain out of the country, which would provide a vital lifeline to the local economy and a much, much needed global commodity. I will give way again to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful for my right honourable friend giving way. He's been very, very generous indeed. I was pleased to attend the Leonard Merry Security Conference in Tallinn last weekend, and delighted to see that my right honourable friend, the Foreign Minister, who's in his place today, also attended. The support for Britain was overwhelming, reflected not just on those who attended the conference, but also in the result of the Eurovision Song Contest, which, quite rightly, we came second to Ukraine. But the Minister is now speaking about what other assistance we can provide. Could he give clarity as to whether there is any truth that we will now be providing hard power support troops to Moldova in addition to our support to Ukraine?
There are, to precisely answer the question, there's no current plans which I'm aware to do exactly that, but we have a close relationship with Moldova. We work cooperatively with Moldova, and that is a relationship that we're keen to foster and keen to build on. If I may begin to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, Ukrainians won the Battle of Kyiv and they won the Battle of Kharkiv. They are more than holding their own in bitter fighting, but there remains a long way to go before this war can be won. We must therefore continue to stand by our Ukrainian friends for the long term. They're not just fighting for their survival, but for the values of freedom, democracy and justice that are the essence of our society. That is why they must succeed. And this House can rest assured that the United Kingdom will continue to do everything in our power to make sure that that outcome is indeed achieved.
The question is that this House has considered Ukraine, and I believe everybody is standing who wishes to catch my eye. Shadow Minister Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the Minister for setting out an update on the government's actions in Ukraine. There is cross-party support for the action that the government has taken in supporting our friends in Ukraine. And those watching this debate from the Kremlin will not find disagreement from this side of the House with that side on the very clear thing that Putin's criminal invasion of Ukraine must be resisted and we will continue to support our friends in Ukraine until we have a free, sovereign and democratic country back in the hands of the Ukrainian people. Amid today's other events, we must not forget that Ukraine is facing a truly grim milestone today. It's been 3 months since Vladimir Putin launched his unprovoked, heinous, unjustifiable invasion of a sovereign state. Every hour of this conflict has been an hour too long, every family uprooted and forced from their homes, a family too many, and every life lost, a life too many. On behalf of my party, I want to pay tribute to the extraordinary bravery and resolve shown by the Ukrainian people, both civilian and military, during these past 3 months. And we pay tribute also to the British public who have opened their homes and their hearts to those fleeing the conflict. Labour stands with our allies in providing assistance to Ukraine, and we support efforts to provide military, economic, diplomatic and humanitarian assistance. It is right that Britain has provided support to Ukraine to defend itself. I believe that our country is a force for good, and we can exhibit that when we put our values at the heart of our foreign policy, backing not only our friends in Ukraine, but also our allies on NATO's eastern flank is in Britain's national interest, just as much as in the interest of protecting those countries and our friends that we are supporting. The government has enjoyed Labour's support on this, and they will continue to do so. Our commitment to NATO is unshakable, Madam Deputy Speaker, and in last week's debate on NATO, I set out our commitment to the alliance and how we want to see that strengthened and expanded in the years to come. But we now need to shift our strategic thinking from the crisis management that has defined the first 3 months to a medium-term military support strategy for Ukraine and our allies to ensure that Putin's next offensive can be deterred and defeated. And on this, there are some crucial questions that I'd like to ask the Minister in the spirit of cross-party cooperation that I hope he will take in that spirit. This morning, the Shadow Defence Secretary set out Labour's thinking on defence for the coming period in his speech at Chatham House, and I'll be borrowing a few questions from that speech, which I'm sure the Minister has already heard, so forgive me for repeating them again. We do need to make sure that we are continuing to supply, as an alliance, artillery, armour, weaponry, loitering munitions, specialist missiles to our friends in Ukraine, in addition to non-military gear such as medical kits and defensive armour for personnel. We also need to go further in providing more anti-ship and anti-drone missiles as an alliance, and to make sure that there is a sufficient stockpile for Ukraine to deter any future aggression, as well as offsetting the Russian aggression that we're seeing at the moment. But to do that, we need to make sure we have sufficient stocks to provide our friends in Ukraine and also ourselves with the NLAWs and other missiles that we need to. So could the Minister say, has the contracts been signed to replenish our military stockpiles to date? There is a concern that they haven't yet been, and stocks for our allies are being diverted to backfill UK military stocks. What progress has been made about the transition to NATO-style weaponry for our allies in Eastern Europe? Because it is a good thing to do to redeploy Soviet-era weaponry to our friends in Ukraine, because they are more familiar with that weaponry, but we need to make sure it's backfilled with NATO standard gear that can be better and more easily provided and equipped for our allies, both in Ukraine and in Eastern Europe. And could the Minister set out what is the training need required to make that transition for those weapon systems, and whether his department will be funding the training as well as the weapon systems themselves? On this side of the House, we believe that we must continue to supply Ukraine with the appropriate weapons and do so in a timely manner. But we know that there's problems with the UK's military procurement system, notwithstanding the efforts that have been made to date to sort out the fast deployment of NLAWs in particular. And I want to pay tribute to the provision of NLAWs and Starstreak missiles to our friends in Ukraine, who have used them with agility and with skill to attack and deter Russian aggression. The Defence Select Committee Chair, in his remarks and in one of his interventions earlier, and I do hope that the House hasn't used up all their interventions on the Minister, and I might get some as well, but his question about backfilling stockpiles, I think, is a good one, that we need to have reassurance, not just to make sure that we ourselves have sufficient stockpiles, but in the event of this conflict escalating and spreading, that other allies can make sure that they have reassurance that there will be a steady flow of weapons and reinforcement should that happen. Happy giving way. Thank you.
An intervention which I'm very happy to furnish him with. He's pointed out that there's a risk of escalation, which of course there is, but Ukraine's doing a very good job in containing this, if I may say so, to the surprise of many observers. Does he agree with me that at some point we're going to have to either accept a frozen conflict, since we're not going to defeat Putin? It seems unlikely, indeed, that's not an aspiration that most of us would have in terms of invading Russia. That's not part of our plan. Or we are going to have to accept some sort of off-ramp, what Sun Tzu would refer to as a golden bridge. If so, if he accepts that, what form does he think that bridge should take?
Well, I'm grateful for my fellow co-chair of the National Trust All Party Group. We disagree on many things, but I think we agree on some things. I have to say to him, on this one here, I don't follow the same view as he does. We must continue to support our friends in Ukraine until Russia is driven out of Ukrainian territory. The Ukrainian people have the right to govern themselves in a free and democratic way. And as a democracy and a sovereign country ourselves, we should be supporting them until the point where all of Ukraine is free. And that is the commitment that I believe that the Prime Minister has made, it's the commitment that the Leader of the Opposition has made, and on that there is no distinction between it. Happy to.
Very generous. In that case, then, presumably he would include Crimea.
I'm grateful for him putting me on the spot on that one there. I stand by what I've said here. It is up, I think, for the Ukrainian people to determine their own future. And what we mustn't do in this place is draw lines on a map on behalf of other countries. We've seen how that's gone in the past, and that has not always been to the benefit of those countries or to ourselves as well. I back the Ukrainian people to make their own decisions and to define their own freedom in the future. And I would encourage all members of the House to take that position as well. Because otherwise we risk in speculating about what options they're playing into Putin's hands, because someone will be trying to clip those remarks to say, in Britain, they're saying this, and we must not give them an inch to do that. But there are wider questions. Oh, happy to.
Would you agree with me that the sanctions strategy can be unravelled over time, which has been shown by the fact that since 2014, when we had the Crimea sanctions, the production of food in Russia has increased by 15%, cereals 26%, and now they're in the midst of doing these oil deals with China, Indonesia, India, etc., in exchange for China supplying all the consumer markets, displacing the European ones. So isn't it imperative to actually win in the sense of getting Russia out of the Ukraine? And what sort of time frame would my honourable friend have in this? What sort of objectives do you think we should have? Should we kick them out by the end of the year?
Well, I'm grateful for my honourable friend for that question. I think the government themselves have admitted that some of the sanctions that were put in place after the invasion of Georgia, and certainly the invasion of Crimea in 2014, have not been as effective as we would have liked them to have been. But we must be aware of the ability of Russia to displace its economic trade to those countries in the West that have now put sanctions in place, to those countries that have not yet put sanctions in place, indeed are actively supporting or at least not opposing Russian aggression. And I think that will be one of the defining challenges of the coming years, is to make sure that not only the values of those in the West and the NATO alliance are shared by more countries around the world, but the consequences of other countries taking steps to take Russian gas, for instance, are discouraged, and that we make the case for their economic measures and sanctions to be supporting the effort to remove Russia from Ukraine in its totality, not offsetting or getting around the sanctions that we are looking at. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think there are some wider questions that we need to look at when we are looking at what is our medium-term strategy in Ukraine, and some of that does relate to the government's own integrated review that I wish to turn to just briefly now. I think it is worth saying that there's much in the integrated review that this side of the House agrees with. The assumptions and the framing, I think, are good, and much of the research that has led into it, I think, is credible and accurate still, notwithstanding the invasion of Ukraine. But there are some elements of the integrated review that I think it is now prudent and wise to revisit. I know in the debates we've had to date, there has been cross-party suggestions to the Minister that elements of the integrated review are updated to ensure it can be a relevant and accurate strategic framing document for the United Kingdom's armed forces and our overall diplomatic approach. And that does mean, I think, updating the integrated review. It means looking at the paucity of Europe within the integrated review. It means looking again, I think, at the strategy of tilting towards the Indo-Pacific, perhaps at the expense of securing our own backyard in the Euro-Atlantic area. And we also need to revisit, I think, the army cuts. I don't think, given the invasion of Ukraine, it is justifiable for the government to continue to cut 10,000 roles from the army. We know that army numbers have plunged by 1,000 between October and January of this year alone, and they're set to be cut further. I don't think it is wise for the government to be continuing with their £1.7 billion real terms cut in day-to-day spending on the MOD. The government has put more money in, but much of that has filled black holes in procurement programmes, and there's still an agreement to cut day-to-day spending that the ministers have made. I think we need to revisit those, and if the government does revisit those, they'll have Labour's support in doing so. We do need to make sure that our leadership in NATO continues to be at the forefront, and we don't risk any of that. And that's why, in the NATO debate, and again today, I suggest to ministers they need to rewrite the flaws in the integrated review, they need to review defence spending, reform defence procurement, rethink the army cuts, and importantly, renew our international friendships, because we need to make sure that our values and our alliances speak as strongly as the strength of our weapons and our armed forces here. There's much to be done, and I would like to see greater urgency in order to do that. There are some points that... Oh, happy giving way there first, and then I'll come there.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. One of the things that's becoming increasingly clear, I'd suggest, is that the war in Ukraine will not be a short conflict. It'll go on for some time. And it's important, therefore, that we maintain our solidarity and our practical support. That means continuing the supply of armaments. And that in itself begs the question, have we sufficient resources of our own to maintain that constant flow?
I agree with my friend in relation to his question. I do want to see a reform of our procurement system to ensure we have sufficient and agile procurement, and perhaps, dare I say, more cost-effective procurement than we've had to date. We need to make sure that is the case, and that's why I'm arguing for a medium-term strategy here. Rather than just the immediacy, which the steps have been taken have been important, we need a longer-term look at it. Have a giving way there.
I'm extremely grateful. Following on from the honourable member for Caerphilly, I do believe also it's going to be a long-term conflict. So on top of the containment strategy that we're going to have in place for Russia, does the Shadow Minister agree with me that really we'll need a strategy which offers Russia an alternative path for the post-Putin era whenever that comes, and that they can reassume normal international relations if they respect their neighbours?
I think it will be a very hard way back for Russia if President Putin remains in power. And I think the difficulty is that the off-ramp option that was perhaps spoken about in the early days of the war is now very difficult for President Putin to look at. But we do need to make sure that in discussing future options for how the war can end, we make it very clear that the war will only end when Russia leaves Ukraine in its entirety and returns Ukraine to a peaceful situation where the people of Ukraine can make their own decisions. Madam Deputy Speaker, I realise time is pressing on, so I just want to briefly raise the Homes for Ukraine issue. There has been enormous support from the British people in opening their homes to people fleeing Ukraine. My boyfriend and myself have signed up to the Homes for Ukraine scheme, but without a matching service, it is difficult to ensure that we can fill our spare room, and there are thousands, tens of thousands of people in a similar situation. Briefly, yeah.
I thank my friend for giving way. In terms of cases that are coming to my attention in my constituency, families are waiting up to 2 months for visas for the Ukraine Family Scheme and the Homes for Ukraine. This is unacceptable, and does my honourable friend agree with me that the Home Office really must address this, as well as staff having to wait up to 2 hours on the phone to get through to the Home Office as well?
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I think, for all honourable members in this place, we will have seen the queues snaking around Portcullis House of parliamentary staff that have an awful lot on their plates, regardless of whichever party MP they work for, who are sitting in a queue to try and get answers out of a Home Office system. It should not take a Member of Parliament to intervene in the system to make the system work properly. It should certainly not take hours and hours and hours of our staff's time to try and get the decent answers. And I know the Immigration Minister is in his place here. He will have heard what I said. I think we wish him all the best of luck to fix this broken system, because at the moment it's not delivering the promise that he and the Home Secretary has made to have a swift, efficient system to help people fleeing conflict to get to a place of safety and get so quickly. There are people now who are questioning how long it will take for the families to get here, especially even those that have contact with the Ukrainian family. And I think we do need to make sure that is taking place. I know in Plymouth we've had families across the city who have taken up the offer, and they are waiting for that matching service to take place. And I just want to pay tribute not only to those families but also to our schools and our health services, the mental health services across the country who are assisting Ukrainian families and the individuals who have been fleeing such difficult circumstances.
Will you give away again?
One final time.
Can I simply tell him that when I was in Lithuania with an all-party group, in the reception centres there for refugees, women were coming in basically with children and were processed within 12 hours. They were simply given the biometric checks, some checks were made, they were associated with a family, with a kindergarten, with work, and it was simply done, and they were regarded as friends and people helping the workforce rather than Russian spies. Obviously the men were put in another place because they're expected to fight.
Intervention. I would just briefly say to the Minister that I think the generosity of the British people needs to be matched with the generosity of an immigration system, especially for our friends fleeing Ukraine at this point, and I don't think they match up as they should do at the moment. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour stands unshakably with our NATO allies on the eastern flank next to Russia, and we stand unshakably with our Ukrainian friends, and we will continue to do so during this brutal invasion. We need to make sure that we are supporting them in any way we can. And indeed, the support that is required needs to now go much further than just military matters. I'm grateful for the Minister setting out the support that's been provided to deal with the hideous amount of war crimes and the long-term consequences of the Russian military using rape as a weapon of war. There's considerable long-term consequences for women in particular in Ukraine who have been abused by Russian forces, and we must make sure that there is long-term support, not just to prosecute those people responsible, but to provide support for those communities who have been victims of torture, murder and rape. Madam Deputy Speaker, if time had allowed, I would have spoken about the need to provide more humanitarian assistance and the mentions around food security. Food security is national security. And as a parliament, we must do much more to secure our own food security, but realising that Ukraine's grain exports in particular support some of the most vulnerable and fragile countries in the world, we must make sure that there is the ability for Ukraine to export that grain. It is a global priority, not just a Ukrainian priority, that happens, and we must make sure that takes place. Madam Deputy Speaker, on this side of the House, we continue to support the government in their measures to provide Ukraine with the support, but there are improvements that do need to be made if we are to have a successful long-term strategy and continuing support for our friends there. Thank you.
Tobias Elwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a real pleasure to participate in this important debate. Can I begin by commending the ministers in their place for the regular drumbeat in which they're bringing this matter to the House to allow us to understand what is happening and indeed to take stock and comment on what is clearly a very, very difficult situation in Ukraine. Now, if invading Ukraine was an effort to rekindle Russian superpower status, it has been a complete flop. There was no clear initial strategy, no effective command and control, no logistical support, and absolutely no appreciation of Ukraine's fearless desire to stay and fight. This, in summary, has been a dismal campaign. The body bags returning to Russia have piled up in their thousands. Dozens of wrecked Russian T-72 tanks now litter the Ukrainian roadsides after a failed attempt to take the capital. And with international sanctions starting to bite, and countries like Britain replenishing brave Ukrainian forces with end laws and the like, surely Putin knows he cannot win. But sadly, this is far from over. With little care for the accepted rules of war, and indeed even the loss of Russian life, Russian forces have now regrouped in the southwest of the country and have begun bombing entire towns and cities from afar, carrying out the barbaric war crimes to gain territory, specifically in the Donbass region, and exploiting, I'm afraid, the West's timidity to get directly involved. Now, as NATO leaders head to the Madrid summit in June, there are lessons for the West to learn as well. Step back from the events in Ukraine, and we begin to realise that this isn't just about Ukraine, but another turning point in our history, indeed in European security. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've actually had it quite easy over the last 30 years since the end of the Cold War. But the next few decades are going to be extremely bumpy again indeed. And state-on-state aggression is clearly back. If we don't help put this fire out in Ukraine, it will spread to other parts of Europe. Yet today, it seems that we're only doing enough to ensure that Ukraine doesn't lose, but not enough to ensure, to guarantee that they can win. Putin may have misjudged Ukraine's resolve to hold ground and fight, but he was spot on in believing that NATO would have no appetite to get directly involved. Putin's invasion did not come out of the blue. His vice-like grip on his own media has over decades convinced the majority of Russians that the West, specifically NATO, is a threat and must be confronted. He's publicly expressed a desire to regain control of those countries that were once governed by Stalin. And now he is siding ever closer to China, who shares Russia's disdain for Western standards and values. This is indeed a dangerous turning point in our history. And the threat picture is certainly beginning to change fast. I put forward to this chamber that how we conduct ourselves, how we regroup, how we choose to stand up to this growing authoritarianism across the world over the next few months could have major implications as to how this plays out over the next decade. I recall speaking in the recall of Parliament when we decided to withdraw from Afghanistan. And I made the statement to say our departure there could well be the high tide mark of Western liberalism since the Second World War. I fear that I might be right in that analysis if we don't get Ukraine right. So if we are to do this correctly, we face three big tasks which I put to the Minister today. Now, firstly, on Ukraine itself, we must agree what exactly victory looks like. Even in the debate this afternoon so far, there has been, I wouldn't say disagreement, but certainly different viewpoints as to what success actually is. For me, it is the flushing out of all Russian forces out of mainland Ukraine. I park the Crimea because it is a more complex issue to be revisited at a later date. But ultimately, I encourage President Zelensky, the Ukrainian armed forces, to clarify that this is what they want to do, because that means it's very clear how we can then properly support them. Now, there must be clarity of that mission, because at the moment there seems to be a little disagreement taking place across our European allies. France and Germany suggesting that perhaps a chunk of the Donbass could remain in Russians' hands. So we need to agree what that mission is, and that then helps define the operations, the tactics, and indeed the equipment that's actually required. Eastern Ukraine, for those who are familiar with it, is actually open, flat tank terrain, perfect for that form of mobility and firepower. That gives an indication as the sort of equipment that we then need to gift. Our second task, slightly bigger, stepping back from Ukraine, is to rekindle those Cold War statecraft skills, the ability to robustly react to events without assuming that we would lose control of the escalatory ladder and trigger a nuclear war when dealing with Russia. NATO, let's not forget, remains the most formidable military alliance in the world. No wonder Sweden and Finland both want in. Yet future generations may ask why it formally sat on its hands whilst a democracy on its doorstep was partially destroyed. Remember what happened in 1938 when we hesitated then. Too often we've been spooked by Putin's rhetoric. We should be shaping events, not reacting to them. Now, in fairness to the West, and particularly Britain, we have come a long way since our initial hesitance to answer President Zelensky's pleas for help. And thankfully, NATO allies are catching up with the scale of Britain's military support to Ukraine, which actually began way back in 2014. But NATO refuses to formally get involved. It's consensus-driven, and it's clear some countries don't want to lean forward. It's time, therefore, to form a coalition of like-minded nations working together to better coordinate military support for Ukraine, increasing the quality and quantity of equipment, assisting with supply chains and training, all united by a mission to see Ukraine push Russian forces entirely out of its mainland. And we must be proactive in limiting the economic harm Russia is now causing. We should establish a humanitarian corridor around the key port of Odessa, so the grain, which much of the world depends on, can actually continue to reach international markets. This, of course, is in our interests, because it will help directly tackle the cost of living crisis that are affecting us here too. Our final task is a strategy to handle an ever-assertive Russia-China axis that is attempting to exploit our fragile world order. Putin would not have invaded Ukraine if President Xi had not given the backing and his support. Both countries share a common goal of building an illiberal alternative world order where authoritarian states can flourish, and Ukraine, I believe, is just the start of this new axis of autocracy flexing its muscles. We must recognise that the last 30 years have actually been a walk in the park compared to what lays ahead. All NATO countries must increase defence spending at a minimum to 3%. Those recent cuts to our troop numbers, our fighter jets, our ship numbers must be reversed. I will.
I'm very grateful to him for giving me, and he does speak with great authority and knowledge. Based on the growing emergence of the axis between China and Russia, how concerned is he about reports over the last few days about the joint military exercise over the Sea of Japan?
Well, I look forward to his contribution in this. I'm going to focus on what happens in the European theatre of operations. But he does raise an important question about what was mentioned earlier, the tilt to the Pacific and what is happening in Ukraine. If we are going to now recognise how Russia and China are actually working together, they will also appreciate that what Russia is doing in Ukraine will actually be to China's interest. It's kept us, Europe, and indeed the United States, very busy and distracted, whilst we haven't kept an eye on what's going on in other parts of the world. There needs to be a recognition that we must lean into what's happening in the South China Sea. I would like to see a development of the Quad. This is Japan, India, United States and Australia, with Britain and France invited into that strategic partnership to look after and take a greater interest in the security of that particular part of the world. That, I think, is something I hope that the government would look forward to in the discussions at NATO itself. Yeah.
Does he agree that the West has been very timid for it because of its fear of a nuclear reaction? Yet when you look at the evidence, or when he looks at the evidence, in terms of Putin's threat that if we impose sanctions, if we impose SWIFT, if we put sanctions on him, all of those, he said these would be acts of war by the West, and then did nothing. And the Kremlin's position is they should not use nuclear weapons unless there's an existential threat on Russia, and nobody's suggesting invading Russia. So shouldn't we just get him out of the Ukraine?
There's no doubt there needs to be a sense of caution when dealing with a country such as Russia that is armed with tactical, low-yield nuclear weapons, which we don't have huge numbers in our arsenal. But there would be a stigma attached to Russia using these weapon systems. Countries such as South Africa, Saudi Arabia, India, and potentially even China may actually stop sitting on the fence or supporting Russia and move away. And don't forget what we saw in Mariupol means that you can actually achieve the same outcome as a tactical, low-yield nuclear weapon using conventional systems without testing your friendship with other nations around the world because you'll be crossing such a threshold. But I posed this very question when I visited NATO recently. What would NATO's response be? Now, it could be that it's tucked away in an envelope somewhere in a drawer to be pulled out and read and acted upon if such an event happens. I would like to see us respond robustly, because that way it would take us into a new era of character of conflict if we're now saying low-yield nuclear weapons can be used. If one is used in Ukraine, I'd like to see every F-35 in NATO's arsenal take out every single Russian asset on the ground, and to tell Russia, look Russia in the eye. And yes, this would be a who's going to blink first moment, but to say we will punish anybody that uses these weapons. If we don't respond, if we don't react, then again we allow Russia to gain more confidence, be more assertive, and no doubt use low-yield nuclear weapons again in the surrounding areas of Eastern Europe. And then how do we respond? We made the mistake in Syria, don't forget, of when we said there was a red line on chemical weapons, and what did we do? We blinked. We mustn't do that again. I'll just finish on the integrated review. I hear it was an important document. The threats assessment was correct. What was incorrect about it was the speed in which those threats were going to come over the horizon. It was also, I'm afraid, we all recognise, tied to a peacetime defence budget, which I hope, again, I offer my support in making the case to say the world is not just more dangerous, it's going to get even more dangerous from here. There's no lull, there's no mop-up, there's no conclusion of Ukraine, and then we're back to normal. We're in a new era of insecurity, and if we want to lead in the way Britain has done, then we do need to spend more on our hard power. NATO's strategic concept is about to come out. This is this big document from NATO itself as to how it operates together. It will come out with greater demands placed on all members, including the UK. I think that, I hope, would be a useful opportunity to take stock of our own position, of our own numbers of armoured fighting vehicles, troop numbers and so forth, to see how we might advance and revisit the integrated review. Madam Deputy Speaker, European security is once more in peril. Our adversaries are actually in plain sight. I fear, though, we're still a little bit in denial. But still we continue to hesitate, and Europe needs leadership. And the one thing I can say when visiting these conferences and actually being in America last week is how impressed much of the world is by the way Britain has actually stepped forward. But there is so much to do, because I repeat, Russia is now winning in Ukraine. They are moving forward to the point where Putin is able to claim a success. If he can claim a success, he continues to stay in power. If he stays in power, this doesn't end in Ukraine. That must be very, very clear indeed. So I seek support in this House for, firstly, to praise the government in what they're doing, but recognise operationally we've lent in. Strategically, we need to understand what we're actually doing so we can see victory in Ukraine, put that fire out, humiliate Putin, and let the Russian people then decide whether they want to continue with that leader or not. Thank you.
SNP spokesman, Alan Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you in your place. And I think it's right that we are taking stock of events in Ukraine. I think they deserve our support. They also deserve our continuing focus. And I would start by commending the front bench and the Treasury bench and the ministers on their openness during the debates that we've had and the actions that we've taken on Ukraine. The SNP is a firm part of the coalition in Ukraine's defence. We are a party that stands for international law. We are a party that stands for self-determination, democracy and human rights. Of course, we are part of the coalition in Ukraine's defence, and where I have supported the UK government, I hope I've been vocal enough in doing so. The Ukrainians deserve our support, and I salute their bravery in defence of their homeland. But Ukraine has a right to its independence. It has a right to live without fear of its neighbour and without interference from its neighbour. So we're all on the same team on this one, and I'm glad to express my support for that. Now, of course, much has already been said on Ukraine, so I would limit my remarks today to a few specific points, which I hope I can rattle through fairly quickly. On sanctions, where I was concerned that the UK wasn't making sufficient progress, I think we're there now. But I've called previously for the assets that have been sanctioned to be seized and to go towards a Marshall Fund for the reconstruction of Ukraine. I'm glad to hear that that was discussed at the G7. Perhaps we could give some more details of where that is. I'm conscious of the legal difficulties with that and conscious also that ministers are working on that, but I would like to see some progress on that. And on sanctions avoidance, where the SNP supported the statutory instruments bringing forward the sanctions, I raised concerns particularly about the overseas territories. and there was an assurance that the overseas territories would sign up to these sanctions and that loopholes would not be allowed to be created. I'd like that reassurance again now that we're a further few months down the tracks on that, because we are dealing with some particularly slippery individuals who are advised by the most slippery, most expensive professionals in this field, and they'll be quick to exploit a loophole if one exists. So I would offer our support in closing them. On arms, the SNP supports the provision of arms for Ukraine to defend themselves. If anything, we've called for more faster. But I would like some words from the Minister on what assessment's been made of the evolving nature of events in Ukraine, and that, as my friend from Angus said, that we see a much better supplied, better dug-in Russian force in Donbass particularly, so there is the danger not of a frozen conflict, but a conflict that doesn't go very far. And what assessment has been made of the supply needs for that. Also, particularly the evolving situation within the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea, in that this is so pivotal to exports for Ukraine, of food especially, but also of lots of other things, and supply for Ukraine itself. Where's the evolving nature of that threat being taken forward? On refugees, this is the biggest area of disagreement between the SNP and the government. I've said long since that the UK should have done the same as the EU did. Waive visas, not flags. That the EU demonstrated what should have been done. The EU said for 3 years, if you're fleeing harm and you're fleeing Ukraine, come in, we'll keep you safe and we'll sort out the paperwork later. That, I think, was what should have been done. Now, I regret the decisions that the UK government has made on that, but I would draw attention to, speaking of the Homes for Ukraine scheme, the concerns that have been drawn up to all our attention by the British Association of Social Work and Social Workers. They've produced a very useful brief which particularly highlights the risks in safeguarding of the refugees themselves and the proper safeguards that need to be run through of the potential host families. Safeguarding is not an optional add-on. Failure to safeguard is not simply an ethical issue, it is a false economy, since hosting arrangements collapse and new hosting arrangements need to be identified. Now, I've made my position on the Homes for Ukraine scheme clear, but let's make sure it works. Let's make sure it actually does what it alleges to do. And the point that they make, and I would very strongly endorse it and be grateful for a response, an effective Homes for Ukraine scheme would have a government portal to match Ukrainians with UK hosts and undertake basic screening, and would ensure hard-pressed local authorities are properly funded to meet this humanitarian responsibility. I think that seems a very sensible addition to the Homes for Ukraine scheme, and I'd be grateful for a response for it. But then on the wider implications of Ukraine, I was struck by the Chair of the Defence Committee's remarks about a turning point. It's rare you actually see a turning point as you're experiencing it. Usually you see them in hindsight. But the world is changing right now. The world is changing around us. A lot of the assumptions which all of us based decisions on have been upended. We're seeing a massive evolution of NATO and the EU in light of events in Ukraine. The accession applications of Finland and Sweden, I'm glad to see the government support. The SNP strongly supports likewise. We think they will be very strong additions to the defensive capabilities, and we would like to see them integrated as soon as possible now that the Finns and the Swedes have made their democratic intentions clear. And on the evolution of the EU, and this is, I think, the most interesting aspect for UK-EU relations, the EU defence and foreign affairs capability has evolved at light speed in the last few months. With the peace instrument, the strategic compass, PESCO growing arms and legs, there is an awful lot of developments in the EU that I would like to see the UK absolutely hand in glove with. Now, I regret Brexit deeply. I regret the fact that the UK left the EU. I want to see Scotland get back into the EU, which is a discussion for another date. But meantime, surely, let's build on the cooperation, the very good cooperation that is happening between the UK and the EU on defensive matters. And now is the time for a deep and comprehensive UK-EU security and intelligence treaty in order to formalise that cooperation and make sure that the UK is not left behind as the EU develops its own competencies on that field. And I'd also draw attention to, and food prices have been raised by a number of other people, but the Red Cross has given us a very sobering briefing that the UN, they say, the UN projects that a further 8 to 20 million people will now be left hungry from the knock-on effects of soaring prices and broken supply chains for grains, cooking oil, fertiliser and fuel. The UK government, working with local and international partners, can and must look beyond the borders of Europe and act urgently to prevent a food crisis. That is the litmus test of Global Britain. Now, Global Britain is not the SNP's project, but I have to say, if we see serious action from the UK government on world food prices, I'll be the first to support them. In the European Parliament, we can check my record. I've been banging on about food security and the food supply chain for the best part of 2 decades. I am deeply concerned that we are weeks away from a catastrophe for many of the most vulnerable in the world, and we need to act together to fix it. So there are many things that have changed in terms of the world, and I'd echo the comments of the Defence Committee Chair on the integrated review. The SNP contributed constructive suggestions to the integrated review, but surely we can all agree that it is now badly out of date, and it needs to be refreshed and reassessed urgently, and we will continue our cooperative spirit with that. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a number of things that have changed about Ukraine, but the people of Ukraine deserve and have our support, and I'm glad to continue the SNP's constructive approach with the UK Government on this matter. Thank you.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the last 3 months, we have seen a war of choice in Europe. Putin and his close allies have revealed their callous and barbaric nature, plumbing new depths of human depravity and reaching new peaks of human wickedness. Putin has shown a casual and contemptible disregard for human life and a vile disinterest in the suffering of men, women and children as a result of the choice that he made. Suffering and death that we hoped we would never see on the European continent again. A few weeks ago I was speaking at a university in Poland to young people. There were Polish students, Ukrainian students, Russian students in the audience. They were bewildered and afraid and angry about what they had seen, but it struck me that these young people had no memory of the Berlin Wall or the Cold War or the Soviet Union. All the more reason for us to repeat to them the lessons that we have learned from history, but it comes, or should come, as no real surprise to us what we've seen. Putin told us who he was and what he believed at the Munich Security Conference in 2007. He told us primarily that he was in denial about the end of the Cold War. He believed it had come to an end rather than the Soviet Union had been defeated. He said, "We should not forget that the fall of the Berlin Wall was possible thanks to a historic choice, one that was made also by our people, the people of Russia, a choice in favour of democracy, freedom, openness and a sincere partnership with all the members of the big European family." If that wasn't utterly out of line with the reality of what was happening, I don't know what is. And he also made it very clear in that speech that he viewed NATO as an aggressor from the outset. When he said, "I think it's obvious that NATO expansion does not have any relation with the modernisation of the alliance itself or with ensuring security in Europe. And we have the right, on the contrary, it represents a serious provocation that reduces the level of mutual trust. And we have the right to ask, against whom is this expansion intended?" No expansion was intended. It was there as a defensive alliance. If there has been an expansion now, it is because of the threat posed to other European states that Putin has shown he's been more than willing to carry out in relation to Ukraine. And something else in that speech I think we should remember says something about the values that he has. He was talking about the unipolar moment, and he said, "I consider that the unipolar model is not only unacceptable but impossible in today's world." He said, "What is even more important is that the model itself is flawed because its basis there is, and because at its basis there is and can be no moral foundations for modern civilization." We knew from that what Putin was like. How did we get it so wrong? We did it because we substituted wishful thinking in the West for, rather than critical analysis. We wanted there to be a peace dividend, understandably, but we wanted it so much we just didn't look at the evidence in front of our eyes, because we got in rapid succession Chechnya, we had Grozny razed to the ground in the way that we are seeing today in Donbass. The pattern of behaviour is clear. We then saw in 2008 the invasion of Georgia, and we did very little. We saw the annexation of Crimea, and when I wrote in February 2015 in an article in the Sunday Telegraph that we should be arming the Ukrainians to stop Putin because they would be next. I was actually described by a senior member of the coalition government as a warmonger. Well, I'm still waiting for the apology, but I guess it won't be coming. I will in just a moment. Now, in a bizarre and horrible echo of history, we see Putin willing to use the grain supplies that sit in Ukraine as a weapon of war well beyond the European theatre, willing to cut off the supply to the developing world who will starve if they don't get it, in an awful echo of what Stalin himself did in using famine as a weapon against the Ukrainian people. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Is it not the case that even on the verge of the invasion, when our intelligence sources made it clear an invasion was going to take place, many of our allies in Europe refused to believe it would actually happen?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is right. I won't dwell on the point because I don't think it actually takes us much further forward. But there was, again, the substitution of willful thinking for critical analysis. The evidence was there that the troops were being massed on the Ukrainian border. We knew that there was an intent to use them, and yet in a number of European capitals there was still the triumph of hope over experience. And I think that actually was put the Ukrainians at a disadvantage at the beginning of the conflict, the lack of preparedness among some of the Western nations. Now, I've heard a number of right honourable and honourable members saying that the sanctions on Russia cannot be lifted until all Russian troops leave Ukraine. I would go further, Madam Deputy Speaker. The sanctions on Putin and Lavrov and the architects of this war can never be lifted. That is different from what happens to the rest of Russia. Of course, there must be a new potential course in a post-Putin era, but surely our aim must be to increase the tensions within the Russian regime by making very clear that those who stick with Putin, those who are the architects of the war in Ukraine, we cannot escape from the sanctions. They crossed the Rubicon. They are war criminals. They cannot be released from the sanctions that we have. On the other hand, those who choose a different path for the future can have an alternative future. It's very important, I believe, that our messaging is consistent and utterly clear. I give way to my...
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. He's linking the impact of sanctions to the military progress or what we should be doing on the ground. He's in danger of coming close to having a strategy. Could I suggest that it is a grand strategy that Britain, the West, NATO must have to deal with a resurgent adventurist Putin?
I'm always very wary of compliments being paid. In the House of Commons, there's generally a sting in the tail. All I would say to my honourable friend is I think that we were guilty, collectively in the West, of willfully misunderstanding what Putin was doing, even when the evidence suggested otherwise. There will be no change in Putin. His behaviour will be repeated if we allow it to be repeated. And that's why I agree with what he said earlier on in this debate, that unless Putin is defeated in Ukraine, others will follow. That is the nature of Putin. It's the nature, literally, of the beast. The next element, Madam Deputy Speaker, I briefly want to touch upon is this element of famine, because the consequences of the conflict in Ukraine will reverberate far beyond Russia, Ukraine, even Europe. There will be people, especially in the developing world, who will starve to death if we do not get grain stores and other materials released from Ukraine. This is a war that Putin is waging not just on the Ukrainians, but some of the most vulnerable people on our planet today. It is why I refer to the height of the wickedness that his regime represents. And we need to do all that we can. I won't go back over the points already raised about why we, if possible, need to be able to move grain through the port of Odessa. And if we can't, we have to move it by rail to the northern Baltic ports to get it out. But whatever we have to do together with our allies, because the consequences of failure go well beyond our own strategic objectives, and they go into the suffering of people in this world who are already being hit post-pandemic and with the supply shocks that they're facing. And the point was made again earlier in the debate, and it was made, if I may say quite correctly, by the Foreign Secretary recently. If it was Chechnya crushed, and then it was Georgia, and then it was Crimea, and then it's Ukraine, what's next in the dominoes? And the next one is Moldova, and we still have time to avoid the mistakes that we made with Ukraine by ensuring that we arm and train our allies in Moldova, who could well be the next target should Putin survive this particular adventure that he is having. We then come, again as has been referred to NATO itself. We need to ensure that we raise spending, not just amongst the biggest nations in NATO, but amongst all nations in NATO. We have to make very clear that those countries that want to have the insurance policy have to pay the premiums for the insurance policy as well. But we need to give it a lot more thought than just that, because what we can't have is unnecessary duplication of what NATO does, for example, by a European Union force. We need to ensure that in terms of procurement, that we're not duplicating and we're having wise policies across NATO. Of course, there's always been some resistance in NATO to the idea that some countries will specialise in some areas and some in others. But the bottom line is that the United States is the only country big enough and rich enough to have a full spectrum of military capabilities. Others will have to choose wisely where they spend their money. Now, the United Kingdom, we provide NATO with a nuclear deterrent, with carrier strike. We have our F-35s, our Tornadoes. We have our investment in space and cyber. Sorry, Typhoon, yes, my old friend just nods. That's a slip back to 2010. But we cannot be expected to have everything. And those countries who are more vulnerable to land attack must be willing to carry the burden of those defensive capabilities. And they certainly can't continue to take a ride on the American taxpayer in the way that they have done in recent years, because sooner or later, we had a warning with the Trump administrations, sooner or later there will come an administration that's not willing to carry that burden on behalf of European defence. And we should be regarding current events as a very, very clear warning to us of what will happen, what potentially could happen if Europe is not willing to carry its own defensive burden. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in commending our ministers for the clarity and the generosity of the briefings that they have given us during this conflict, and the very clear leadership exhibited by the Defence Secretary and his team, we have to accept painfully that what we have seen in Ukraine is, at least to a large extent, a failure of deterrence. Because given our lack of reaction to previous incursions by Putin, he believed that we would not act. Well, we can console ourselves with the fact that we have acted, that NATO has been strengthened, not just in its military cooperation, but in an understanding of the political nature of NATO as well, in our belief in democracy, our belief in rule of law, our belief in human rights. That has been strengthened by the shared experience that we have just gone through. We have shown that we can and are willing to supply Ukraine with the necessary armaments to defend themselves, and we have shown our willingness to sanction Russia and its leaders in a way that we have never done before with a major economy, particularly through its central bank sanctions. We must follow these positive developments through with increases in our defence expenditure and a much clearer idea across NATO about which roles are appropriate for which nations and where they need to invest in their procurement budgets. The final lesson for us is that weakness in any of these areas is no friend of peace. Only strength is.
Order. I will briefly interrupt the debate in order to announce the result of the ballot held today for the election of a new chair of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee. I have to announce that 474 votes were cast with no invalid ballot papers. It's a relief to know that members of Parliament know how to cast a vote. The counting went to 4 rounds. 420 valid votes were cast in the 4th round, excluding those ballot papers whose preferences had been exhausted. The quota to be reached was therefore 211 votes. And the candidate who has been elected chair with 243 votes is Sir Robert Goodwill. Sir Robert will take up his post immediately. I congratulate him upon his election. The results of the count under the alternative vote system will be made available as soon as possible in the Vote Office and published on the internet. Point of order, Sir Robert Goodwill.
On a point of order, can I first of all thank the officers of the House and the clerks who carried out this election so efficiently and all those involved. Could I also thank my fellow candidates for the very good-natured way in which it was carried out, and thank all the people that voted for me, and hope that I'll be able to carry forward this committee and follow on for the excellent work carried on by my predecessor, Neil Parish.
Thank you. I don't need to answer that point of order. It's a perfectly reasonable one to have made, and I'm glad there was an opportunity for the Right Honourable Gentleman to give his thanks to the House, and I will add the commiserations of the whole House to all of the other excellent candidates who took part in this fiercely contested election. We will now resume the debate. Geraint Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also add my warmest congratulations to the newly elected EFRA committee chair. I've had the joy of chairing the committee in the interim. He's obviously slightly deaf and preoccupied. But anyway, over to the main issue, Madam Deputy Chair. We're all aware and we all condemn the unprovoked, barbaric, illegal attack of the Ukraine. It's an attack on a peaceful people. It's a land grab of the biggest country in Europe, other than Russia itself, of the natural resources that we see there, whether they're the uranium that this country may be relying on for its nuclear ambitions, the grain that is feeding the world. So we also see this as an appalling attack on our fundamental values of democracy, human rights and the rule of law, and see this as an attack and a diminution of all our economic futures as well, in terms of the cost of living crisis, and of course the fact that the world economy is looking to be reduced by something like 750 billion this year. I support sanctions, as I suggested earlier, but let's be realistic. The sanctions are likely to actually shrink the Russian economy by something like 8.5%, according to the IMF, in the next year. The sanctions themselves, in the short term, don't stop a rolling Russian tank. We know that Putin expected the Ukraine to roll over, but thanks to the great bravery and solidarity of the Ukrainian people, the great leadership of Zelensky, and the military support that's been provided outside and inside, he's been resisted. And now is the time to look again at the balance of support that we provide in terms of the military, in terms of the economic support, in order to have the ambition to drive now Russia out of Ukraine itself, so that we can actually resume relationships with them, possibly in the future. I mentioned earlier that as we speak, the Russians and with China are reconfiguring their economic relationships in order to move forward, even in a world of sanctions. And that at the Beijing Olympics, Russia and China signed up for a deal of some 10 billion cubic metres of gas per year from 2025, which compares to something like 1.25 at the moment. Also, more gas and oil is being sold to India and Indonesia. And in Russia itself, the price of oil has been reduced in order that they can transport, for example, food supplies from the south to the north of Russia more economically. Logistic costs are down, so they can boost some of the manufacturing that they're being denied through sanctions. Meanwhile, we're in a situation, obviously in Britain and elsewhere, where energy prices are going up and economic activity is being hit. So what this suggests to me is that whilst we should continue to impose sanctions, in particular those targeted at Putin and his allies, time is not necessarily on our side in terms of supporting the military imperative of getting back the democracy and the economy of Ukraine into a healthy state. We know, as we pointed out, by stepping back and looking at the track record of President Putin in terms of the invasion of Georgia, in terms of Crimea, in terms of taking control of Belarus, and then in terms of invading Ukraine, that this is part of a wider plan. Clearly Finland would be in his sights, and it's obviously we welcome the fact they've applied to be members of NATO. Moldova has been mentioned already as being vulnerable.
Honourable friend, give way on that very point.
Yeah, I certainly will.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and I want to offer my wholehearted support to the inclusion of Finland and Sweden in NATO and the very important work that NATO does through collective security. Does he also agree with me that there's also a parallel track of much better support for refugees, and that the government needs to step up its support in this matter, particularly the issue of family reunification? I've had a number of very difficult cases which I've dealt with recently where families have been separated, and I would ask him to perhaps focus on that in his speech as well.
I'm very grateful for that intervention. I think one of the key costs of this war, of course, isn't the economic financial costs. The main loss, of course, is that of human life and 5 million refugees leaving. And I know there's a lot of talk in this place about the need to stop people getting in boats and crossing the channel and all this, but put in the context of 5 million people, we simply aren't doing enough for the people of Ukraine. And when I was visiting Lithuania and went to some centres where each day hundreds and hundreds of people were arriving, and they were processing people within hours, normally women with young children who'd have the biometrics done, have the basic checks done, then they'd be associated with a family, with a kindergarten, with work, and straight on. And in talking with the head of the civil service in respect of immigration and refugees, she said to me that we don't regard these people as refugees, we regard them as part of our friends or part of our family and a support to our labour market. And I've got to say that the view taken in Britain is much more about, oh, hold on, you know, what will be the cost of the health service, the education service, etc., even though we've got labour shortages, in fact, given that 1.4 million people who have registered to vote and registered to work here from Europe have stayed in Europe. And obviously we should open our hearts and homes to the people of Ukraine who share our values, and we share their suffering, and we should actually support them in every way we can. Not enough is being done. We need to do much more quickly, much more effectively. Yes, I will.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving me. I wanted to share my concern at the discrepancy between those refugees who arrive on the Homes for Ukraine scheme and those who arrive under the family visa scheme. And the way that funding is available for those who are being supported through the Homes for Ukraine scheme, but not for people who arrive through the family visa scheme. And there is an assumption that people who arrive through families will be funded through their families. But not every family is the same. Some are being brought over by grandparents and are now having to carry the costs themselves. And that inconsistency is something that I think the government has already been applied to change, and I think it would be wonderful if we could reiterate that consideration to the government as to why refugees are being treated differently according to the route by which they've arrived.
Yeah, I completely agree with my honourable friend. She makes an excellent point, which I fully concur with. Frankly, the reason for these discrepancies is because there's a mean-minded culture in Britain about refugees and how somehow we've got a problem. You know, if one looks across Europe in terms of where we are in terms of asylum seekers, by way of example, we are 17th in terms of the number we take per head of the population, 5th overall. It's not as if we've got a huge burden. And yet in Poland and elsewhere, and I mentioned Lithuania, there's a massive burden of people coming over. A lot of those people are in a state of psychological flight. They sort of think, okay, actually, we now want to go to Britain. And it's not made, it's made out it's made easy, but it's not made easy, and people are taking months, not days, to get here, and it should be resolved straight away. I will be waiting.
Thank the member for giving way. Would he agree with me that there is deep concern now about those reports that Ukrainian refugees are becoming homeless, having fallen out with hosts in this country? So there is not only a problem when it comes to the matching of Ukrainian refugees and their hosts here, but also the maintenance and also the checking that those refugees who are incredibly vulnerable, many of them women, are actually safe when they get to this country.
Yeah, I think she makes a critical point about the need to follow through the association with families to ensure sufficient support is there, and also safety and security for the people being received. And it is the case, of course, that the government may need to put its hand in its pocket a bit more deeply to ensure that people are given a safe haven and these matches are done properly. And it might be the case that more resources needed in the Home Office to facilitate this. Obviously, this is under the backdrop with others saying from the government we need to slash arbitrarily 90,000 people from the civil service. So this war, alongside other changes, does mean more public management for our own security and the safety of the people coming over. So I very much welcome the point that she's making. The point I was previously making was us moving towards saying that we also need to do more cooperation across Europe. We have the facility, and we've taken leadership in terms of unilateral action and military support. We need to be closer to our European allies who share our fundamental values of democracy, human rights and the rule of law, in order to get them frankly to raise their game as well. We've got Germany who said now they will provide support, but there's a lot of talk, isn't there, in France and Germany about possibly, oh, we better give Russia a bit of this, and maybe we just want to settle and give them a bit, as we did with Crimea. And as has been pointed out, allowing the sort of the creeping partial success of Putin is not something that we want to allow, and it is something we want to actually work against alongside our allies. So I'm a member of the Council of Europe, which shares these fundamental values. Russia, of course, was a member. We ensured they were ejected from the Council of Europe for a clear breach of democracy, human rights and the rule of law. But I would like to see a route map that sometime in the future Russia would readopt these values and come back into the fold, into democracy, human rights and the rule of law, rather than permanently being driven alongside China in a sort of in a partnership which is pushing us towards a more totalitarian way of thinking globally. This is a time of reckoning. There has been some debates about, how we integrate economically with those people who haven't got our interests at heart in terms of supply chains, the Uyghurs or whatever. And it is a time to stand back and think about our global strategy. Obviously, we'd all like to be able to ensure respect for human rights, get the Russians out of the Ukraine, and to have a economic coexistence that made sense. Sadly, we've seen now in this recent event the use of gas, the use of grain as instruments of war. Obviously, elsewhere with China, we've seen sanctions being used as well. So we need to sort of think in an integrated way how we move forward. But in the very short term, our focus resolve needs to be to support Ukraine in delivering the democracy and sovereignty and a working economy that they so naturally crave.
Bob Seeley. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the relatively short amount of time I have, I'll just make a few general points, if I may. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Swansea West. And I have to say I agree with a lot of what the Right Honourable friend for North Somerset said. I mean, this Cold War started in 2007 with the declaration of Putin's Munich speech. I think it was a great shame that both the political classes in this country and elsewhere in the European Union didn't take that to heart. And I think we've been paying an increasingly high price ever since. I'd just like to talk in the few minutes I have about the potential speed of the Russian collapse, what that may mean, the nuclear threat, and also some issues with kit. And I'd just like to raise with ministers, starting with kit. I was in Odessa a few weeks ago talking to the regional governor there and the county council there. They have been trying to buy medical kit from this country, so they're not looking for freebies. And they found the export licenses very difficult to get, despite the fact this was medical kit. And they're also trying to purchase body armour. I wrote to the Secretary of State for the Defence, I've written to International Trade, and maybe I can drop one of the two ministers on the front desk now, on the front bench now, just to follow up that letter, because I would like an answer, just because I was asked very directly about this kit. I'll come to the issue more generally of the Southern Front, because I think the Southern Front issue is going to be a very significant inflection point and a decision point both for the Ukrainians and the Russians. Everyone is saying that this is going to be a long war. I'm not quite sure I buy that, and the reason I don't buy that is because I'd always distrusted conventional wisdom. I lived in the Soviet Union back in '91, and the conventional wisdom that the Soviet Union wasn't going to collapse, well, that went well. The conventional wisdom was that the nationalities issue wasn't a problem in the Soviet Union, when actually it was one of the critical factors, etc. And we now hear that the conventional wisdom is that this is going to be a long war. I'm not saying that's necessarily wrong, but the Russians got this war wrong. Even our Ukrainian friends got this war wrong, because they were saying to us, look at doctrine, Russia doesn't have the kit, it doesn't have the personnel, it's not going to do anything until August of this year. Well, our Ukrainian friends were wrong, the Germans and the French were wrong in saying that the Russians were going to invade. We got it right, but then we didn't expect the Ukrainians to survive. The Battle of Kiev was won when we expected it to be lost. The Battle of Kharkiv is now effectively, probably, coming to an end as Russians pull back and can shell increasingly from a distance. The Russians are digging in. I was talking to a Ukrainian MP from Odessa just, I think, 2 days ago. The Russians are now digging in around Kherson to defend their territory. Whilst they are making some gains now on the Eastern Front, I do question how long that is going to go on for. And I think there's a considerable chance that with the amount of kit which is coming in to Kiev and being spread out throughout the country, that an Eastern Front will stabilise. The question then is how likely a Ukrainian counterattack becomes. Now, Kirill Budanov, the head of Ukrainian intelligence, said that Ukraine was going to be ready for a counterattack, a counteroffensive in August. And I think the critical question for me at this point was, is this counterattack simply going to be in the east of the country, or is it going to be in the Southern Front? When I was talking to the commander of the Southern Front near Mykolaiv about 2 weeks ago, he said to me, we don't even have APCs, armoured vehicles, in which to put our commanders for units to attack on the Southern Front. And what is quite clear is that if the Ukrainians can open up a second front to the south, challenge the positions, the Russian positions around Kherson, and push through to break that land corridor, then there is, I think, a real danger to Russia that you will see a wider collapse and a growing and simple ineffectiveness of the Russian armed forces in Ukraine. So whilst the Russians are continuing to push forward now and are threatening Severodonetsk, I think there is potential, come September, for a significant Russian fallback and significant Russian damage. And when we talk about Russian conscripts coming into the war, we have to remember it takes at least 6 months for conscripts to be ready, to be trained on kit. And we've seen already how badly treated they are and how undermotivated when the Ukrainians are increasingly training increased numbers of their own people to go forward. And now they've got the kit as well. It is absolutely true, as some of us think in this country, that the Ukrainians have not quite yet mastered combined arms. And when it comes to the broader kit which the government is supplying, and I think the government is doing a great job, the Secretary of State for Defence doing a wonderful job of being effectively the external quartermaster of the Ukrainian army, and I congratulate him wholeheartedly on his role, finding NASAM's air defence kit, trying to find planes, trying to find tanks. What the Ukrainians say they desperately need now is the MLRS, so the guided artillery systems that can strike 30-40 kilometres. There has been a significant problem up till now that the Ukrainians have only had Soviet-era artillery 152, which has a range approximately 20-25 kilometres. Now they've got the 155, they are able to mildly overmatch in traditional artillery the Russians, because 155 has, all things considered, about 5 kilometres further range. So the Russians are either pushing back or having to go deeper, in which case they expose themselves further. Now, if we can supply MLRS, that will make our position considerably stronger. Having said that, there is clearly a danger, and I do take seriously what the Russians say about a nuclear threat. Some of this undoubtedly is bluff. I had no doubt about that, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2016, the Russians threatened Denmark with a nuclear response if Denmark took part in the American nuclear missile shield. That is bluff. The threats to Finland and Sweden, that is almost certainly bluff. But to my mind, I think there will be 6 decision points within the next 6 months where Putin will go over and have to consider whether to use nuclear weapons. There is absolutely no guarantee he would. But if Crimea was threatened, I think we'd start to live in extremely dangerous circumstances. So those 6 points are the collapse and the drawal of Russian positions around Kharkiv, the collapse of the Russian advance in Donbass, which has not yet happened but may within the next 2 to 3 months, the eventual collapse of Russian positions, new Russian positions this summer, the collapse of Russian positions in Kherson, where they're currently digging in, the entry of Ukrainian forces into the separatist Donbass republics, if they start to lose, if the Russians start to lose the territory they seized in 2014, and the entry of Ukrainian forces potentially into Crimea. Now, will Putin use tactical nuclear weapons because of the collapse of the Kharkiv front? No, because it hasn't happened. Would he be tempted to use nuclear weapons if he was losing the Crimea? I'm not sure I'd want to take that risk. I can't answer that question, but I think there would be a significant likelihood. The bigger question is, when the Russian land corridor collapses come September and October, what happens then? And there is a fine line between a Russian victory, which clearly nobody wants to see, a Russian collapse, which may become as a decision point for a series of catastrophic moves by Putin, and the beginning of the significant weakening of the Russian position, the Russian loss of dominance of the Sea of Azov, that is, looking at the map, the right-hand side, of what was called Novorossiya, these sort of Russian-speaking territories that are fighting just as hard as the rest of Ukraine. And I think there becomes a decision point for him. And that is the point where, from an optimal outcome of this war, you then start to get a negotiation, because Putin will then try to keep some of the land that he has gained. As everyone has said here, that is a decision for the Ukrainians, and we should not be being armchair generals in this country. But when I spoke to some American diplomats a few days ago, I am relieved that they are thinking through and wargaming these very dangerous scenarios, and I very much hope the MOD and the Foreign Ministry and NATO is as well. NATO, as far as I can see, does not wargame this because they don't have nuclear weapons. We do, the Americans do, and I hope that we are. The reason I'm worried is not only because of those big decision-making points, but in Russian military doctrine, there's 2 or 3 points here. Firstly, in Russian military doctrine, nuclear weapon use is justified for an existential threat to the state. Nobody in their right mind thinks that Russia is existentially threatened. However, the Russian narrative and the Russian media is portraying this war as an existential threat to Russia, and it's a defensive war because Russia is trying to seize its territory, which will be taken from NATO. So it is being presented, whether we like it or not, as an existential threat. Secondly, excuse me, there is debate about whether the Russians escalate to de-escalate. So they use a nuclear weapon to warn, to try to de-escalate. That is not in Russian doctrine. Well, I certainly haven't seen it in the Russian doctrine that I've read, although there is writing and thinking around that to say that this is some of the thinking that's going on. It is also, thirdly, absolutely true to say that the Russians take a very different approach to nuclear weapons, nuclear war, to the rest of us, to the Western world. The Soviets always saw nuclear war as fightable and winnable, which is why they built bomb shelters in so many cities. So they do not necessarily take our mindset, which worries me, because I do think we look at the Russians through our own mindset and we don't understand them enough on their own terms. Finally, again, something which is sometimes overlooked, but I think highly dangerous. People get trapped by their narratives. Human beings do, and nations do. And if you listen and watch Russian TV, as some of us had over the last 5 or 10 years, you will know that there is a normalization of the idea of war with the West. And you will know that there is an idea of a nuclear war as being normalized with the West. That is why that if you look at modern Russian polling, and not just now, but really since 2018 onwards, you have something like 50% of Russians polled believe that war with the West is inevitable, and a large part of them believe that nuclear war with the West is inevitable. So you're dealing with a different mindset, and you're dealing with people who've been propagandized for 20 years. This is also a danger in China, but it is certainly a danger in Russia. So do we think, by our logic, that nuclear war is likely? No, because nobody thinks that this is an existential threat to Russia. This was an existential threat to Ukraine, but not to Russia. However, in the Russian narrative, the Russian mindset, the sort of paranoid, conspiracy-driven mindset that you see in Russian media and is reflected in the Russian leadership, there is such a sense of an external existential threat, if only to the incredibly amoral, incredibly foolish, Sovietized, sort of bastardized Slavophiles that are currently running Russia and see paranoid conspiracy theories under every pothole in Moscow. So I just say that by word of warning, that we are dealing with people who think very differently from ourselves. And I do think we also have to say, as much as I respect so many of the ministers who have been involved, I think the Foreign Minister and the Defence Minister have been absolutely superb, we need to see Russian defeat. But at the same time, we need to remember that this is not Berlin in 1945. Limited wars end in negotiation, whether we like it or not. So there is going to be some kind of negotiated point and purpose at the end of this war, because otherwise it will simply not have an end. And I think that is also a point that we should be remembering. I just want to round up, if I may, just on two other points. I agree with what people say about the integrated review. I do think we need a rethink. I think the integrated review was a good document. I don't think it looked at deep strategy enough, and I think it was a sort of combination of bringing together of all the policies around themes. It was a good document, but I think it could have been better. But I do think it now needs to be looked at again. I agree with what many people have said, the Chairman of the Defence Committee, front bench of the Labour Party, surprise, surprise, about not cutting back on our defence spending now. I don't think it makes any sense, and it is not logical, because we're going to need that defence spending either to confront the Chinese threat or the Russian threat. I would also make an additional point, which hasn't yet been raised, which I think is important. National security strategy. Our national security structures are not fit for purpose, and I personally do not think the National Security Advisor is up to the job. I listened to him in Bahrain a couple of months before the war started. He basically said, look, climate change is the biggest threat to humanity. This is in a city which had Iranian weapons pointed at it, the week that the Chinese were wargaming over Taiwan, the month that the Russians were building up over in Ukraine. You know, try doing climate change in a nuclear winter is my somewhat flippant response. State-on-state warfare is still the short-term and medium-term primary aim, and the avoidance of it is the primary aim for this state. Yes, global poverty, incredibly important, and getting the grain out, however we manage to do so, is incredibly important. Climate change, I'm not dismissing it for 1 second, it's incredibly important. But it's difficult to do climate change. It is difficult to reach out to states like Russia and China if we are at war or close to war or in confrontation with them. I will just make, one other final point about ceasefires, because I think it is an important one. There is a slight shattering currently in the Western response. And we see a slight foot dragging, not only from the Germans and the French, maybe surprising, but potentially also from the US administration. In Georgia, and I remember this well because I was there at the time, the Russians used ceasefires very effectively to solidify their control of the territory that they had taken. And again, I think this summer we are probably going to see a concerted attempt, and it's already happening because the Russians are hinting at this. We're going to see a concerted attempt to try to get the French and the Germans and others to press the Ukrainians for a ceasefire now. And everyone will say stop the war because there's obviously overpowering moral and humanitarian arguments. But the reasons why the Russians will do this would be in order to solidify their control over the ground that they have taken. And I do think that if the Ukrainians are wobbling on this, we need to say to the Ukrainians, you must do what is right, clearly. But we must also remind them that the Russians have a very aggressive negotiating strategy, that they negotiate ceasefires as they did in Georgia, very often in bad faith, and that will be an aim, one of their war aims will be to grasp, solidify, to Russify, that is, hand out passports to those areas, we see it happening today, to those areas that they have taken. And indeed, the Estonian Prime Minister has said it is important that we do not get a bad peace. And I think a ceasefire this summer, although as attractive as it sounds, without further Ukrainian gains, would result in a bad peace, further warfare and further bloodshed in future. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Margaret Farrer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to highlight a case my office is currently handling in the hopes that the voice of the young girl I'm about to tell you about will finally be heard, and I'm really grateful that the Immigration Minister is in his place to hear this. Natalia is 15 years old. When war broke out, her parents made an impossible decision to keep her safe, a decision that no parent ever wants to have to make, so that their daughter could reach safety in the UK and start a life away from the conflict. They handed over legal guardianship of Natalia to her mother's cousin Milena. And then the pair fled, hoping to reach the UK under the Homes for Ukraine scheme. Milena's visa was approved in mid-April. Natalia is still waiting for hers. Unbelievably, I understand that Natalia's guinea pigs have been given the green light to enter the UK by DEFRA. Their 15-year-old owner has not. I won't go into the ins and outs of every failing that has been made in this case. I would be here literally all day, in the same way my team have, on hold to the MP hotline or writing to the latest contact the Home Office have directed them to. What I will say is that it's clear the Home Office have not provided the UK VI team with the resources they need to handle these cases in the right way. Milena and Natalia are running out of time and money. They are currently in Budapest, where they have travelled from Moldova. They cannot wait there indefinitely, and sooner or later Milena is going to have to make a similar impossible choice to the one Natalia's parents faced. She can come to the UK, but Natalia can't join her. That means that this 15-year-old girl faces two options: sheltering at a refugee camp or returning to the war zone. It's a disgrace. She's a child, vulnerable and needing protection. She cannot be left to fend for herself. I ask colleagues across both benches to bring to mind any teenage girls they know, maybe a daughter or a niece, maybe a family friend. I ask them to think about what it would mean if she were left alone in an unfamiliar country with no family, unable to speak the language, no means to support herself. I have written to the Minister for Refugees, Lord Harrington, about the case, and I hope with every fibre of my being that Natalia's pleas are heard. I hope that ministers will do everything in their power to ensure that no child finds himself in this situation moving forward. I'll not place blame on the civil servants who are working day and night to do what they can for Ukrainians trying to reach the UK. It's hard work, and they are doing everything they can. I will not, however, accept that ministers have done what they can to resolve this.
Thank her for giving way. I hear what she says. Certainly happy to pick up and look at the specific case. There are some specific differences with children travelling without their parents and without their closest relatives, but I won't go into over the dispatch box now, but certainly happy to pick up the case individually.
I'm really welcoming the Minister's intervention there, and really pleased to hear that, because I want to fix this for Natalia. But I'm going to leave you then with the letter that she wrote to plead her case. Not that a child should ever feel that they have to do that, but I want ministers and honourable members to hear in her own words what this situation feels like to her. And it's important that she has a voice here to tell you all herself. So she says, "Hi there, my name is Natalia, I'm 15 and I'm from Kyiv. I spent the first 2 months of the war near Kyiv with my grandmother. It was really scary to be there. I saw destroyed houses hit by a rocket. I saw dead people. I saw tanks and machine guns. I felt what it's like when your house shaking from the bombing, when you're sitting in a shelter and just hoping it wouldn't get hit, when you sleep fully dressed and with the lights on to get your stuff quickly and go to a safer place. It was really traumatising to read the news of dead children and understand that you're no different from them and you're just lucky. Or to hold your mother's hand while trying to sleep because you're just scared to fall asleep. But almost 2 months ago, I applied for Homes for Ukraine scheme, and I hoped that after a little while I would be able to get to a safe place. I got this chance from my cousin Milena. We spend a lot of time together every summer, and in general I am very close to this part of the family. So I'm happy to go with her. I'm very comfortable. A month ago I left Ukraine. Our travel was long and exhausting, and since then I have been in Budapest. Now I check my mail every morning, and every time it's empty. I never wanted anything so much. Every day my faith that I will be able to come decreases. Time is running out and I can't wait for the visa any longer. I will have to return to Ukraine, return to danger, return and live again with the war outside my window. And I just started to get used to safety. I stopped being afraid of loud sounds and noises of planes. I stopped listening to the sirens outside the window and thinking about closest shelter I'll be able to run to. I really hope to get a chance for a peaceful life in a country I admired so much as a child till this day. From the age of 8, I read everything I could find about Scotland and its traditions. I dreamt to go to this country as far as I remember. I'm feeling really connected and related to Scotland. Because of this, I believe that I will feel most comfortable in your country while I can't live in mine. I can't go home now. I can't go back to war now. Please give me my visa. This is very important to me. Thank you, Natalia.
Jamie Stone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I compliment the Honourable Member for Rutherglen and Hampton West for a moving contribution? Last Sunday after church, while having tea and coffee, I met 3 young Ukrainian refugees, 3 females probably in their middle teens, and one could speak a tiny bit of English, the other 2 couldn't. But even talking to them in our limited way, it didn't half bring it home to me why we support Ukraine in the way we do. These young people were brave, they were frightened, but they were brave enough, and they've come to Scotland. And I'm sure they shared some of the sentiments that the Honourable Member has just read out to us. And the Honourable Member for the Isle of Wight has clearly researched the subject very fully, and I was most interested in his contribution. And his contribution provoked a memory of when I and other members went to visit the Third Yorks in Estonia before the COVID pandemic. And I remember asking the commanding officer, I don't think I'm betraying any armed forces secrets here, I remember asking the commanding officer of the Third Yorks, you have got a huge Russian army group bang opposite you. What happens if the balloon goes up? And it was very interesting what he said to me. He said, well, there are several factors. Firstly, the morale is not good amongst the soldiers opposite us. They see themselves as poorly paid. They are conscripts. And there is a slight problem with alcohol. And he said, actually, they're not the top quality troops that you might think they are. And haven't events in Ukraine just proved that his words were absolutely prophetic. Now, as others have said, I want to associate myself with other speakers and say that my own party stands full square with the government in our efforts to support the people of the Ukraine and to recognise their extraordinary courage and valour in taking on an army which, harking back to what I was told in Estonia, some of us thought was invincible. That is not the case, and that is something why the Honourable Member for the Isle of Wight's thoughts are useful. Twice before in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have raised the issue of the murderous legacy of the mines left behind as Russian forces have retreated in the north of Ukraine, and now I think possibly in the north and east. And my plea was then twice, and is the same again today, that we offer the maximum help we can in terms of know-how, kit and expertise in how to get rid of this murderous legacy. Alas and alack, a number of Ukrainians have been killed in their own brave efforts to get rid of this menace. So we owe it to them. I would seek an assurance, if not today, then at some suitable point, that we are really putting our shoulder to the wheel on this one, because it's one way we can really, really help. I want to make a slightly different couple of points, which is to reflect on what we have seen has happened to the Russians, and then to look at ourselves slightly. And if you look at what we've all seen online and on television, are these horrifying images of Russian tanks exploding. It's called the jack-in-the-box effect, and it's because, or so we read, it's because of the method and manner in which the ammunition is stored in the tank. And that is why they explode in a fearful way that they do. So my first thought, and I suggest to the government, is that we should just check our own armour and the way we do things and the way we hold ammunition, just to make sure that there's no danger that we could ever fall into the trap of the Russians. Arising from that also is the manner in which the Moskva, the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, was actually sunk. Now, we've all read varying accounts of possibly American reconnaissance aircraft in some way involved and what exactly missiles were fired or weren't. But I would say that if you think about two of our most precious military assets, namely our two aircraft carriers, we should look very, very carefully indeed at what happened to the Moskva. How exactly was it sunk? And are we sure that our defences for these priceless pieces of military hardware, our two aircraft carriers, are absolutely up to scratch? And I'll just give you one example, which is that 5 years ago, in the summer of 2017, HMS Queen Elizabeth called in on Invergordon in my constituency, and some person, light-heartedly but irresponsibly, flew a drone and landed it on the deck of HMS Queen Elizabeth. And I asked the then Defence Secretary, could I be absolutely sure that we were completely equipped to deal with this sort of thing? Because had that drone, run by some person having a bit of fun, had that been flown deliberately into the radar assembly, we could have really disabled HMS Queen Elizabeth. Now, we've seen, harking back to Ukraine, the use of drones, and not least in taking out Russian armour. So, again, what I'm saying to Her Majesty's government is I think we have to really look very closely at all the aspects of warfare and what has happened to the Russians, and I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
And listen intently to what the honourable friend is saying about the way that it was struck. Is he questioning whether the Neptune missiles destroyed it, or is it, okay, I just completely by coincidence, I was in the Southern Front in the air raid shelter that night when they sank the Moskva, and while I was waiting to go back onto the streets in Odessa, the general actually showed me the pictures of the Moskva being sunk and did explain it quite carefully. So the intelligence came from Turkish drones, from the Bakhtiar drones, and it was two ground-based Neptune missiles. The Turkish drones acted as a decoy. The Russians had been very sloppy in their drills. They were just sailing around in the same old pattern. They weren't changing their patterns. So sloppy drills. They were then over-focused on the drones monitoring them, and that allowed the two Neptune missiles. So the Ukrainians themselves are absolutely adamant, and that evening they were showing me the pictures of striking the ship. So just if that provides any useful clarity. But he's absolutely right in what he's saying, because big items can be destroyed very, very quickly, as we've seen from both tanks and aircraft.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there we have it again, an example of the Honourable Member for the Isle of Wight's knowledge and great interest in this subject, and I thank him for his intervention. But it does absolutely underline and reinforce the point that we must look at all potential threats to our precious, precious surface fleet, including those two aircraft carriers, which have actually will transform the United Kingdom's defence capability. I could stray into arguments about whether we should concentrate on the North Atlantic, the home waters near us, or what are we doing in the Far East, but that is not for today. And of course, no debate of this nature, again looking at ourselves, would not be complete without me echoing the points about the cuts in the size of the British Army. And when you go back to the start of the war in Ukraine, and we saw those extraordinary images of a Russian convoy of armoured vehicles and other vehicles essentially using a road or a motorway, having once upon a time served as a private soldier in the Territorial Army, I fell to wondering is where on earth was the infantry integration with armour? Why did the Russians not have, or didn't appear to have, flanking troops in the woods either side of the column? And so, again, when we come to study what happened, we have to look at what exactly were the Russian tactics and what has happened to the army that defeated Hitler, and now it just seems to be verging on incompetent from what I could see, but maybe I'm wrong, who knows? And I'm going to conclude and thank, others have, the government front bench for defence, when a number of us were invited to gather with the Secretary of State for Defence at Belvoir Castle to meet the foreign ministers or defence ministers of the Joint Expeditionary Force countries, that was a generous move made by the Secretary of State, and myself and the Labour Shadow Secretary of State and the same Scottish National Party. And ever since then, that same spirit has prevailed, and it is a cooperative spirit, and I do give credit where it's absolutely due, and I think it does send out a very good message to our own armed forces that we are prepared to work together on these matters. And finally, I end up with this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is at Belvoir Castle, I remember very well the talk about Finland and Sweden possibly joining. They were Sweden was there. I can't quite remember if Finland was or was not. But you could see what was developing and where we are today, where the application to join NATO. And I so strongly hope that they do join NATO. And having, against the Armed Forces Scheme, been to Norway, as part of the dreaded Bardufoss bit when you join the Royal Marines, I saw with my own eyes just how committed the Norwegian Armed Forces were. And they were very welcome to work extremely well with us. And I think we've got a very great deal to gain if Sweden and Finland join NATO. Thank you very much.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry the Immigration Minister is no longer in his place, because my principal motivation for coming along today was to highlight some of the deeply frustrating, upsetting and challenging circumstances constituents I have in Angus who are trying to sponsor people on the Homes for Ukraine scheme are experiencing. Of course, my situation in Angus is no different to MPs across the House in trying to expedite that humanitarian assistance at a very human level. The Homes for Ukraine scheme sits in stark contrast departmentally with the role of very hard-working ministers in the Ministry of Defence, who I think have dispatched them or discharged their responsibilities with enthusiasm, with efficacy and to great effect. And it's, I hope, acknowledged that you won't often hear a comment like that from an SNP MP in this place, and I don't make that observation lightly. And it is a very sharp contrast to ministers in the Home Office. And that's not just a kind of a rhetorical observation or a political point. I would genuinely very much wish that it wasn't so, but it is. And the evidence of that is there for all to see in comparative analysis between what the United Kingdom has managed to achieve under the Homes for Ukraine scheme and what other communities and countries in Europe have achieved, where the government's ambition has matched the ambition that is manifest within the communities of those countries. And we see this in Ireland, where they have given refuge to 183, to considerably more refugees per head of population than in the United Kingdom. The same is true of in Denmark, where they've received 1 Ukrainian per 194 members of the population. In the UK, this is depressingly 1 Ukrainian per 1,249 members of the population. The United Kingdom, Madam Deputy Speaker, hasn't even managed double the, Mr Deputy Speaker, hasn't even managed double what Ireland has achieved. And Ireland is 15 times smaller than the United Kingdom. And as if this wasn't bad enough, the Home Office, in their answer to my written parliamentary question about unaccompanied minors trying to access the Homes for Ukraine scheme, have confirmed to me that unaccompanied minors are only eligible for the Homes for Ukraine scheme if they are travelling to reunite with a parent or legal guardian in the Ukraine. So my constituents in Angus are suffering from the very same predicament that was so eloquently outlined by my honourable friend, the member for Rutherglen and Hamilton West, whereby you have young people, in my case, 2 young boys, 17-year-old. And as the member for Rutherglen and Hamilton West said, can we imagine for a minute, we all know 17-year-old kids. Can you imagine what it's like being in Budapest, also in Budapest, stuck and alone and barred from refuge in the United Kingdom? It is to the United Kingdom's shame that that is the situation that has been allowed to come to pass. I, unlike the member for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross, won't shy away from looking at the integrated review, because if we have learned anything over the last couple of months, it's that events have a terrible habit of catching up with you if you find yourself in any way unprepared. And the United Kingdom, if it prosecutes its integrated review in the way that it is set out with its Indo-Pacific tilt, never a great policy in my view to begin with. It reeked slightly of a kind of post-Brexit rebound effect to try and get as far away from the European continent as possible, and before tensions really required it, a bit like turning up at the party in the afternoon with your carry-out before anybody else is really on the same page as you. And I think it doesn't really merit to advance with that particular strategy before events in Ukraine, and it certainly doesn't merit continued investment down that path since. I will, of course, give way.
I do thank the Honourable Member for giving way. He does give me the opportunity to enlarge on something I didn't touch on. But yes, I do think he's completely correct. We have to look very carefully at where we should have our fleet, where we should be amassing our forces. I personally believe that it's the high north, it's the North Atlantic, it's a bit opposite the top of my constituency.
Well, a rare moment of accord between myself and the honourable member, and he's absolutely right. There is clearly, you know, if we look at the dysfunctionality of Russian land forces in Ukraine, we can contrast that and secure precisely no comfort from thinking that that reads across into Russian subsea naval forces, who are amongst the very best in the world and who are crewing some of the very best submarines in the world and deploy some of the very best tactics in the world. And if we think we're going to combat that in the South China Sea, then we're very much mistaken. And that alone is an opportunity to have a root and branch review very quickly of the integrated review. And just in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wonder, we've got the Minister for Europe and North America in this place, I assume replying for the government. We have touched on the grain situation in Ukraine, and it's not NATO's or the West's responsibility to get that grain out. It's not Ukraine's responsibility. It's humanity's responsibility to get that grain out of Odessa and into the global markets, where they can provide a lifeline, literally, sadly, for the poorest in the global community. And I wonder maybe if the Minister, if it's sufficiently close or remotely close to his area of responsibility, is there some mechanism that very clever people in the Department for Trade or his Cabinet colleagues can look at about forward buying the value of the grain in Ukraine, so that the grain is already sold before it leaves Ukraine, thereby denying Russia, however tenuous it might be, the opportunity to say that it's aiding the Ukrainian war efforts with finance. If the finance is already in place, that argument no longer stands, and it will evidence that if Russia still blockades outward transit of grain from Odessa, this is purely a malign act of belligerence that will cost thousands, hundreds of thousands of people their lives, and also it will vacate the silos and storage facilities in Ukraine to receive this year's harvest, so we don't store up exactly the same problem for years to come. It's absolutely vital that we coordinate the best ideas around that particular priority as possible, and I look forward to hearing how we might do that. Thank you.
Wind-ups. Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, it has been 3 months, 91 days since President Putin began his illegal and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, and I'm sure that I speak for members across the House when I say that I continue to be deeply moved by the bravery, resilience and spirit of the Ukrainian people. And it has been excellent in the debate today to hear contributions from honourable and right honourable members across the House, and it is the House at its very best when we speak with one voice and send a clear message to tyrants and autocrats across the world of our commitment to shared values and resolute determination to support Ukraine. We heard a number of contributions. We did hear frustrations with the Homes for Ukraine scheme from honourable friend from Sheffield, many others, powerful voices from the member for Rutherglen and Hamilton West and the member from Angus who just spoke. And I'm sorry to say that I had some similar experiences this morning sitting in that Home Office in the Portcullis House, dealing with people who haven't been dealt with since March. I really do urge, I know the Minister for Immigration was here listening, I do urge the ministers to really get their act together on that scheme. You know, the British people have shown great will to support the people of Ukraine, and that needs to be matched by our system living up to the expectations that they have. The Honourable Member for Bournemouth East spoke rightly about long-term implications of how we respond to this long crisis and the implications of our withdrawal from Afghanistan, which of course was heavily criticised this week. The Honourable Member from North Somerset rightly said that we should have listened to what Putin said in 2007, and instead we all engaged in wishful thinking. And he rightly highlighted that Putin is now using food as a weapon of war. And I hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, that that is recognised by some of those around the world who have to date sat on the sidelines in some of the diplomatic votes and others. This is what President Putin's agenda is. He doesn't care about your populations. He's happy to let them starve by stopping that grain being exported. That's the level of his wickedness. I know the member for Swansea West, my honourable friend, spoke also about those humanitarian consequences. And we've heard other powerful speeches. The member for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross spoke of the engagement he had with the 3rd Yorks in Estonia. I'm pleased to say there's Royal Welsh there as well. I know doing a fantastic job in holding up the eastern flank of NATO, working alongside our excellent Estonian partners there. And the member for the Isle of Wight, as ever, gave the benefit of his expert knowledge to bear in terms of this debate, and I thought made some very excellent and interesting contributions. Mr Deputy Speaker, this war is a heinous